Okay, so then I will put it on for you to make the announcement at the beginning before we get into the meat and potatoes, okay? Okay, so I'm adding that, and I'm putting public opinion, whatever it's called, comment after the discussion with the boards about the issues on the agenda and the legislation. I'm sure questions that need to be asked by people in the audience will be asked by members up here who will represent them. And we have the attorney who basically, we don't have our attorney on retainer. I'm sorry, excuse me? Oh, you can't hear? Okay, I said that we're going to do public, I'm sorry. We're going to do public opinion at the end after we get the chance to discuss all the issues so everybody understands and hears what we're talking about. And
after public comment or before?
we can.
So those comments might inform our vote.
I understand that, but Jason, actually, I think the comments that are going to be said, I think you and Jeff could probably very.
I don't speak for anyone.
I think you could very effectively. We have.
Oh, wait, I would like to, if you're going to personally name me, no, I don't speak for anyone in this
Okay.
audience. So Susan,
have-
I
okay.
find your remarks both disgusting
Fine,
and
okay.
insulting.
I
And
know,
if
Jeff.
that is the tone that you want to take in this meeting, I would
No,
not make
Jeff.
that adjustment to the agenda whatsoever.
No,
And-
Jeff, what I want to do is let us discuss these issues and have our attorney that's, we're paying by the hour, have the opportunity to advise us. Okay, so I will put public opinion on before we take a vote, okay?
Thank
I just want to get to the discussion of the legislation first before we get input, okay? So I will put public opinion on right after resolution, public comment on after resolution on home rule, okay? Public comment. Okay, so do I have a motion to accept the agenda?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion so carried.
I oppose.
No.
Okay, fine.
What just?
No.
Approve the
We have
agenda.
a no.
We just
from
voted on the agenda.
town. So we have one no vote on the agenda from the
Town
town
and from the village.
and one no vote from the
Okay,
village.
okay.
I think it's important for us to have public comment.
We're going to, we're gonna have public comment.
Before the
We're
vote.
just having it after the
After the
discussion on the
I mean, we
resolution.
just sat here for 20 minutes before we started the
I know that,
meeting.
but-
We could have had public comment.
No, Ariana, with all due respect, we were waiting for Brian to get here, then for Stuart to get here, then for Jason to get here.
They've been here for the
I
last
understand that,
10.
and so we were trying to give Jean a little bit of courtesy also,
Well,
so.
we've been sitting here since 7:35 and we're paying our attorneys by
Thank-
the minute, and you guys were all disappeared.
No,
So
we
now
didn't.
you're concerned about the time that we're paying our attorneys when you weren't even here.
Okay.
The
We
three
will-
of you left the
There
table.
were two objections to that. Are there any more objections?
I'm just simply
to
stating fact.
amending
Okay.
I'm just simply stating fact there,
I
Kevin,
hear
that's
you.
it.
I
Okay.
hear what you're saying.
Okay, so,
The town has voted with one nay to accept this agenda. How does the village vote?
Okay.
I voted in favor of the agenda.
You're, as I understand it, we're going to discuss these issues.
and then
We're
we'll
not
open.
gonna vote on it yet.
Right, we'll open it.
Then we're gonna hear
Yes.
what the community
Yeah.
says in case they have a question of clarification.
Yes,
I can do that.
okay? Okay, thanks, okay. Stuart, you want to say something?
Just have a brief announcement. We've recently finished negotiating the fire protection contract, which is a contract between the village and the town, in which the fire company consents because they're providing services outside of their municipality. And we had a successful negotiation, and I believe the contract's been signed by everyone. I have to ask the mayor if he had an opportunity to sign today.
I haven't been presented with it yet.
Oh, because the clerk has it and said she's had it since last night. But anyway, she has it.
They're all afternoon, so.
Well, she said she would see you this afternoon, so I don't know why. But anyway, I assume you're going to sign it, and then everyone will have signed it. And what the two people from the village, Ariana and I, and Kevin Barry for the town, had told the fire company that we would say what I'm about to say. They are in the contract for the first time. They are seeking something called in the General Municipal Law, Section 209D money, which they're entitled to, and that's 10% of the money that's paid by the town as part of the contract. And why this seemed like kind of a minor point for us in the negotiating team, because we thought, you know, of course they were going to get that. the contract read 10%, and the town changed it to a number, which in fact is 10%. And on that basis, they approved the contract. The fire company did. However, it's important to them that everyone knows for future contracts that they are most interested that their 209D portion would be 10% of the number, whatever it happens to be in that particular year, so that everyone knows that that's their intent. Now, obviously, this is a one-year contract, and a year from now, everyone will be back at the table and say whatever they're going to say, but we promised we would say that, and I don't see any problem with that, and I think everyone was happy with that, but we were obligated to do that, and we're happy to do that, so that's my announcement.
Okay, thank you. Ariane, did you want to look like you?
I did, yeah. I just wanted to be clear that in the future, I am hoping that we will have it say 10%, which this year is, and then the dollar amount. Because I understand why we want to have a dollar amount so that we have a concrete number, but I also understand why the percentage being specific is important, because otherwise the number that it is this year might looked at as just being carried over, as opposed to the 10% being what's carried over. So that was my
So you want
agenda.
both? You want the
We
percentage
want both,
and the
yeah.
number. Got it.
Yeah. But
That makes sense, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Just only one quick announcement. Anyone that is coming up in May is the BAR, which is the Board of Assessment Review. If anyone has a grievance on their taxes for their home, please get hold of the assessor's office as soon as possible. They will give you the assessment for your home. They will give you what's called the comparables, which are homes that your home is rated against. And then if you would like to make an appointment, it is by appointment only. And then you can come and meet with our BAR, or Board of Assessment Review, and they will discuss with you your value of your home on your taxes. And again, that is this month, so please do that
all
sooner.
month, basically.
It's, the meeting is,
Oh,
there's 2 sessions of the BAR. When you call, they will be setting up. They'll give you the dates that they have available, and you can set them up through the assessor's office.
all right, cool.
Jeff, I got to
Can you
ask a
just,
question.
can you try to use?
No, go ahead.
I got asked a question and I didn't know the answer. The STAR and the STAR Enhanced applications, are they with the assessor or the school district?
The assessor.
Yeah, I believe that is the assessors, in the school district then just approves it, right? If it's approved through the assessor's office, then the school district just changes it, or, right? So I mean, they just change it. Right, it's all done through the assessor's
So
office.
will
but
you
it's-
announce that it's?
So anyway, yes, if anyone is a STAR exemption, there's a STAR and a STAR Enhanced, and please help me, I believe the STAR Enhanced is eligible to,
Reduced.
yeah, reduced, and the qualifications.
I don't
is-
know the criteria.
It's a senior citizen. Does it also involve some type of
Income.
military and income? Is it military and income?
It's for seniors.
There are different,
Yeah.
there's seniors, there's military, there's a few different categories, but if you get hold of our assessor, she'll be more than happy to review them with you and help you with your STAR exemption. And that, again, is all through our assessor's office. So that is at the end of this month, the meetings, by appointment only. So if you are interested in getting your property your assessment reviewed by the board, please make that appointment as sooner than later. Thank you. Thank you, Sue.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, one more announcement, but it's relative to the task at hand tonight. Everybody probably will remember that the first action the Joint and Town Village Board took last January was a request by Dr. Benjamin for us to ask for special legislation to take the citizen empowerment that gives $1 million to communities that consolidate, to get $1 million for co-terminus government. And we passed that at the very first meeting we had. It went through the process, and as we all know, it did get passed and signed into law by last year by the governor. There were some quirks in it. It got changed at some point up in the legislature. I'm not exactly sure when or how, but ultimately, it ended up giving us the $1 million if we consolidated as a co-terminus government but operated as a town. So we had to do, it was passed last year knowing that there were going to be some it's called chapter amendments, Jerry? Chapter amendments that the governor had wanted. Assemblyman Cahill and Senator Bonasek had agreed to the chapter amendments. I know that I got called to ask if there was a problem. I can't speak for the village. And the legislation went through with the understanding that would have to be reintroduced this year to make some changes. And so it was introduced, and I'm delighted to be able to announce that the co-terminus finance law was amended and got out of the Senate committee, and it's now on the governor's desk. So if New Paltz should choose to go down the route to possibly consider being a co-terminus government, and if we should vote in the affirmative, whether we operate as a village or a town, we are eligible for $1 million, and it's on the governor's desk right now to be signed. And this also is not just relative to New Paltz, it's for really any town or village in the state of New York that wants to take advantage of this will have the opportunity to do it. So we did get the notice today that it got through the Assembly, it got through the Senate, and it's on the governor's desk. So I do have copies of the Senate bill and what was approved, and there's about 13 copies here if anybody would want to see it. But I will give one to the clerk just for the record. So I just wanted to make that announcement. So before I ask Joe Ariel to give us a courtesy of reading through the legislation, let me just give a very quick update on what this is all about. And if Kevin would like to jump in or anybody else would like to jump in, please feel free. When we interviewed for consultants to come and help the town and the village start to actually work on the plan, and everybody needs to understand, we've been talking co-terminus government, we've been talking all sorts of different stuff, but we've never actually sat down and started to work on a plan to say, what would this government look like? And we've never really sat down and talked about why a village government is a better form of government or a town form of government is a better form of government. And none of the real work has even really begun. It's just been a lot of work, but nothing's really begun. So we did the interviews, and we chose to hire CGR, who's been recommended to us by everybody from Albany to Dr. Benjamin to many other people, and we were all incredibly impressed with them. And they had an attorney, Linda Kingsley, who presented also, and Linda was the one attorney, Ms. Kingsley, who had commented that she thinks that there was a little bit of a problem in terms of how you move forward to actually do the vote. Now, understand, one of the things that I've been learning, and we've all been learning sort of up in Albany, is there is a lot of confusion, and that's why a lot of us are confused. But they're confused in Albany, too, because you've got General Municipal Law 17, Village Law 17, and then this Co-terminus 17A that was special legislation by the governor. And so there's some contradictions and some problems, and we're not the only town going through this. The Department of State had told us that the city of Rye, the town of Rye, and 3 villages in Rye are trying to look at some kind of consolidation, and they're themselves hitting brick walls and having problems. They have the desire to try to study it, but every time they turn around, there's some state law that gets in the way. So when we hired, and Linda actually made a comment, Ms. Kingsley made a comment how impressed she was that she pointed out there were problems, and we chose to hire her anyway. So when we hired Linda, the first thing we did was say, yes, go do your due diligence up in Albany, come back and report to us, where we stand and how we move forward. So as I best understand it, as the law exists now, for us as a community, if we should choose to go down the co-terminus route, that for the moment, the way the law exists, the town and the town government and the village government would vote to put it up for a referendum. The town outside the village residents get the choice of, the town outside the village residents vote on whether or not they want to be annexed into the village. And if they should choose to do that, then the town and the village then decide if they want to operate as a town or a village. So as the law exists right now, the village residents do not have the opportunity to vote on whether or not we become one government, unless they vote to dissolve the village. So right now, under law, the village can vote to dissolve the village, or the town outside the village could vote to be annexed into the village and then become a co-terminus, town or village. So ultimately, it's one government, one group of people or another group of people who determine the fate of the community. And my understanding from Kitty and Sally and people who were on the committee long before I came back to the town, the reason they chose a co-terminus partly was they thought this was the one way that everybody got to vote on how we move forward. So when Linda pointed that out, she did her due diligence to find out how do we move forward. And what was recommended through the governor's office was that to go back and change Article 17A, which is general, Article 17A, which influences all this, would be too difficult because you're dealing with every single town and village in the state of New York. And once you do that, you bring out so many different issues that nothing will get done. It was recommended through the governor's office to go back to our assemblyman and our senator to ask them to introduce home rules specific to New Paltz, so it only affects New Paltz and nobody else, to allow both the village and the town outside the village to have the opportunity, if we should bring this to referendum, and we haven't even gotten there because we haven't even started working on the plan, and we hope to get CGR down here very soon so we can start creating a plan with the public input, deciding where we want to go, and if we even want to do this. But we're trying to just take a bump out of the road that allows the village residents to have a chance to vote on what we're trying to do. So that's the purpose of this home rule legislation. In essence, what we are being asked to do tonight is just affirm to our assemblyman and our senator that we would like them to introduce this. Once we do that, or if we should do that, and we do that tonight, then once they introduce it, we get bill numbers for the Assembly and the Senate, and then they have to come back to these two boards, and we both, as two boards, have to affirm, vote if we want to have them then take it to the floor and have it voted on.
As a final bill,
As a final bill.
in a final form.
In a final form. And even if and when that should happen, and if it does happen, it does not commit anybody to anything. It doesn't commit the boards to a referendum. It doesn't commit the boards to have to put anything up for a vote. It's just taking a rock out of the road so the village residents have the opportunity to vote on this should we go down this path. And that's the purpose of why we're being asked to do this, as recommended by the governor's office, and how he thought it would be the best way for us to do this. And that's where we're here tonight. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Joe Ariel and ask him to start reading
May I
through.
ask a general question?
Sure.
Okay, just so everybody.
Please, just you also use the microphone.
Now, this is just to introduce it, right, Kevin?
Yes.
Do we, if we wish to amend something, do we suggest that tonight? Or do we do it afterwards?
Between now and the time the final bill is prepared.
So-
However, I will just interrupt for 1 second, because I did talk to Linda about that to get a little bit more clarity based on some questions that Councilwoman Brown asked me today. What was said by the governor's office when we were going through this was that you can introduce it and make amendments later, but what Ms. Kingsley said was what you really want to do is if there are things we would like to change tonight, we should do that, because really what we're asking them to do is introduce this legislation, and so we really should bring forward
Okay.
what we really think we want.
All right.
Now, that doesn't mean that some slight changes can't be
Right,
made later,
but I mean, a general change
Right,
we should do tonight.
right. If it's
Or a
content,
general amendment.
if it's something, something that makes a
I mean,
difference.
I asked Joe about a question, instead of saying for November or there soon after.
We could make that change now.
Yeah,
shouldn't we?
Yeah.
I don't think there's no reason why, if the board has a consensus tonight on anything, they shouldn't suggest it now. And there's also opportunities throughout the process for amendment, as there may be among the legislators in Albany as the thing works its way through, so.
Well, in essence, that's what happened with the first bill that was brought forward
Right.
to us, and we approved the bill to go forward. And then Assemblyman Cahill made, I think, some changes. I'm not sure if Senator Bonasek did. The governor, I think, wanted some changes, so they worked on it in Albany.
Right.
And then they came back with an amended bill asking if that was okay, and that's what got passed.
My
But-
second question, Joe, as you review this, do you want us to ask our questions section by section, or do you want to review it and then have us ask?
I get the impression that what Linda's asking me to do, Susan is asking me to do is read it so it's on the floor as it's presented, right?
Well,
I mean, I don't mind, it's up to you.
It's really not up to me, it's up to the board.
Well, that's what I mean.
What I'd like is for you to read it. If the board would like to ask questions paragraph by paragraph, we can do that. Or maybe what the best thing would be, because I do know from talking with Councilwoman Brown too, that sometimes people have read, you might, if you read the first paragraph, you're going to ask questions that are answered in the second paragraph, that are answered in the third paragraph. So I think what maybe would be best, if everybody agrees, is to let Joe read through the entire thing in its entirety, then go back up to the top and start with paragraph 1, and then we can all give our input to see if there's anything we want to change, if everybody's okay with that.
Just for time expediency, everybody in the audience has a copy, I
There's
assume.
copies here if anybody wants.
So I would like to save time and not read through
No,
it.
but Sally, the thing is, if you read the first paragraph, you might have a bunch of questions that are answered in the second paragraph. So it's really better
Well,
for
I've
the...
read it fairly
I
carefully.
think what
understand that,
Sally's
but
saying
the
is we
audience-
don't need to read it at all. I think
Well, I'm
that's
just
what she's
wondering, though,
suggesting.
don't by law, I mean, shouldn't we read it just like we read?
Well, I think
We
because
read a
the
lot of
public,
laws,
the
right?
public,
Shouldn't we
the
just
public...
read it?
I'm just looking to save time so we have more time to discuss.
We want to be thorough.
I'm
and I
an
think that-
excellent reader, and this will be over quick.
Okay.
Thank you, let's get started.
I would like him to read it, too.
All right, so we'll read the whole thing, and then we'll start from the top.
Right, okay, thank you.
Let's go.
Okay. Draft enabling legislation. An act amending the unconsolidated laws of the state of New York to authorize the establishment of the co-terminus town village of New Paltz. Section 1, notwithstanding any contrary provisions of state or local law, including but not limited to provisions of the general municipal law, town law, village law, or state finance law, the legislature of the state of New York hereby authorizes the town and village of New Paltz to, following the process and requirements of these provisions, proceed with the establishment of the co-terminus town village of New Paltz. Section 2, that nothing within this statute shall mandate the people of the town and village of New Paltz to become a co-terminus municipality, but does hereby provide a mechanism for such establishment. Section 3, that should all of the processes contained herein be successfully completed, then the boundaries of the village of New Paltz within the town of New Paltz, county of Ulster, shall be expanded to be identical to and entirely coterminous with the boundaries of the town of New Paltz, county of Ulster, as detailed in the official map of the town of New Paltz. Section 4, that except as delineated below in Section 7 of this act, no such process shall move forward after the effective date of this enactment without the adoption of a local law by the governing bodies of the town of New Paltz and the village of New Paltz. Section 5, that following the passage of such a local law by both governing bodies, there shall be a mandatory referendum on this issue held in both the town and the village of New Paltz, which shall be held as part of the next occurring November general election. Each elector of the village and the town outside village shall be entitled to one vote on the referendum questions. In order to be successful, the referendum must pass by a majority vote in both the town outside village and the village. Section 6, the referendum shall be filed with the town and village clerk no later than 60 days prior to the election and shall pose a two-part question to the electors. A, shall the boundaries of the village of New Paltz be expanded to be coterminous with the town of New Paltz, thereby creating the coterminous town village of New Paltz? B, if yes, shall this coterminous town village operate primarily as a town or primarily as a village? Section 7, should either or both governing bodies fail or refuse to vote to move forward, the electors of that municipality may, by means of petition by 20% of the electors in that governmental entity, compel the placement of the referendum questions on the ballot at the following November general election. Section 8, that all provisions of the Village Law, Article 17, relative to the functions of a coterminous town village shall apply to the coterminous town village of New Paltz unless specifically contraindicated within this act. Section 9, that should the result of the referendum be that the town and village become coterminous, then the town and village shall establish a joint committees to commence the process of negotiating and planning all issues of consolidation not clearly dictated by law. Section 10, that the town of New Paltz and the village of New Paltz shall officially become the coterminous town village of New Paltz on January 1st, 1 year after the January 1st immediately succeeding successful passage of the referendum. Section 11, that this act shall take effect immediately.
So if
You're
it's
a
o-
wonderful reader.
Thank you.
Okay, so if you could now go back and read it, the first paragraph, and then open it up.
Sure.
If anybody has any questions or conversation.
Skipping the opening salvo. Section 1, notwithstanding any contrary provisions of state or local law, including but not limited to provisions of the general municipal law, town law, village law, or state finance law, the legislature of the state of New York hereby authorizes the town and village of New Paltz to, following the process and requirements of these provisions, proceed with the establishment of the coterminous town village of New Paltz.
Would anybody like to ask a question about that?
So notwithstanding,
Ariane, just move the microphone closer. Thanks.
so the idea that it's notwithstanding any contrary provisions means that we do not have to, that this will be outside of anything that already exists in general municipal law, town law, village law, state finance law. So all the things that we've been talking about basically, and we're looking at following wouldn't apply.
If I'm, do you mind? If I,
Please.
yeah,
Yes, please.
Generally speaking, in terms of legal draftsmanship, what that means is that you expect some of the provisions of the law that this word is in to be contradictory to existing provisions, but not every existing provision. So what that word means is that where this law is contradictory, this law will prevail. So, and in other respects, the law will remain in effect.
Do we know where this law is contradictory? Specifically in terms of what we're looking to do?
There is currently no vehicle
Right.
to allow for a vote by both the village residents and town outside the village in one vote. So some of the other sections will eliminate that as a possibility. So they're saying that notwithstanding that the prohibition that may exist against this kind of government, this special enabling legislation will allow us to proceed.
And that's the main reason why we want that?
There's another major contradiction in that the existing law and processes we would have to follow. Thank you. That the main contradiction that this law supersedes is that the existing law requires us to have a detailed plan
Right, that's
drafted
what
and
I was
made
wondering about.
and available to the public a certain time before the vote. This law specifically says we do the opposite. We're going to ask people to, whether we want to vote and have it be coterminous,
That's
and then
section
create
9,
the
we'll get
plan.
there, and I've got a problem with that too.
Right, but so it applies here too, though, they're notwithstanding, this is what it's contradicting. This is the main point.
The detailed plan is required under 17A of the general municipal
Right.
law.
What we thought that we could be
Right.
following this whole time,
the-
and then now have been told that we
The
can't.
vehicle that will allow us to proceed with this particular legislation refers us to Article 17 of the village law, which is existing law dealing with how you operate a coterminous village and town government. So that body of law already exists.
It doesn't contradict what I just said, though, they're two separate points.
Right.
Well, I don't think anybody's intending, so if there's a way to legally change this, we can do that, but
Wait, so if we finish sorry.
oh, here, Kitty.
Mic check.
Whoa, stereo. The section of Section 1 that says, following the process and requirements of these provisions, doesn't that mean that we must produce a plan?
No, what it means is you must follow that in order for you to successfully fall in the four corners of this legislation, this enabling legislation, you have to follow the provisions of this legislation.
Okay.
Otherwise, the notwithstanding won't count. And that's what it's saying. Would you
But-
agree? I mean,
And Kitty, to answer your question, this particular enabling legislation refers you back to Article 17 of Village Law, where the existing rules and regulations affecting coterminous entities already exist. So, and there's a plan set forth in that section that allows you to merge,
Through I.
that allows you to merge.
We've been.
No, no.
It allows you, it
Eight-
provides the framework for you to operate as a coterminous government. There are many, many sections of that statute, and I've copied all of them. So while Section 17A does require you to generate a plan, Section 17 of the village law allows you to plan as part of that process, but it's a little bit different, that's all.
But it's a, but
Done
it just,
after the vote
no,
result. That's what this law says.
Kevin, let's go back to what you just said. Under 17 of village law,
Yes.
it sets out the process of how a coterminous government is formed.
Sets out the process of how a coterminous government operates.
Not how it's formed, how
Okay,
it operates.
so when we work with CGR to develop the plan, we will be using Village Law 17,
Yes.
going through the process of how we would operate, be talking about that, understanding the operations that we might be choosing to operate under, talking at that point about what it is and whatever, and we might, at that particular point in time, to say, we don't even want to ever go for a referendum because we don't want to operate as a village under that law.
So these were
right?
two separate things, and one of them seems to be referring to those 8 points that we were discussing that we thought maybe we could choose some of, and it turns out we can't pick and choose, or maybe we could, if we're creating home rule, is there a way for us to create home rule that would allow us to pick and choose?
I don't think you and I are talking about the same 8 points. There were
Well,
8
there were
recommendations
also-
that came
yeah,
from the study committee.
Right, and then there's
Those are
also
pretty
the
much-
A through I that's in the law
Right.
that creates the
And
plan.
it's the
Like,
A
those
through
are the two
I
things
that's
that we're
in the
talking
law
about. Yeah.
that requires us to have a financial analysis and choose whether it's going to be a village or town, and I can't remember what the other ones are, but I do know that we do have to have a financial analysis performed under Section 17, those A through I steps.
True or false? This
So,
local law is
wait,
passed.
can I just ask?
Use the mic, Jason.
I just want to,
Talking.
I just want to understand, because there does seem to be some confusion over this word notwithstanding. Does notwithstanding mean
Jason,
that we do not have to follow the steps outlined in the existing legislation in order to bring a referendum to the public?
It means exactly what Joe said, which is that anywhere
Use
that...
the mic.
Jason, could you use the microphone, please?
It means exactly what the village attorney said, which is that anywhere that this particular piece of legislation, contradicts state law, this is the one we do instead of state law. So when this says in Section 9 that we create a joint committee after a vote is held to determine the plan, we are exempting ourselves from the requirement to have a plan before the vote. That's one of the big and major problems with the notwithstanding, and it's the basic function of a law. I mean, that word is what you put into every law when you're changing something. So it's the provisions after that are the problem, not Section 1. Because this could be a wetlands law, and it would say, notwithstanding that the state says they protect 10 acres, we're going to protect 5. It's just a tool in the legal language. The meat
Okay.
is later
Okay.
on.
I want to hear from the attorneys on this, because I asked this question. I think this is a question that many people brought up last night.
Fine.
It is my understanding that while we can't use the Citizen Empowerment Act as we thought we could, we can come up with a plan that has components with it, like the financial analysis, how bonds are gonna be handled, how water districts in the town are gonna be handled, all of those things that are required for the referendum issue will be a part of this and allowed to be a part of this, and not after the fact, but before the fact of the referendum.
How you choose to inform the process is always under your control.
Okay.
So I think what you're talking about, Sally, is that while we may not use the mechanism sort of as part of the legally necessary process, there's no reason why you can't do all the work you feel as a joint board is necessary to inform the public and the process.
I mean, that's
But-
what
But let me
CGR is for.
speak before I forget to just the framework of some of the earlier discussion, because it brings Jason's comment and Kevin's comment together. I believe that the way this legislation is drafted, the way it seeks to resolve the sort of tension between the idea that there would be a vote in a referendum before potentially, again, it's up to you, but before potentially you have that plan in place, is, as Kevin said, in Section 8, it specifically tells you, and therefore the public and the voters, that the framework that you're working towards is Section 17. Not 17A, but 17, and that gives a village law. And that gives, theoretically, again, it's a policy decision for you guys to decide whether that's sufficient, but that gives both the boards and the public the context for what that plan's going to look like, so it's not a completely uninformed decision. But as I said, How you choose to inform the process leading up to the referendum is entirely up to you.
Okay, let me, and I don't know if Jean, let me just ask a clarification. My understanding of Section 9 is really in all the law, after you take a vote to become coterminous, then you have to put together committees to start to then say, what is this, you start to work out all the details, and that's why you act for a year or two as two separate governments under the law of the village and the town, because you're putting it all together, which is really what Section 9 is, which is really pretty much in every law, Section 17, 17A, village law, whatever. So if we can go back, and this is giving people concern that we're going to vote and not do the work ahead of time, and that's not the intent nor anybody's plan. And this would be in, this would be in the
But
law.
this law allows
Excuse me,
us to do.
Jason, I'm trying to get to a point, okay? I understand, okay, so what I'm asking, Joe, is in Section 8, where it says that we're going to act, that all provisions of village law, Article 17, relative to functions, which is really creating the plan under the village law, is there a way to add, because we could do whatever we want to pass tonight, to ask them to carry, as long as they accept it and choose to introduce it, is there a way to put wording into Section 8 that basically says that we will be going through, village law, Article 17, point by point by point, to create the plan, to see if we want to go to referendum? I mean, some language in there that makes people feel comfortable, that we're not trying to circumvent a process that people seem to think we're trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, Joe, I don't, it's your supervisor asking the question, it's a joint meeting. I mean, as we discussed earlier, no, I don't mean that in any other way, except to say, as we said earlier, this is a deliberative board, and both boards, you're being asked to approve a piece of legislation. There's no reason why, unless it's patently illegal, you can't add anything you want to it in the best interest of the.
So all I'm asking is, how can we phrase some language, which I would suspect is either in Section 8 or it's another section, but how do you, and so what I do understand is, that village law, Article 17, basically defines how we're going to operate, because right now we're looking to possibly operate as a village government, and so it's defined in village law. So there's a process that's forward for us to follow, but how do we sort of put something in that doesn't allow us to circumvent a process?
Let me ask this.
Can you also take the microphone?
Sorry.
Can, please, it's really hard to hear when people are talking in the audience.
So that I understand it, if I understand Jason's concern and point, it's that in the general municipal law sections about this, it requires that the town and the village first come up with, negotiate and adopt a plan. In that case, it's set of consolidation. And then it's that plan that later gets voted on. Jason's concern, as I understand it, is he reads this legislation as saying you would not come up with the plan until after
Right.
the vote has occurred to make the village coterminous with the town. And am I correct?
Or at least you don't have to do it, it becomes optional. We can do it at our own discretion,
That's
of
true.
course.
This doesn't
leave it
require
required, yeah,
that you
exactly.
do a plan first,
Well-
like the general municipal law
Well,
did.
no, let me just
doesn't
clarify and tell me if
require
tell me if I'm right, Kevin, okay? Again, it gets confusing. Article 17A, of which the governor passed, brought forward when he was Attorney General or whatever, Article 17A lays out a number of questions that you have to answer, which
In
is
the
really
referendum.
actually putting together a plan. That's Article 17A, okay?
Of the
So-
general municipal law.
Well,
Correct.
it was amended general municipal law,
Right, yeah,
if I'm
okay.
getting it right, Jerry.
Right.
Okay? So once the governor put in 17A, which didn't include coterminous government, there was a plan of how you actually consolidate your two governments, and you had to follow that. Going back to general municipal law 17, I don't even think they deal with coterminous government, but village.
It's an annexation.
It's only annexation, but it's also not a plan. You could just annex and then
Correct.
just, you're one government.
Right.
Village law is such that you operate under guidelines in Article 17 of village law. That is your plan in essence. You're actually, it's telling you how you go about doing it. So it's not like you
For
vote.
example, the last section of Article 17 of village law says that all the laws remain to effect for 2 years. So let's say you opt to be coterminous and you operate as a village. then all the town laws would stay into effect for 2 years unless that board decides to modify them. So it gives you an opportunity to, as you move forward, to make the decisions that you need to make going forward. Obviously, you can't do everything in advance, all right? And so you have the flexibility under that section to continue operating with town laws and village laws until the joint board or the new board decides to change them.
Okay, but again, if I understand it again correctly, when it talks about the plan after the fact, okay, they're really talking about, okay, you've chosen to be one government, now you have a building department, and you might be making some choices of how you want the building department to be framed. You're still gonna have a building department, it's just how you frame that building department, and you make some of those operational decisions after the fact. But by law, there's still operation procedures of how you have to operate based on village law that dictates what laws you're operating under. So it's not like you have free reign to just do whatever you want. There's laws you have to follow.
Actually, Joe, if I could just ask, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'd like
Can I
to,
ask a
Okay.
question, or?
Well, Sally, actually, I had stopped Sally, so after Sally, Jeff, we'll go to you, okay? Go ahead.
maybe,
And I think Jean then had something too, I'm not sure. Go ahead, Sally.
I think the problem is we're using plan and confusing ourselves in the wrong way. I think some people want a plan that says how, that reflects the issues recommended by the efficiency committee, such as nonpartisan elections, okay? Functioning as a village form of government. The functioning as a village form of government is taken care of here. But I think if we could get rid of the word plan in section 9, because what that's really talking about is what we have to do anyway under the Citizen Empowerment Act, and that is bring our codes together, bring our laws together, decide, is the town law better than the village law? If not, and that the joint boards, and that's what I was going to suggest, it not be a committee, it should be the two boards working this out, just as it's suggested in the Citizen Empowerment Act. And then somewhere at the top, require ourselves to have a plan developed before the referendum detailing what we believe is the process and the fiscal issues and all, spell it right out here so that people know and can talk with us about as we develop. Is it gonna be a nonpartisan? How are we going to handle highway, town highway and village highway? And put a plan, a real concrete plan in place that informs the citizenry. And I think we should require it of ourselves I don't think we should sit here and promise we'll do it. I think somehow Joe Ariel and Joe Moriella, we really need, I think for comfort level, we need to have that required of us.
Okay, I just want to interrupt. Jeff,
that
is it
make
okay if
sense?
Joe answers first before you ask your question? Okay, Joe, if you want to respond to Sally?
I guess that's what I was trying to get at when I asked Jason. So if I understand your concern, you might like to see a provision more like the general municipal law section that says the town and the village negotiate a plan of how this is going to work. And I'm looking at, this is a paraphrase, but in that article, in the general municipal law, it says that both the town and the village boards would negotiate and agree upon a consolidation plan. And then it goes to, and the voters of both the town and the village need to vote affirmatively and the rest of it. There's a thing about
Look,
negotiating.
personally, yeah, I saw that passage. Personally, I don't think this should be introduced in the legislature at all. I don't think we've yet had a conversation in 2 years about whether consolidation is a good idea or not. So this is just one in a long list of steamrolling for me. However, if it's gonna go up over my objection, I assume, it better not lower the bar for us, especially after our track record of studying this twice and failing to find any way forward based on that. So it's just a matter of not, that's the level we're at, not lowering the bar.
So I guess what I was getting at was, there may be, and Joe Ariel here helped me out, instead of playing with it at the backside, after section 3,
Yep.
which talks about should all of the processes contained herein be successfully completed, then then a certain something will happen. Okay. I mean, you could do something in there and add something like what's in general municipal law and say, the town and village boards shall negotiate and agree upon a plan of coterminous government. I don't think you want to add, use
How about develop
consolidation.
instead of negotiate?
How about adopt?
Or adopt.
Even better.
And I'm sorry, if I could just ask a question, I mean, Joe, because we have two Joes
And
here.
that's only part
Right.
one.
Well, I think what I'm wondering here is a similar question, is it appears, if I'm reading this right, and then you can correct me, and maybe I have another question, that we are giving ourselves a vehicle here to take the plane off without doing our pre-flight checklist. Once we pass this, we will be doing the pre-flight checklist while in flight, because we've already taken off, and now we have a deadline of the next November election. It's due 60 days prior to that, so then we have 90 days in which to complete this process. Am I reading that correct?
Okay, and that's another one, and again, Joe Ariel, I'll ask you to look at it. When I read this, all right, if you did this suggestion, if you added something and said you're supposed to develop a plan, in the next section 4, you could go to the enactment, nothing shall happen without the enactment of, or adoption of a local law by the governing bodies. I suppose you could add at the end of that, which local law shall incorporate the provisions of the plan developed in the plan of coterminous government.
I like that.
No, I'm
local
sorry,
law-
that- yeah,
But,
yeah.
and now to your question.
What I want to know the phrase though, nothing shall happen. So nothing shall happen, is that for a lot, when you said, no, you just use
This,
it.
this says,
Right, but when you
no
say-
such process
Right.
shall move forward.
So
I'm looking
nothing
at
shall happen, would that,
section 4.
would that be a penalty phase then? Would that be like what is the penalty if shall we not complete anything in those 90 days? I guess that's my other part of the
Okay,
question.
well, let me back up though to the first one, when you say it has to happen this November.
Right.
Whoa, wait a
When
second.
I read this,
Doesn't say this November. Does-
right, I'm reading that there would have to be the adoption of a local law. If you adopt the local law, then it moves to referendum at the next occurring November general election. So
So it
if
doesn't
you
say-
didn't come up with a local law by this September,
That's
or
right.
whatever, or by this November, you don't have a local
That's the
law.
penalty.
That's right.
It's not going to happen until the November
I was trying to
election
explain.
following
2014, 2015.
the creation of the local law. And with this other suggested revision would be first the adoption of a plan, which then gets incorporated into a local law, and then the following November, whatever November that may be.
Right. It doesn't say
Now,
November
does that-
2013, it doesn't say
So it
November.
doesn't say what
Right.
year
So that
happens.
local law would it be the same local law then would be written, I don't, not knowing village law as well as town, as general municipal law, would it be the same law we'd potentially both pass then, which would state you need to have it?
I think if the two boards got to the point where they successfully negotiated, developed a plan for this coterminous government, the local law might be as simple as saying a local law to adopt the plan, period.
And that would be the same in village and
You
town.
incorporate the plan into the local law, but Joe,
Yeah, no, Joe, I think you're on the money, and I've had the advantage of being able to noodle with this while you were talking. So if you were inclined to do this, I think perhaps you could, in section 4, say something like this, that except as delineated below in Section 7 of this Act, no such process shall move forward after the effective date of this enactment without the adoption of a local law by the governing bodies of the town of New Paltz and the village of New Paltz, by which, A, a consolidation plan is adopted, and B, the village and town resolve to conduct a referendum on consolidation in accordance with the consolidation plan.
That does it for me.
And that way, if,
Okay, is it okay, can you just read that one more time, just?
Sure. That except as delineated below in Section 7 of this Act, no such process shall move forward after the effective date of this enactment without the adoption of a local law by the governing bodies of the town of New Paltz and the village of New Paltz, by which A, a consolidation plan is adopted, and B, the village and town resolve to conduct a referendum on consolidation. By the way, in accordance with that consolidation plan. Some of that amendment, by the way, I think needs to be made anyway. It would have been my comment, because actually, that section as written right now, it just says without the adoption of a local law. And it doesn't really say anything about what the local law needs to say. So I think we would have wanted to amend that anyway, and this may be.
Okay, so, Brian, you wanted to?
What would be the what is the defined plan?
Well, I mean, that's,
Like, we
that
have to
obviously
have
is
some
the
sort of
essential
guidelines.
question, right?
Well-
What's deemed a sufficient
Well,
plan?
but again,
Why don't we take like the A through I and apply that? Because we were going to be doing that anyway, and I think that helps to outline it. And we can take all the points that we have not yet come to any kind of agreement on and use those as well, but from
You
the
could
Fair
reference
Weather
that
Report.
section of law if you wanted.
well, I'm not 100% sure. Go ahead, Joe.
Just an observation, again, as Susan said at the opening of the meeting, this needs, if it is going to have any success, you want it needs to get through the legislature. To what extent they will go for point by point by point by point by point, saying, if all of those points are in, we're either yay or nay for it, I don't know.
Well, actually, I would like
If
to,
it's loose, you can always decide as
To
part of
amend
the
it
plan.
later.
If the plan doesn't incorporate one or more of any of those items, there may not be a plan, there may not be an agreement.
well, I would
You
actually,
can self-impose that,
One
sir.
question here. When we met last December, and I want to put this over to Ariel and Kevin.
Kitty, I'm sorry.
We were given a list of things that had to be included in the plan. The name of the consolidated committee, all those things. Is there anything that we are doing tonight that exempts us from that?
Where did this come?
That's probably the citizen,
17A.
that's probably 17A, and
Yeah,
That's the
if you-
Citizens Empowerment
Yeah.
Act, Joe.
You would, I think that you would not be required to do this, because it comes from 17A, and the framework in the legislation as drafted is 17. As Joe has said, as several of us have said, there's nothing to keep you from doing it, or anything else for that matter. If you want to highlight the things that must be in that plan, again, that doesn't mean it's the only things that need to be in that plan for the boards to be willing to adopt it, but it would require that those things you put in tonight would have to be agreed upon in the plan. That's a policy decision.
okay, but, okay, I'm sorry, Kitty, go ahead.
So wouldn't it make sense then to amend this draft to say, to be consistent with the Citizen Empowerment Act?
No, I was just about to say that let me, if I can phrase before we answer that, because I think I was trying to say, 17A lays out a new level of what you're supposed to do. Going this way, you're going to village law that lays out how co-terminus governments operate. And so therefore, it's my understanding, and since Kevin did the research today, he might be able to answer it, the question of whether we have a appointed or elected highway superintendent, I don't think is a question that we can grapple with in terms of this, because village law is such that it's an appointed position,
No,
right?
I'm not talking about the efficiency committee
Okay.
recommendations. I'm talking about things that we have to have
For the
a
citizen.
financial analysis performed.
If I understand Kitty's question, I think you're asking 17, General Municipal Law 17A has certain things in it that says the plan is supposed to have.
Yes,
That's
You
not
would-
municipal law, though, it's Citizen Empowerment Act, the
Right.
new.
right.
The
But
governor's.
we
The new
want to
governors.
be consistent with that.
Well, it's general municipal law, but it's 17A, there's 17, and then there's 17A. It's not general
17A.
municipal law, but it was amended by the
Yeah.
governor.
So is there
Yeah, the
anything
General Municipal.
that,
There's nothing that jumps out of this, Kitty. I mean, they ask you to name the entity that you're gonna be called. It's gonna be the village.
Move the microphone to
New
Kevin.
Paltz. They asked you to define the rights, duties, and obligations of the proposed consolidated local government entity. It's gonna be a village operating under village law.
right, so all I'm saying is that those are the steps to a plan.
They can be, yes, but what you're also looking at is the framework for this already exists. You can then, refine your plan, as Joe Moriello is suggesting, and agree to come to terms on that plan before you actually pass a local law.
You could, as part of your own joint board actions, define what that plan needs to be. And I think one of the points that Joe made that is, potentially important, it's up to you, is if you become specific, very specific in this state enabling legislation, that's your legislation. Whereas if you are more general, and the term enabling legislation is relevant, right? It enables you to do something. It doesn't tell you specifically what to do, and that would still be within your power, the power of the two boards to define. Again, it's up to you how you want to go, but the more specific, if you're so specific in the state legislation, you ain't fixing that after that, if you decide you want to go a different route or something.
Joe,
And I will just,
Um,
go ahead.
the amendment that you made to 4 addresses Kitty's question, because these two boards have to come up with a plan.
Right.
That's it.
Right, so we can use that as a model if we choose to, but you're not recommending that.
Putting it
be
into the
in
law.
the-
Right,
Okay.
Okay, good.
right.
But we
Okay.
agree that we will,
Sally, please, you gotta use the mic.
we agree that we will use the things that we talked about from the Citizen Empowerment Act, that we want, the financial statement and all that kind of stuff, and we will consider the recommendations from the Efficiency Committee when we get together to develop the plan, which will be 500 years from now. But anyway, that's,
You can do that, yes.
Okay, so does everybody agree that the language, or is there consensus that the language that Joe recommended takes away the concern that a plan will not be required by these two boards before we could move forward? If this legislation should get carried?
I'd like it to be a little bit more specific. Maybe it doesn't have to be as specific as 17A, but I think that it should be outlined a little bit more than just having that a consolidation plan is adopted. Because I think we should require of ourselves or whoever will be sitting at this table for the village, it'll be the near future, and for the town, I don't believe that we're going to be voting on this in November, and I think that we should have more outlined than just a plan, the words plan.
But again, Ariana, it's not really just a plan. There's village law. There's village law that defines how a coterminous government operates under village law. That law is very, very specific, and Kevin, again, like I said.
Right, that
what's the-
defines how it operates, so it
No,
doesn't
it's
define
not.
how we get from A to B.
Well, in a sense, in a way, it forces us to have to accept certain things that we might have chosen. We could have debated a lot of things, but by doing it this way under village law, there's a lot of things that aren't even as debatable. So it's defined. It's defined.
Is there any reason to not use 17A as well,
Because you can't. They're contradictory, and I don't think they'll.
in every manner, in every particular? Because we can cut and paste, of course we can, Kevin, we're writing
Use
a
the
new,
mic.
we're like,
You
we're ma-
can't use.
excuse me, we were writing a new enabling
You asked the
legislation.
question if we can use 17A.
We
As
can
the
use the
law
proc-
stands now, you cannot.
Kevin, excuse me, I'll let myself talk for myself, really.
Go ahead, talk for
Um,
yourself.
We can use any of the particulars in 17A that we choose. We cut and paste the language and require it of ourselves in the special legislation we're asking of Albany. It's the game we're playing with
That's basically
every
what I'm saying.
particular, yeah. So I don't see any reason, even though there are lists in the village law, and I don't have village law 17 in front of me, they're not identical lists to the preparatory documents Ariana was talking about, where it mentions a financial plan ahead of time. It mentions things ahead of time to instruct the voters. Unless someone here has a good reason why it's in the public interest to reduce the requirements of ourselves and every other community in New York State has to follow, we can just cut and paste and add the list together.
Yeah.
First,
But
I
I
just,
thought
I just,
that's
want- I
what
just want
Joe
to
was
just, I
recommending.
just want to just correct one thing. This,
don't know, I'm
I just
confused
want to
now.
correct that this particular law, enabling legislation, is for Newport specific, not for every other town in the state of New York or village. This is specific to
It
Newport.
lowers the requirements for us.
Jason, I
lower than
wasn't,
the other
Jason, I
towns, that's what I'm
wasn't,
saying.
well, and I'm not, and we're not looking to do it. We're looking to figure out how to make it work for all of us, and we're not looking to lower the bar. We're looking to make a bar that we can all live with.
So that's-
I'm
so
just
just
correcting,
use the same one as everyone
I'm
else.
just making a statement
how
that
it's hard
says
to
this is
figure out that?
specific for Newport. That's all, not all for every other town and village. That's all.
I mean,
I'm sorry,
the
Kevin.
only argument I've heard in favor of giving ourselves leeway is the idea of what if we want to go in a different direction. But I don't think I don't think what 17A lays out wouldn't allow for that. I think that, the A through I, it's asking us for specific planning requirements, not necessarily stipulating exactly what the plan should be. It's telling us, these things are required of you to come up with.
We can take action as joint boards to say that our plan will include addressing all those items.
But
It's
why
just
don't
that
you
you-
But then it can't. But then we're trying to bind a
No.
future administration to what we're voting on now.
What
No.
you don't want to do is run afoul with the existing mechanism that's in place to accomplish this, which is through Article 17 of the village law. You're asking us, Jason, to write a whole new law, not an enabling law that allows us to get to the next step. You want to write a brand-new law. It's never going to happen.
No, I'm asking us to stop exempting ourselves from the
We're-
provisions of 17.
We're not
We're not trying
exempting
to.
ourselves from anything. We, as a joint board,
okay, but
will
then we
decide
don't-
Wait a second.
on a
It does
plan.
seem
Wait, excuse me,
If we
excuse me.
don't have
Wait a
to
sec.
do it,
Wait,
we're
wait.
exempting
We
ourselves.
wait,
will
wait.
Everyone else has to
decide,
do
we
it.
can vote on that tonight. We can
It
vote
doesn't
to
hold the same
include
Wait,
it
wait,
in the
excuse me,
plan.
excuse me.
It doesn't hold the same force as the
Please,
state law.
everybody, let Kevin finish speaking, and then Jason, you can respond. I really don't want anybody talking over each other, and we should try to be as respectful as we can, because we're really trying to debate what we think is best for this community. And so let's just have a respectful conversation so we can get to an answer. So Kevin,
what's
finish, and then I will.
best for this community is that apparently the model has always been that everyone would vote, not just the residents outside the village, and that we would operate as a village, perhaps because the village form of government offers more flexibilities to the community. Now, so that's always been the model. What we found out is in order to do that, we have to pass this simple enabling legislation. That's what we have to do. Now, I, for one, think that consolidation could be good or it could be bad, but it's certainly nice to have one set of laws for the whole community, to have one planning process instead of two, to have one, total plan for how the community develops in the future instead of two. You don't need two sets of town boards and village trustees to sit here and argue for 50 years about consolidation. So all this does, Jason, is allows the people in our town the opportunity to decide for themselves. We can decide to put together a plan and agree on it, and what Joe and Joe have recommended is a great idea. We have to agree on the plan. If we don't agree on the plan, it doesn't move forward. And by the way, if we agree on a plan and the voters don't like it, they're going to vote no. That's it.
What this
Okay,
law does-
okay, Jason.
What this law does is, well, let's put aside all the straw man and red herrings. What this law does is when the city of Rye and whatever their town or village is talks about consolidating, or someplace out in Buffalo is talking about consolidating, they follow a certain set of rules, and wherever they end up, as a village or town or co-terminus, whatever. And I don't remember the list, I don't have it memorized, but Ariana mentioned a couple. There was one about the debt, what happens to the debt, who's paying what for the loans, what happens with the financial plan, and then whatever, disposition of property.
It's
Now,
all
these are-
in village law. It's already in Article 17. If you look at it, it's all there.
This is lowering the bar because those two lists are not identical. There are provisions, and I don't understand why it's, whatever's not there, you just combine the two. It's not complicated. Unless you don't want to require us to do these
Don't
things.
I think in
understand what
terms
you're
of,
saying.
like the idea, we've talked about sidewalk districts is a perfect example. And I think figuring out exactly where something like that will be or won't be, or if we're gonna do it at all, is an important piece of whether or not people will want to vote on this. Because I sat with somebody from the TIC who doesn't want to pay for other people's sidewalks.
But-
So, you know, I think that is a perfect example of how people just view this and they want to know how much it's going to cost them or save them. And we might not be able to figure out all the specifics, but we can say, well, you will be in X, Y, or Z district, whether it's a water
Okay.
district or a police district or things like that.
Okay, Sally, and then I would like
All
to
right.
say something.
I think
Joe.
we're confusing apples and oranges. I am happy to make a motion now or when we're done with this, that
After
the issues of
We're not voting yet.
that are
We'll-
that are stated in the Citizen Empowerment Act that must be researched, agreed upon, and a part of a plan presented to the community, and direct that to CGR when we work with them to develop the plan. But I think we have to be very, very careful in enabling legislation not to lock ourselves in so specifically, as Joe Ariel said, then it becomes, I mean, we could sit here all night discussing sidewalks and put it in. But that's not the purpose
Well,
of
I don't
enabling
think that this should,
excuse me.
sorry.
That's not the purpose of enabling legislation. Enabling legislation is supposed to be general enough that it allows you to develop a plan, but specific enough in the direction you're going.
Right.
And so I think, let's get through this, and then I'm happy to make a motion or second your motion to make sure that when we sit down to develop the plan, all the things are in it that you believe from Citizen Empowerment Act or anything else need to be in the plan we present to the community.
Are you saying to not include that in the enabling legislation, but to make a separate motion about it?
Yep, and I'll do it at the end.
Okay, but
or you
before
can.
we even decide if we're going to do that or not, because I think we still have to have a conversation about what you're talking about, and then we can decide how to proceed. So I just want to say, Ariana, and again, Kevin, you have the law in front of you, so correct me. My understanding is, okay, if you operate as a village, you have the opportunity to create districts. Okay, that by just being a village, you have the opportunity. In terms of that particular question about the sidewalks, I think that's a very big debate the community has to have because some people believe that there should be lighting districts and sidewalk districts and whatever, so the people who have sidewalks pay for it, the people who have lights pay for it. I could argue from the other way that if we're going to choose to be one community, that where there's lights and sidewalks is part of our whole community, that's the urban density, and we should all share in the cost of what we need to be safe when we go downtown. Okay, so I don't know what the answer is, and I don't think we're going to decide that tonight. That's part of what we'll do with CGR. So that's part of the planning process, but being a village government under the village law, because we're going to look to operate that way and create our plan that way, gives us the ability to discuss that and then make a decision to put into the plan.
I totally get that, and I think what I'm saying is that before we vote, we have to have that discussion.
Of course.
And, well,
Before we vote tonight?
no, not before
Oh.
we vote tonight. I mean, I think, obviously, we're not gonna decide on that tonight. We're gonna be
Yeah.
deciding that with the community.
Oh, sure, of course.
But I think all of those conversations need to be a part of the plan that goes to referendum. Like, the fact that Section 6 here already outlines what our referendum is going to look like also bothers me. And I think that what we need to do is be able to have more freedom with that.
Well, why don't we wait till we get to that point?
Okay.
Because we haven't gotten past the first paragraph.
Technically
So we'll-
not, no.
Okay,
Susan,
so.
I would like,
go-
before we end this conversation, to ask
Well, no conversations ended, but-
Dr. Benjamin, who's here, who's an authority on all this, to comment if anything was said here that's not consistent with the law or should be corrected on the record. I would appreciate your doing that, all right, so we're all clear.
I'm sorry, you don't have a microphone. Okay.
I'm just saying, if you are aware of anything that was said here tonight that's not consistent, please point it out.
Okay.
Kevin,
So let me-
Fairweather is
okay,
also with us.
Okay, Joe wants to say
Wait, I'm sorry,
some-
can I just make a quick comment? I mean,
Sure.
The answer is I'm not aware of anything that's not consistent.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you.
Benjamin's answer was actually correct to Kevin's answer, which is
Kevin's question.
Kevin's question. There is no, and we have enough attorneys here to answer me. There is no currently in New York State law set up for a newly created co-terminus town village. There's only law set up for village. So this is, and that's from Linda Kingsley's memo.
Not newly created, it's existing.
There's only law for newly created. That's what I just said. So there's law for that. So we are creating an awful lot. So Ariana, to your point, which is not only do we need to be following a checklist of some type, but we're also going into some very murky waters that even Linda Kingsley has suggested in her April 30th memo. Maybe, I didn't eat dinner, maybe
I
that's
was
why I'm
gonna say,
hungry.
did you have dinner?
Did get it, but-
Maybe that's why. That she even suggested maybe this is not the route that you want to go down. So to your point, we absolutely may pass this tonight, so don't worry, we are going to vote on this, Sally, so don't worry. The point being, though, is we may discover it may be multiple years, or it may never come to fruition that we ever get ourselves to a point to say to vote on this. Because we are going in not only, and Joe, is that close to possible?
It's very possible,
Probable?
most likely.
Probable, most likely.
You know, this doesn't mean that you have to do it.
Ever.
It doesn't
Ever.
say that you ever have to do it. There are other ways to do it that do exist. I mean, one of them is annexation. I'm not saying anything about it. This is, as I understand it, what you're trying to get at here is just another tool that is available to New Paltz to follow if it chooses to, that doesn't now exist in the absence of the current legislation.
You're right.
You may never use this.
But simultaneously,
Or you might.
okay, again, if we bring CGR in, which is the intent, start to actually develop the plan, which is the intent, if we don't do this tonight, which we don't have to do, understand, okay? But we can still move through the process, still define a plan, and if we like it, put it up for a vote, but only the town outside the village under current law gets the opportunity to vote for it. Now, quite frankly, for the town board members, we're protecting our town outside the village residents. They get a say. What we're here tonight to do is to assure that the village residents have the opportunity to have a say in this new government if we should bring it forward. And that's what we're just trying to do, is take away the fact that right now existing law does not let the village residents vote on this potential coterminous government. And that's the purpose of this, because we always believed, and the intent was always to let everybody vote.
But
So
that's not
how
all
we-
it does, and that's the
But no, I understand, Jason, and what we're trying to do is make sure that whatever we do that enables that is done in a way consistent with what we all believe in, and that's what we're working towards tonight. And everybody's bringing up valid points, so the question is how to get to language that makes everybody feel comfortable, that nobody's trying to circumvent anything, and just try to come up with how do we hold ourselves to a higher standard, to have to do a certain plan, by what goals of the plan, and then put it in so the language is comfortable. And so if I can
Can I
I-
ask
Sure.
a procedural question? If the two boards should vote to approve whatever version of this we get to at the end of the evening, and it goes to our senator and our assemblyman, and it goes to the floor, what happens then? What steps legislatively happen after that?
Well, it's already been sent to our assemblyman.
But it hasn't been introduced.
It hasn't been introduced legally, no. it's
We
been
would have to
introduced.
vote again on the bill in the final form before it was submitted.
Into the microphone, because I heard that, but
We would have to vote again on the bill in its final form to authorize them to submit it.
so the town board and the village board, assuming there will be some tinkering in Albany, it will come back to both of our boards and we will vote again
Yes.
to do
To
what?
approve the final form of the bill.
Okay, so there is another opportunity
Yep.
that would probably, I'm guessing, occur after a new village board is seated.
Yes, probably.
For both boards to look at this legislation once again and either vote to carry it forward or stop the process.
And remember, the voting is weird on this one, though, because it can only, the state legislature can only, according, I think it's Article 2 of the state constitution, can only pass laws that affect a municipality and for their property, I don't know what the jargon is, the boilerplate, if a vote of the executive and a majority, or if the executive opposes it, a supermajority. So it would be, if Susan opposed it, you need all 4 council members. If I'm in favor of it, just need 2 trustees. So it's not a straight vote.
Is that all the way through?
Well, no.
Just for the special legislation in
Well,
Albany.
no, the
That's
reason,
all.
no, the reason, and Jason's 100% right, only because this is home rule legislation, okay? It's home
It's a-
rule.
it's a special
So
case.
because it's home rule legislation, there's special legislation special guidelines with home rule. So with home rule, if the executive of the village and the executive of the town support it, you just basically need a majority vote. If one of the executives oppose it, then you need a supermajority.
Okay, so.
But only for home rule, only for this special legislation.
When this comes back, after the state has tinkered with it, and it comes
Kitty,
back, and it comes back for the next vote, does that still apply? Is it still
Yes.
considered home? rule? Okay,
Yes, yes.
okay.
So
It's
whatever,
weirder math.
whatever we do tonight is just, in essence, again, trying to remove a roadblock, done in a way that we feel secure. Then it gets introduced after tonight, because it hasn't been introduced as of yet. All that's happened is our attorney has gone to talk to the senator and the assemblyman to say, this is what we're thinking of doing. Are you willing to do this? We've got the affirmative from one, we haven't had the affirmative from the other yet, so this might go nowhere. But basically, the conversation was saying, this is what we're thinking. Do you have a problem with any of the language? Will you, and then if the 2 boards should vote tonight, will you then introduce it? If it gets introduced, if we agree to introduce it, it will, to give them to introduce it, then they introduce it, get a bill number, tinker with it, then they send it back to us for the 2 boards to them once with a supermajority, assuming if the executive of the village or the town doesn't choose to adopt this, a supermajority to move it forward in order for this to get adopted. And then, again, at the end of the day, we still have an incredible amount of work to do. This is just trying to move a
So
roadblock.
there is a way to just stop the bus once and for all in about a month.
No, let's be very
This
clear.
bus.
This doesn't stop any bus at all. It doesn't stop any bus at all. We will still work, we can still work with CGR, still to put together a plan, choose to bring it to a referendum. At that point,
It
the
stops the
village
the
from being,
joint bus.
well, it stops
everybody
from
getting on
the
bus.
village residents being able to be on the bus.
Right.
But it doesn't mean it stops the process at all.
But it just stops that route to the process. Okay, so in about a month, this will come back.
Hopefully about 2 weeks, because the session is June 20th.
Well,
Or after the village board is the new board
right,
is set.
I would like the new board
Yeah.
to be part of this. And so if what comes back to us is not in the spirit of what we want, then we can vote not to adopt it, and the route that is open is just for town residents,
Town outside the village,
town outside the village residents to vote. Okay.
Through annexation.
through
Or
annexation, right,
Okay.
right. Okay, so is everybody,
Can I make a suggestion?
sure,
actually?
go ahead. Jason, just talking to the microphone?
Yeah, we are still at section 1.
No, we're
Yes.
down
We
to
skipped it.
I skipped
five.
it.
Technically, well,
I
technically,
was
we're
just being
down to...
facetious to make a
Okay.
point. I would hope that people don't think that we're gonna get through everything tonight. I mean, there's concerns about a lot of, I have concerns about section 6, section 7, we've already dealt with 9, and I know the public has been here an hour and a half. If people thought that this was worth taking the time for 2 meetings, one tonight, we got a good chunk of it understood, we got some of the basic underlying legal foundations understood. At our next joint meeting, whenever we set that, do that, because with the session, we've got 2 months, I think. in
No,
the session.
no. The
I'm
session,
trying to get, I don't want people to get so, if we're here till midnight still and banging their heads against the wall while the public's waiting to speak. So
I don't think anybody right now is feeling that they're banging their heads against the wall. I think we're
we have
actually
other things
making,
to do, I think, tonight.
there's nothing else to do other than talk about Linda's contract and.
Can we just
and-
go on with
So,
the?
yes, and the
That's what I
rules
was
of
asking.
engagement,
I'd
so.
like- Well, is there a time limit we're gonna set on this? Because I
As-
know we've got people waiting to speak. It's,
Jason, right now, okay, unfortunately, so many times the board has not had a chance to discuss, okay? So I think we need to
I
respect
don't,
the
I don't
fact
think
that
you'll
the.
see that's been the history, Susan, if you
Well,
look
we
back.
can disagree.
Let's just
I think-
move on.
Can we just, yes.
Yeah, let's
We
move
plan to
on.
let the public speak.
Yes.
When we're finally done with every, and we all feel comfortable,
And however long that takes.
however long it
the
takes,
whole-
I'm willing to do.
No, are we all gonna, are we consenting? Are we going through the whole document tonight? Is that what people
I
wanna do?
am.
Let's see
I
where
just
we
wanna know.
are in half an hour, and
All right,
we'll
that's
review.
probably,
So you
Okay.
want me to read two?
Well, okay, so you were gonna add your language later on, so you might as well read two, because then you're gonna add your
Yeah,
language
we'll
when you
get
get
to
to
it
four.
again
Okay, thank
see
you.
if there's a consensus,
Sure.
okay. So two is that nothing within this statute shall mandate the people of the town and village of New Paltz to become a coterminous municipality, but does hereby provide a mechanism for such establishment.
Does anybody have a problem with section 2?
No.
Okay, so let's move on.
Okay. Three, that should all the processes contained herein be successfully completed, then the boundaries of the village of New Paltz within the town of New Paltz, county of Ulster, shall be expanded to be identical to and entirely coterminous with the boundaries of the town of New Paltz, county of Ulster, as detailed in the official map of the town of New Paltz.
Does anybody have a problem with that?
No.
And the town map will now have 2 more roads on it. Okay.
So, Joe, this is only for means of the annexation and in order to enable village residents to vote on the referendum. Is my understanding correct?
Yes, I mean, I think annexation is,
Well, and this is an annexation that is the entire town annexing into the village. Is that correct?
yes, it's not an annexation, that's a
Right.
term of art,
It's
and I just
not.
want to be careful
Right.
with that, but I
Okay, what
understand
is
your
it?
questions.
What is it?
We wanna-
Yeah, well, it's
yeah,
just establishing a coterminous town village.
Right. It would allow the establishment of a coterminous town village that also allows the village
Everybody to vote.
residents to vote.
Okay,
Right.
but it's not an annexation, but if this were the particular route that whatever boards were on the board at that time, if this were the way they went, no matter what, it would be that even the outskirts of the town become part of the village.
Under this, yes.
That's
Correct.
coterminous government.
Okay,
Yes, that's correct.
all right.
Okay, so is everybody okay with section 3?
Well, all right, but even if this passes, then the boards still have the opportunity to go in a different direction if they so choose.
Well, if we choose not to do coterminous, and we choose to create a new village for the town outside the village, we choose to have the infrastructure parts, whatever, we can go in whatever direction we want.
You mean
This is
that if
just
this
help-
enabling legislation passes, you could still choose to go a different route?
Yeah,
It doesn't tie your
The
hands.
answer is
Doesn't
yes.
tie your hand to anything.
Absolutely.
Okay,
again, it's only if we keep trying to understand if a coterminous government works, which was always having the boundaries of the village and the town concurrent, is that the right word? Or
Coterminous.
Coterminous, or whatever. It's just setting up the ability for the village government, the village residents to be able to vote.
If the state legislature made this law, you could proceed according to this law, you could proceed according to any other law still on the books, or you could do nothing.
You could still.
okay.
No question about it.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, okay, okay.
Okay.
Okay, section 3. Now we're up to section 4.
Okay, so 4, again, with consensus when we get to the end, would read like this: that except as delineated below in section 7 of this act, no such process shall move forward after the effective date of this enactment without the adoption of a local law by the governing bodies of the town of New Paltz and the village of New Paltz, by which A, a consolidation plan is adopted, and B, the village and town resolve to conduct a referendum or on consolidation in accordance with that plan.
Is that okay with everybody? Okay, consensus on that? Okay,
The referendum in accordance.
In accordance with that plan.
okay. Section 4. Now, section 5?
5, that following the passage of such a local law by both governing bodies, there shall be a mandatory referendum on this issue held in both the town and the village of New Paltz, which shall be held as part of the next occurring November general election. Each elector of the village and the town outside, should be a "the" there, the village shall be entitled to one vote on the referendum questions. In order to be successful, the referendum must pass by a majority vote in both the town outside the village and the village.
Okay, go ahead. Sally, please use the.
I would like to suggest what you and I talked about earlier, and instead of saying the next occurring general election, that or there soon after. You had language you
Yeah, what we
suggested.
discussed was, and I wasn't looking at this earlier, so certainly let's talk about it. You didn't want to be tied, I think,
To this
the
November.
Well, you said
Well,
this
this is not November, it doesn't
This
say.
language would not tie
Right.
you to this November.
Right.
Now, if
Okay.
you want to discuss it, are you satisfied if
I'm
there's a consensus
satisfied
that
if
it
it
doesn't tie?
doesn't
'Cause I don't think
bind
it
us
does.
to this November.
I'll tell you what it does bind you to, though, since you've raised the question.
Yeah,
What
November
it
election.
does say is that if that local law passes, it would happen the next November general
And you
election.
couldn't have it before that.
No,
Or after
Or
that,
later.
theoretically.
Okay.
I mean, it would be the
Couldn't
next
wait
one.
2 years
Okay.
after the adoption of the
Right.
local law.
Okay.
If you do the local law,
Right.
the referendum must follow in the next
November.
occurring November election.
But that is my question, Joe.
But it's not this
Say-
November.
right.
Say we worked very hard,
Right.
Yeah.
but we missed because of the 60 days and
Yep.
all that. And we were ready January 1st. We were ready January 1st. Could we add in there the ability to call for a special election?
I
Or
don't
it-
Well, we'd
think
have
so,
to,
the
we'd
way
have
this
to,
is
we'd have to
written.
change it if we
You'd have
wanted it, and whether we want to change it or not, we should discuss. So what I'd like to do is first, Brian wanted to say something?
Yeah, I mean, it might be that we want to have this as a standalone issue and a standalone election. So that's something to think about, rather than have it as, an election year issue on a November.
Okay.
It might be.
So now I'm just going to, 2 comments. First, I just want to comment about the reason why it says the next occurring November election, which means it's either this November or the next November for the moment,
Right.
was because the governor's office was basically saying they want it's a sunset. They didn't want it to be evergreen forever, that it was like they were doing special legislation, home rule for the town and village, but they didn't want to make it evergreen, so it was sort of like, you want this, you guys are putting your elbows to the floor, trying to figure this out, get it together in at least the next 2 years, and if not, well, then come back and,
So if you just said special election, theoretically, you could do that whenever you chose to do it. That's not what the governor's office wanted.
well, it's not so much, they just really want a time frame in terms of not
Couldn't we
letting
just
this be
say-
forever. Now, I'll just go back to the next comment that you had said, and again, this was a conversation we did have, whether we did have, it had been, and I happen to somewhat have agreed with you in the sense of, I felt it should never be tied into the November elections, because then it gets caught up into the personalities of who's running for office, and, you don't want to tie it up with the politics of the people. However, it was recommended to us that it's November elections is when you get the greatest turnout in any community. Special elections, you always get a much smaller turnout, and so therefore you really want to schedule it when you can really get the greatest interest for the most amount of people to come out and vote for something. So that's why it was recommended to us for a November election, but we're not tied to it, and if we
Right.
should discuss that tonight, and
Sally,
I'm just
can I-
bringing up why that was
can I,
recommended.
Sally?
So let Brian and then
Yeah.
Sally.
Well, I don't necessarily feel that because it's tied in with, you might get the higher voter turnout, but it doesn't necessarily mean you get the most educated voters. If you have it at a presidential year, you might get people who are just coming out to vote and say, I'll vote for that too. Whereas if you have something specific on an issue, you're more likely to get people who are concerned about the issue and who have done at least some research, at least in my opinion. I don't know if that's necessarily true.
Okay, wait a second, I think Sally was going to say
Yeah.
something, then you,
Joe,
Kitty?
could we solve this problem? Could we solve this problem by saying no earlier than November 2013, but no later
Please,
than November 2014, which would allow,
Why don't you say a year from when within a year, whether it be on the November or whatever else, you say a year within the approval of the law.
Consistent with earlier conversations about giving yourselves the flexibility you want in terms of policy decisions, and also being careful in enabling legislation, and also taking into account what Susan has reported as far as what she's been told about why November makes sense to the governor anyway.
Well, not per se, no, why November, it wasn't really why, no, it
No,
wasn't
but a date
November,
certain-
it
right.
was
So I have a
like a
thought.
2-year timeframe.
What you could do is you could suggest in here that it could be held as a special election. Or in the, you leave the language of the next, the next general election. That gives you that date certain, so people aren't sitting on their hands once that local law is passed. Probably satisfies Albany in that respect, and still gives you the flexibility to say, if you want to, as a policy decision, that you want to hold it as a special election in September or whatever.
But
So
we can
let me
do
just, Sally, so in other words, what you're saying is that we could add the language, which shall be held as a part of the next occurring November general election or a special election anytime before then. That, in a sense,
You could say that, or you could put a date certain, as Sally has suggested, but I think in enabling legislation, a date certain is dangerous.
right. But I mean, all Sally's trying to do is saying that she might, if I understand you
Yeah.
correctly, Sally wants the flexibility that if we don't get our act together until January, we want to put it up in February, we have that feasibility.
Right.
So by saying November general election or a special election,
Let's ask our attorney to suggest some language that will get us there.
On the next occurring November general election or earlier
By,
special election,
by special election.
if such special election is agreed, Joe, like resolved by the board, by both boards.
The only concern I guess I would have there is to say the next occurring November general election or earlier special election would require you to have a special election prior to the November. So if you
Right.
missed the November, you couldn't do it in February.
But Joe, if you put special
What
election
if
first.
Well,
we
Joe,
said-
Jay's-
what if we
Jay's-
said the
Jeff-
next occurring November general or special election?
well, it has to say special.
The next occurring one is either going to be the next November general election.
Right.
Or the next special election that the town and village established.
I have no problem with that, but I don't think that.
Let me,
that-
let me, let me.
I-
let me-
that has
let me
no
throw- let me-
outside
let me-
date.
Let me try to do it a different, let me try to do it a different way, okay? If you're using next November as the end date,
Right.
then can't you say that it will be held as a part of a special election, not to go beyond the next current, like in other words, making the next, you do a special election anytime,
But not later than.
right, right.
By special election.
Have a lapse time from the adoption of the local law. So it has to be no more than 60 or 90 days.
I think it's 60.
60 or 90 days after
Right.
the adoption of the local law and no later. Special election no sooner than 60 or 90 days after the adoption of the local law and no later than general election
Okay.
on November 12th. Because you can't authorize this board to pass a local law and hold a referendum the next day.
Okay,
And I think my only comment would be is, I'm sorry.
You've
okay,
also
wait a second.
got this, later in this, a citizens initiative part of this by petition,
Yeah,
which by putting a date on, an end date on the election, Joe, is that gonna create a problem there? Because if it's initiated by electors, well, I guess then we'd have to change the next one too, the following November general or special election.
That was my question. One is I have absolutely no idea, well, and I'm confused, is it the November the intelligent voters show up, I hope? 'Cause that's, I mean, they're all intelligent voters, so maybe you could correct that statement, I would feel a little better, but,
Okay,
yeah.
I'm not saying.
I understand the intent of it, but yes, thank you very much. Maybe you can amend that in a few moments. I'm confused why we're trying to take something that's already incredibly confusing and confuse it more. And Joe, you hit on it exactly. I'm concerned on the effect of if you go to try to have it on something, then the November election, which I have no idea why we'd want to leave. It always has the largest turnout. Hopefully, it's a presidential or gubernatorial election, and then we'll even have a greater turnout, so it would be the best time for this to have it. But also, I want to question is what happens with the referendum? If we don't pass it and the community asks for a referendum, how do we go, what would the mechanism be for us to go and have a special election? Because you have a special election
Well,
forced by referendum.
No, if I can just,
Correct. Well, you might. If it doesn't happen in the following November general election, then you'd be compelled to have a special election.
but let me
The
just-
word "kiss" comes to mind very heavily in this. I mean,
Well,
let's
let me-
keep it simple. I
Okay,
mean,
but let me just see if I can clarify from what Jeff was just saying. Or maybe we should just wait till we get to the next point, but in a way, it's not a matter, and maybe I'm misunderstanding you, Jeff, it's not a matter of whether or not it fails or doesn't fail. It's a matter if we come up with a plan that, whatever, we come up with a plan, then both boards have to vote to choose to put it for a referendum. If one board chooses to do it and one board chooses not to do it, the citizens have the ability to then do a.
Wait.
Well, we can both refuse, yeah, right, exactly.
We're not at section 7 yet. Okay.
But
So-
we're discussing is.
If the one thing affected the other, that's all.
But once we resolve it for section 5, I think we'll be
Okay.
in better shape to.
Is anybody really against just keeping it for the next occurring November general election?
Well, the only reason I raised the issue is I don't want us to feel rushed that we have to have it done by this November if we need to think things
Yeah, we
out
don't.
correctly.
No,
We don't.
No pressure
No.
to do
Right.
that.
But then, if we get it done, say, January 1st, I don't want to have to wait all the way for the next November.
So you have.
So
That's all
language-
I'm
so-
trying
so-
to raise.
So Kevin gave language that worked, that would satisfy the governor's office concern about not having this be forever, but give us a latitude. So can we go back to Kevin's language?
Or can I just simply say,
Sure.
Sally, if that was the concern of the citizens, because the only dangerous thing that could possibly happen between January and November would be more information. So as dangerous as that would seem to the public, it's not a bad thing, personally, I think. So if the public was overwhelmingly in support of saying, I want this on the ballot ASAP, they have the right to go, there's a vehicle for them to force it on referendum. So we don't need to add it. So if the public is out there banging in our doors with torches and pitchforks, they can force it. So if the citizens feel they really want it, they will force it. We are here to represent the citizens, so the vehicle's already there. So if they want to have an election in
Excuse me,
April, they can
that
force
is
it.
not my
Well, no, but
point
the
at
enabling
all, Jeff.
legislation wouldn't let you do that right now.
Right.
That is not my point at all. I'm not talking about citizenry compelling. I am talking about these two boards collegially and with civility coming up with a plan that we really believe will work for this community and say we get it done by January 1st. Okay? And has nothing to do with more education for the community. The community's going to be a part of this. And so if we get this done, I think we need somehow a mechanism, perhaps, if we can agree on it, that allows us and the community to resolve the issue before the next November, which will be almost a year later. That's all I'm looking
Okay,
for.
Ariana, and then I want to go back to ask Kevin a question.
Well, I've got two things. One is, and I know that they don't want it to be evergreen, but I like the idea of not putting, just putting a period after Village of New Paltz and taking out which shall be held, where it gives us a lot more leeway as to when we're going to hold it. Following the passing of this law, it'll just be, if we want to do a special election, we can. Because
That's a good idea.
I just think that would be the best thing. And if we want to do it in November, we can.
I don't, I don't understand what
Just
you're.
say
Can you read me the
that,
sentence?
yeah, that following the passage of such a local law by both governing bodies, there shall be a mandatory referendum on this issue held in both the town and the village of New Paltz, period. Each resident of the village and town outside the village shall be entitled to one vote on the referendum questions.
The reason why I think we have to, and Jerry can correct me if he thinks I'm wrong. The reason why I think we have to go back to trying to work with the language notwithstanding, or, whatever Kevin said, it's my belief that I don't think if we do what you're suggesting, that even if it gets introduced by Assemblyman Cahill and Senator Bodnar, I don't know if the governor's office will sign it. Do you
Well,
think I'm
aren't they
wrong?
gonna tinker
or-
with it anyway, and then we get it back?
You can just put in, referendum be held no later
I'm sorry, can I just interrupt? Can you get Jerry a microphone?
than 1 year after following the adoption of these local laws.
That's exactly what Brian said.
That's
You can do it
perfect.
on the village election day, you can do it on the school district election day, you can do it on the, what's not advisable is doing a special election at the expense of the community.
Okay.
The community, special elections cost money. So you already have elections on other days of the year, and you can do the general election. But if you say, within 1 year after the passage of the local law, your options are completely open and you have a day.
Well, what if we say no later than the general election in November 2014?
I like the 1 year
Yeah,
thing.
I'm trying to open up the.
Okay,
But
so-
we're saying,
Brian.
but we're adding a special election. We could have a special election no later than November.
What I'm saying is put in an elapsed time from the passage of the local law, date the amount of time from the passage of the local
Right.
law, then you have complete options, and you include the election day, and you have whatever options you want. If you
Right.
pass it in January, you have the options from January to November. If you pass it in March, you have the options from March till November, but you can't go past November. So
Okay.
that does.
I like
Okay,
that.
so is everybody, so
Yeah.
can you
I
phrase
can
what
live
Jerry
with
said
that.
into legalese?
That solves your problem.
Well, hold on,
I
hold
kinda
on,
missed
hold
that.
on. I have two issues with this provision, or this section, actually. The first is that, as everyone here knows, anything other than a November election depresses voter turnout. That's not in
I'm sorry,
question.
say that again, Jason?
Anything other than a November election will lower voter turnout.
Yes.
So that's not in question. So anything other than a November election for us means we are consciously making a decision to depress turnout for a consolidation vote. That's just the facts of voting. So I think we should keep it in November if it's going to go to Albany at all. The second one is, I have a big problem with having the second half of Section 5, which we haven't discussed yet, in which that everyone only gets one vote. I am a resident of the town and the village. That's two places. And because of, if we do pass this the way it's written, it is possible that the village residents could vote down consolidation and have their village dissolved against their will, if the ratios of the voting go a certain way. And that, I think, is just something that we can't possibly
wait.
allow.
No, it has to be a majority.
I apologize.
Depending on how, look, the village and town are different places. The demographics are different, the age spread, the income levels, there are real differences here. Now, if, the way we usually vote in politics is everyone in the town votes in town elections. So I voted in the town board elections and everyone here did, and only village residents vote in village elections, right? We're a different place, a municipal corporation as opposed to a subdivision of the state, which is what the town is. So what that means is the village residents are basic, I mean, in a business model, I guess it'd make them like shareholders in a cooperative, a corporate cooperative, right? Now, if we have a vote, if all the village residents vote whether to consolidate or not, and then all the town residents vote, including the village residents, then we're getting the same kind of spread distribution of voting as we get in a town board and a village board. Village residents vote in the town election and the village election, and only village residents vote whether in the village election. So then we have, the math is consistent with how we all got elected. If we say that everyone gets one vote on consolidation no matter where you live, it's basically saying that we're going to take away the village's separate vote and vote as if it's just the town. Everyone in the town gets one vote. Except this is a vote to effectively dissolve the village in, by stretching it out.
No, it isn't.
Yes, okay, look, if you, I'm sorry. I can
Okay,
speak for
wait a second.
myself, again, I can
Jason's
speak for
speaking.
myself.
Let Jason speak, and then everybody can have a
I
chance to.
speak, because look, it's now gonna be the same shape as the town of New Paltz, it's gonna be the same people as the town of New Paltz, the same demographics as the town of New Paltz, we're just calling it the village and changing some things in the government. It's moot, it is a side point. The point is that, unless I misunderstand completely, and it's entirely possible, and I'll apologize if I do, it is possible that, say, the vote in the village to consolidate is 40-60, the vote in the town is 60-40, and that difference is enough that overall, it's a majority. But a majority of village residents did not vote to consolidate. which means that the village has just been changed without a majority support of the village
That's
residents.
not
Okay,
what it
wait.
says, Jason.
No, I'm saying that's what could happen, and that's
No,
what, that would be the
yeah,
result of
in
this
order-
election.
Sally?
Mathematically is what I'm saying.
No.
No,
Okay, and then I-
mathematically, you may not, I'm not sure I don't agree with you, but that's not what this says.
Because-
In
okay.
order to be successful, the referendum must pass by a majority vote in both the town outside the village and the village. That
Oh, I'm
means-
sorry,
That's
I
right.
read that backwards, and I'm
You
sorry.
did read it
Yeah,
backwards.
so it's the town, it's the town angle to this. Because if,
It's
in a town,
town
say in the
outs-
town board election, the residents of the village sway the outcome of that election townwide. We've been determining town policy for years. This is, whether to consolidate will be the one town policy we do not have a say in, because that we've changed the equations we use to calculate the
And they
outcome of the
won't have a
election.
say in how the village votes.
And they never have, so that's status
Right.
quo. So I'm sorry, it's the town that's the
Okay,
problem,
I
not the
thought
village, yeah.
maybe you had misread that.
But it is, so it's still,
Okay.
it still
Well,
could
first-
lead to an outcome that one or the other doesn't want because of the.
Then it
Okay.
doesn't happen. It has to
No.
be a majority of both.
Maybe, all right,
Each-
let me reread it
Yeah.
out, maybe, I may be confused, we've got a long time,
Okay.
I'll come back to this.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, let me see.
And I will.
I may be missing something important.
Okay, so for the moment, can we go back to whether it's the language that Dr. Benjamin recommended, or we stick with the November election? Can we get a sort of sense of where people feel? Sally?
I
Or
am.
does somebody else want to say something? Brian?
I'm in favor of a year.
No, it's not, right now, we're just talking about whether or not we want to keep it on a November election when it's the biggest turnout, or do we want to keep it, do we want to make it more open-ended, that we have the ability to do it in a special election?
Yeah, within a year from the adoption.
Right. I think it maybe, Dr. Benjamin, just to confirm, since the question's being debated for consensus here, if I understood you correctly, your recommendation would be that the language would say, referendum on this issue held in both the town and the village of New Paltz, which shall be held within 1 year of the adoption of the local law. But that language,
Where's the microphone?
Not later than.
Hector, can you just get the
right, and
microphone
that
to
is,
get
I
to,
agree, and that's contained in a,
Chris is going to, just give it to.
section 6.
let
It would
let,
have to be in conformance
Jerry
with
have it.
law.
Well, Jerry, why don't you just hold on to it, because you might. No, please let Jerry keep the microphone, because he's going to be discussing it with us. So
Not
give the
later than
microphone to
1
Jerry.
year.
Supposed to within 1 year.
Yeah, fine, all right, so
You
what
need
it,
it so we can hear you, and
Getting a little drowsy.
Jerry, we just need it so we can hear you and the TV audience can hear you, that's all. I'm sorry, okay, so.
okay, so option 1 for consensus is that following the passage of such a local law by both governing
Guys,
bodies,
Please.
there shall be a mandatory referendum on this issue held in both the town and the village of New Paltz, which shall be held not later than 1 year from the adoption of the local law.
Yeah.
The other position
Well, let's,
would be to leave it as it is, which would have it at the next occurring general election, and the third potential option is to leave all your options open with no end in
okay,
sight.
so
I like option A.
option A is what, which is what Dr. Benjamin just said?
Within not later than 1 year from the adoption of the
I like
local law.
that too.
Right.
Okay, so the general consensus, I don't know if there's general consensus. Over on this side of the table, Stewart?
Option
Okay, okay, so option A is what Dr. Benjamin recommended, which is a year after adoption of the local law,
What was option B?
keeping it the way it is.
Which is the next general, November general election.
I mean, are we?
Can you,
Which it could be.
By the way, you could
Are
choose.
we now saying that we don't want to commit ourselves to a November election?
That's what's being.
we're keeping, well,
That's not
number,
what we're saying.
Well,
number,
no,
what, go ahead,
But
Jean.
what we're trying to do is allow ourselves the flexibility that if we're ready for November, we can do November. But like Sally was trying to point out, was that
Right.
if we miss November, but we're ready in January, that we can do it in February, and we don't have to wait until
Or the
the
village election.
November, because this legislation says November in it.
or you could do it in May.
Or-
Right, at the village
As Dr.
election.
Benjamin said, without having to pay for a special
Right.
election.
Right,
You could do it in
right.
May, or you could approve a special election. But you'd have that flexibility as long as you were
Right.
within a year.
Right, the intent was not to eliminate the November election.
But not to require.
But not to
Right.
commit
Right.
ourselves to it.
Which is a mistake.
Joe, microphone?
Unless development of the plan and adoption of the local law
We're ready.
takes long enough to get past a November election so that the only other option would be a special election. That's-
Or the
that's
next
only-
November one, which might be,
That's
as
the only
Sally says, 11 months away by the
But
time.
it could be, but it could be 11 months away.
And that's not a special election. So it could invade the school board.
So-
Be longer than that, depending on when we adopt the local law.
Could everybody please just lean into the microphones, please?
Okay, so if we have a final referendum that everybody loves, and we look at the calendar, and it's October 31st, we may not have a referendum, and obviously that's too late for November
Right.
2014,
Right.
and we also may not have it November 2015, because that'll be 13 months.
But keeping it to November,
If you wanted to move it up, yeah.
But
it guarantees legitimizing the outcome.
But what I want to do is have the option of November 2014.
You would.
Not if we don't adopt the local law by October, if it's October 31st, we can't get
Right.
to a year later.
Well,
Well,
unless we put in the language as Dr. Benjamin just explained, and again, I'll just speak for myself. I sort of, in a way, for the moment, don't mind putting in this, this one that gives us a little bit more choice. I happen to agree, and I've always said, I think it should be November in the sense that we get more people coming out, but I also have concerns about it being in November because I think it gets caught up with the personalities of the people that are running. And so I think we could argue either way of what's best for us as a community. So if we do it the way Dr. Benjamin recommended it, we have opportunity as two boards to talk about it and then make a decision what we think is best for the community, and we have time to think about it and figure it out.
I'm just, everybody knows I'm math challenged, but it feels to me that somehow we are taking November 2014 off the table.
We're not,
Kitty,
because we have.
Kitty, if I may,
Yes.
the boards will act in contemplation of the deadline and the possibilities. If they're ready to vote on October 31st, and they realize that if they wait till November 15th, they will open up a prospect for themselves to have the election when they want to. They can do it then on November 15th.
Okay.
So you're not dealing with people who don't know what they're doing. You never deal with people who are experts. And they'll pass the law, attendant to the deadline, so they can act in an appropriate manner
Okay.
in accord with the election year. So I don't think you need to worry about that.
Okay.
There's a human dimension to this. It can't all be legislative. Right?
Okay, so.
I do share Kitty's concern though, actually, because while I do think that, we can try to calculate all of it and do it properly, maybe limiting ourselves, could we do, the next November election or 1 year, whichever
Well, wait a minute.
comes first?
Because although we want this to move forward, because they have to vote on it by June 20th or on June 20th, okay, I got to be honest with you, I don't know if this is the way I'm going to go. Okay?
I know.
So I'm okay with being more generic, because this is just to get it into their hands and make this available as an option so village residents can vote in the referendum, because in the other options, the village residents can't vote. And
Right.
that's a bad thing.
Why don't
Okay?
we
I'm
do-
not saying that just because I'm a village resident, but that's a bad thing. Because from the beginning, and Sally was on it, from the beginning, and Kitty was there too, it was about inclusion. It was always about inclusion and discussion, and the parties that were on that committee, it was village residents and town residents, and it was always inclusive. And so for that reason, I do feel strongly that village residents should get to vote on it.
As do I.
And
As a village
So-
resident and a
Right,
village
okay,
representative.
Right. So, but this is only if we're going to go with, like, you know, the countryside of the town of New Paltz is now going to be called the village. Okay, I don't see that, but I can see that there's a reason to get the legislation moved forward.
Sorry, Joe, go ahead.
Okay.
The only thing I would add is, as Dr. Benjamin said, there is, you know, a human side to what's going to happen when you put the plan in place. Just from an experience point of view, I think as you go through the plan, talk about the plan as if it got closer, I think the public is going to have a lot to say about what time the election's gonna happen, whether it's gonna happen in November, whether it's gonna be a special election. I think you're gonna know that as you're going through the plan. I tend to think that Jason's point is well taken about November elections. If enough people share that, I suspect that you're gonna end up with the November election. And you can do it as a plan. At least the language suggested that said within 1 year, you know it's gotta happen within 1 year. At which election it happens, I will bet you that there'll be a determination in the plan.
And the language suggested, just to be clear, would allow you to move as quickly as legally possible, or to wait till the November election. I mean, it really, it doesn't commit you to a particular course of action, and if you're ready, and you feel the public's ready, you'll have choices like use the village election date, schedule a special election if you feel you want to do that, or wait. So you can go as
Or the school board
quickly.
election.
Right, you could go as quickly, in other words, Kitty, if you were going to miss that, take the idea of taking 2014 off the table, I think, and it may be that this is what Dr. Benjamin was suggesting, is this process will take a certain amount of time. And if you're not, it won't matter what this says if you're not ready by November 2014. You know, you need to have 60 days before you can even put it on, et cetera.
Right.
So you'll either be ready or not ready, and I don't think it takes it off the table
But
at all.
why not just say, shall be held no later than November 10th, 2014?
Because if you say, now, first of all, you can, right, if the boards debate it and decide to do that. But if you say that, this legislation dies November 2014.
It sunsets. It's over.
This option will not be open to you after that.
Aren't we getting the message that if we don't have a sunset date in here, it's going to die?
Well, I think the 1 year is potentially the sunset.
I think in a sense, Kitty, I think in a,
Give it a year and 2 months.
I think what Dr. Benjamin is suggesting, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Okay, which I was, but, okay. I think what Jerry is saying, in a sense, is taking care of both the governor's office's intent, but giving us a little bit more flexibility of not being tied to November 2014. So if we keep doing our due diligence, and we're working really diligently, but it's taking us longer to get to where we want to get to, or to have an answer, or, you know, we come up with some ideas, then the public wants us to go back to the drawing board, but we keep working. Once we're ready to potentially adopt a local law, if we should choose to, then the clock ticks, and we're giving ourselves that time to then bring it to a referendum. So
Yeah.
I think
And
exactly the
Kitty,
way
please, I
Dr.
don't want to,
Jerry.
don't perceive this as, I don't mean to shut down that point. You can debate that point. I just want to make clear that if you put a date certain in there, this legislation will sunset on that date, even if you're still working and.
Right.
We have a date certain in here.
We're trying to, right now, the way Dr. Benjamin is,
Essentially, this date certain is November
No,
2014.
no. What it's written in here right now is the date certain would be the next general election after you pass the local law, whenever that would be, whether it was 14, 15, or 16.
Okay, can we have a consensus on this and get on?
Yeah, we are.
I
We're
think
just trying
we have
to-
been spending too much time on
But
this. We have two very good proposals.
I understand that, but I also think it's really important for people to understand what they're being asked to vote on. So if Kitty needs a little bit more time to clarify her understanding, I think it's important. So I'm sorry, Sally, but I just really want Kitty to feel comfortable
But I
before.
think
I
Kitty
did
will
not
feel
understand
comfortable.
that. I did not understand that until Joe Ariel
Okay.
said it, probably for the 15th time, but that's how many times it took to get it through.
This is not easy.
So now let me try to wrap it up, Sally. Can, Joe, you read the language as recommended by Jerry Benjamin, amended by you, of what you would like us to consider right now?
That following the passage of such a local law by both governing bodies, there shall be a mandatory referendum on this issue held in both the town and the village of New Paltz, which shall be held not later than 1 year after the adoption of the local law.
Is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Is everybody okay? Okay, so now we're going to move on to section 6.
Okay. The referendum shall be filed with the town and village clerk no later than 60 days prior to the election, and shall pose a two-part question to the electors. A, shall the boundaries of the village of New Paltz be expanded to be coterminous with the town of New Paltz, thereby creating the coterminous town-village of New Paltz? B, if yes, shall this coterminous town-village operate primarily as a town or primarily as a village? If I can, since I had the privilege of reading it, I have a couple thoughts here, and I might really look to Dr. Benjamin and Joe and all the people here. I don't know if there's some reason why it needs to be phrased this way, but wouldn't you want to be asking a specific question? Like, wouldn't part of the plan be that, for instance, you had decided that it was going to be the village? It seems to me this second question should be, if yes, shall this coterminous town-village operate primarily as a, and then put whatever it is,
You mean a village?
You
Because that's what
intend.
we've been talking about for
Well,
2 years?
or at least whatever the plan adopted
Well-
shall have set forth.
Let's do it go, and then, well, I will say, Jean, I just will say that, yes, we've talked about a village form of government, but some of us now might think that a town form of government's better, so I don't mind having the conversation, but go ahead.
What I was thinking about this provision is that there shouldn't be an A and B, just one question, and that should be, shall the boundaries of the village of New Paltz be expanded to be coterminous with the town of New Paltz, thereby creating the coterminous town-village of New Paltz in accordance with the plan adopted by the governing bodies of the town of New Paltz and the village of New Paltz, and forget the B part about should you be a village or a town, because the plan will say that, and
I
then they'll
agree.
know what they're voting on.
No, I'm just going to say just very, very quickly, and, because I have no problem at all with that, because I had a problem with this, it's like, you're asking people, do you want to have a coterminous government? Yes, okay, now, do you want a village or town, and you don't know the outcome, before you vote to do coterminous, so it's like saying, sell your house, and then we have 2 houses for you, and you'll know which house you're moving into after the fact. So I've had a real issue with this, but, and again, Dr. Jerry, correct me if you think.
Can we make our comments before we?
Well, no, I just want to know, I'm asking a legal question in the sense of what I was told, and it's my understanding, and I could be wrong, that the reason why this is in every part of the law is because ultimately what they're saying, the state is saying, is it's really ultimately up to the community if they want to be a town in the village. And by us determining whether we bring forward a village or we bring forward a town, you're denying the voters the choice to choose which one they want. All I'm just saying is that's what I've been told. I don't happen to like it or agree with it, and I like everything that's been recommended. I'm just telling you when I kept challenging this, what I was told. So,
And I think that referring to the plan, which is another amendment we made earlier, may be the way to address that concern, which is that voters are looking at the actual plan that supports the one or the other decision.
And actually, I guess my legal question is, and again, enough lawyers here, is couldn't we actually make this, because I don't like this either, because it's, if you answer one to A, to Susan's point, B then could be answered or not answered. But can't we get rid of the B completely, and then could we not make our definition of a town or village, because I think there would be some possibilities that the board that then exists does not have to go by the mandate of what the quote-unquote plan is. I don't know if a plan is a legally binding document, but can't we make it part of the actual law that we will be facing. It's gonna go on to the Senate floor again. Well, can't we now make that decision over the next, whatever it is, 30, 30 days, or we have until we have until June 20th when they have to vote on it, but can't we make that part of the law? Or is that not possible?
Explain that more.
So part of the law would be, it will operate
Joe,
as
Are
a,
you going?
I have to go to the bathroom.
Can you give me some water on your way back?
it will, we will operate as a village, we will operate as a town. Can that be part of that legislation that goes up, so then it is codified in law? Because I don't believe a plan is a legally binding document to any future board.
If the plan is supposed, if the local law is supposed to include the plan, then you've got a local law which is a law, unless it was struck down, that would be your legally binding instrument, I think. I think the reason
Joe?
this is in here is probably to agree with the general principle when other municipalities do this type of merger or consolidation, that's the question the voters are asked. And I would guess that it would find favor with Albany, because at least in that sense, you're going to answer the same question that other communities have to answer when you do it. The other problem is you might have a plan that proposes something really great, but it proposes that it shall operate as one or the other, and that's all they're voting on. Voter might say, I would vote for the plan, and you'd get your merger if it weren't for the fact that it said it has to be run as a whatever town.
But again, that's.
So you almost leave me no choice but to vote no.
But that's part of any legislation, though. I mean, if you want to argue that, is that not part of our duty here, is to say, what we found through all these studies is that the best model is a town, and this is, or a I'm not trying to sell one or the other.
I understand.
A town, village, co-terminus, whatever phrasing, and then that's, lack of a better word, the risk that is taken.
But some might argue there that you're also limiting my vote
You're
by
disenfranchised.
doing that.
Right.
No,
You're-
I
So you gotta
think
use the
this
microphone.
You're leaving me
contradicts.
only one choice in either or. That's,
I disagree with you because you are reading it separately from the rest of the document, and I think that it contradicts both 8, Section 8, and the fact that we've already agreed they are separate votes, a majority of the town and outside the village, and a majority vote of the village. And I think this section is so convoluted and so confusing. I support what Trustee Glenn recommended. I think no one would know whether they got to vote yes or no. And then what if the majority of the vote is yes to consolidate, but they vote to, there's no majority on how you consolidate. This is the most misdirected concept.
I don't think it talks about.
Only the people who vote yes get to vote whether it's a town or a village.
But not how it's consolidated, how it's going to be run.
Right.
How it's going to be operated,
Right.
not
That's
how
right.
it's consolidated.
But my point is, you ask me, do I want to consolidate? I vote no.
That's right.
You vote yes.
Okay?
Then you get to vote again.
No, you both vote.
No, it says if yes.
No.
Yes, you do get to vote again.
No,
No,
if
Thank you
yes.
so much.
That is what it says.
Yes, he gets,
Thank
you
you.
get, what she's saying, Joe, is that you
Thanks.
get to
Just
vote
let
on the
that-
second question.
And I
But she
don't.
doesn't get to vote on the second question because she voted no to consolidation. So she doesn't have a window asking her if she wants a town or a village. Only
She
you
gets locked
do.
out.
I think that is a real problem, and I'm
I do
surprised
too.
to hear that that's a sort of required or accepted practice, because I think people are going to walk in and say, if I vote yes, I have no idea what kind of consolidated government I'm going to get. And it just feels to me that if we're going to spend thousands of dollars and hundreds of hours educating our community about what this new animal is going to look like, at the end of this process, we're saying, but it also might look like this. And so we have to completely understand what the implications are of both governments. And I think part of our job is to make the decision about which kind of government we think should go into the law, so that when people walk into that voting booth, they're basically voting to become a co-terminus town or village. And they know when they walk in that that's what they're going to get. Because with this language, they're walking in and saying, I really want us to be a co-terminus town. But if I push yes, then all of the people who vote for co-terminus village are going to outvote me, and I'm not going to get the consolidated vision that I hoped for.
Go ahead, Sally.
I just think that we have to get rid of Section B, and we have to provide people the opportunity to vote on the plan, which is our responsibility to develop, and they have the responsibility and the privilege of voting. But it's our job to put forth a fully developed plan.
I will just go back to not disagreeing with what anybody's saying. I'm just saying that from the state's perspective, they think it's disenfranchising the voters from choosing whether they want a town or a village. And that's why they have this in there, and that's why it's in all the law. So we can take it out, try to phrase it, see if the governor will sign it, if it gets past the legislature. The only other, I'm sorry, Jason, if I could just finish. The only other question I might ask is if there's a way to flip it in a sense. I mean, in a way, I guess in a way, stepping back for a second, just say for the moment that had to stay. Let's just pretend we had no choice, just for the moment. I guess it would really be our responsibility as we go through this plan and develop this plan, and we understand what's the benefit of a town government, what's the benefit of a village government, and we start to say, well, we understand and we think the village government form is a better way of government. We put together the plan, and we choose to want to put that plan up. If we do a good job, when the time comes for the residents to vote, if they're going to vote for consolidation, they're going to vote for the plan we brought forward because we told them it was a good plan, and this is why they're voting for it.
And we asked them to help us develop
Right,
it.
exactly. So ultimately, it's really, the onus is on us to do a good job, to come up with a potential plan that we like and the voters like for us to put it up. And so therefore, we'll be getting to the end result anyway. I'm just saying that I do, just from my conversations, because again, I really had a problem with it, but from my conversations, understanding it, I'm not so sure there's a lot of flexibility to take it out. That's all I'm trying to
Joe,
say.
can
I have a real
Can I
problem.
ask a Joe a question real quick, though? Can we
Sure, go
just
ahead.
repeat A twice? Can it be shall the boundaries, read that, and then it says operating as a village? Repeat the same question again, shall the boundaries operating as a town? So that people can get a choice each way.
Or,
Okay, let
can I add
Kevin,
something
and
to
then
it,
let
Jeff?
Kevin and Joe.
I think the way B should read, and it's confusing, is B should say, if it passes, shall. So you can vote no to expand the boundaries and still have a say in whether or not, if it does pass, that the entity that is approved operates as a village or a town. I think that's what the yes means there. It's not that if you vote yes, you get to choose or not choose to answer the second question. I think that's what they mean.
I'm sorry, can you say that again, Kevin?
So it's, B should say, if it passes, shall. So A, if A passes,
But wait a second, because if the vote is all done at one time,
right?
you don't
You
know
can-
if it passes.
No, but you
Yeah,
still
but you
can
could
vote.
say, if it does, this is what I would like it to
Right.
be.
Right.
Okay.
That's what it
But
means.
I have a real problem also with us kind of operating here, speculating what the state and the governor is going to accept or pass. That's kind of the whole point of us drafting this, them getting it, tinkering with it, sending it back to us, and then us either accepting that language or not accepting that language. Because I think if we're asking for home rule law, and we've had this conversation at this table, we should be asking for what we want, not what we think they're going to give us.
And I will add to that, it seems to me that a lot of the reason we're sitting here right now is because Albany doesn't know what it means.
Well,
And let me
Okay.
say too, that remember that this draft was drafted without the notion of a plan being adopted prior to the referendum. Right? So my strong opinion is that now that you have specified that you would develop and adopt a plan prior to the referendum, I think it's very dangerous to have any questions on a referendum that would be
Agreed.
anything other
Other
than,
than
do
voting
you
on the
okay,
plan.
adopt
so
a
then,
plan?
okay, so then let me ask
So
you,
then we
Joe.
should
Because
have
you
what
could end up with a
Stuart said.
referendum result that
Okay.
has no relationship to the plan
Okay,
that you adopted.
Joe, Stuart, what was the language that you had?
Oh, got it.
Basically, I would just have one question, and I'd do away with the second question, and it would be the question, the first question that's there, and just add to it, in accordance with the plan as adopted by the governing bodies of the town of New Paltz and the village of New Paltz. Because that's the language they used
Okay,
earlier on in the
is
legislation.
everybody okay with that?
Yeah,
I am.
That's pretty much what we were operating on during the whole study.
And you're right, Ariana, I mean, we'll send this up with what we want, they'll either adopt it or not, they'll reject it, and then we're just back to what's on the table.
And also, it's not a two-part question, you gotta cross the two parts out of
So
it.
that language up top there above it, just so we're clear,
Right.
and I'm keeping notes here,
Right.
would say that the referendum shall be filed with the town and the village clerk no later than 60 days prior to the election and shall pose the following question to
Okay.
the electors, and then Stuart's
Okay.
language.
Is everybody okay with that?
I
It's
am.
amended?
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on. Number 7.
7, should either or both governing bodies, et cetera, in the parens, should be IES, fail or refuse to vote to move forward, the electors of that municipality may, by means of petition by 20% of the electors in that governmental entity, I don't think that's good language,
don't
but
think so either.
anyway,
You're talking about the
compel the
town side.
placement of the referendum questions on the ballot at the following November general election. And again, just so I don't forget to mention it, having just read it. First of all, I think that you should discuss, what this says is, should either or both governing bodies fail or refuse to move, oh, I understand what it means. The electors of that municipality, meaning the one that failed to move forward.
right.
Okay, so I guess that
Right.
makes sense. But when it says, by means of petition by 20% of the electors in that governmental entity, I don't think entity is the right word there. I just think it's a bad term
Go back to municipality.
in that municipality. Yeah.
I think we should strike this whole section.
Okay,
This is,
No.
I mean, this is, whenever we pass a local law, we don't give a safety valve for every local law we pass. If a local law goes down or something goes down, it goes down. That's what elections are for.
no,
And
well, okay, I'm sorry,
especially,
just,
and especially with something this complicated. I mean, look, let's be serious with each other. The number of all the people in New Paltz who understand the village and the town well enough to even have an intelligent conversation, they're probably all in this room, or at least most of them. This is not something that is simple to understand. This is not something that is you learn about from one newspaper article. This is something where I think that representative democracy is where we should be. But that's just my opinion. so.
okay, so, does anybody want to do it? And then I would like to
And,
respond.
but if there is, I think it should be higher than a 20%
Okay,
threshold.
well, I'm going to ask a
Yeah.
question relative to that, but Stuart, and then,
Well, the reason I had suggested that is because I think that's the theory that's in the, I think it's the 17A section, where the people, if they really want it and their board is not willing to put it forth, and to get 20% of the electors to sign up for anything is going to be a challenge.
But
It's not.
how is electors defined somewhere?
I think it is in the law, but I think it's the people that voted.
The registered voters, is that what?
Something of that
Okay.
nature. There is, it's a term of art, but I
J-
don't
J-
remember.
I'm sorry, Kevin?
One section, I think Section 17 refers to qualified voters, and 17A refers to electors, but it's a resident of that municipality that has registered to vote.
Okay, so.
800 signatures in the village.
Okay, I'm going to ask a question, why the 20% in a second. But first, I'll talk about why I think this is critically important, and then we'll talk about the 20%. It's the same exact thing, similar to dissolving a village, that the town board, the village board could choose not to put a dissolution up for a vote, but in village law, you have the mechanism that if the residents want to dissolve the village, they carry a petition, and they can force that referendum to go up. So the public has the right to have a determination of their destiny.
Same thing with the
And that's what is in here, okay? Secondly, the state in the citizen empowerment finance law takes the ability for the citizens to have a say in the future of their government and taking it out of the hands of the elected officials who might want to stand in the way. They actually make, if the citizens should carry a petition, forcing a referendum to have to go onto the ballot, and you have 90 days, the actual citizen empowerment law gives money to the government to hold the referendum.
To the citizens.
To the citizen. Well, it gives the citizens petition, the village board has to put it up for a referendum. The citizen empowerment gives the village government money to pay for that referendum. If the village government refuses to do it, then they actually make money available to the residents to do an Article 78. So in essence, what the government's trying to do is say, you know what, we're not just going to leave the fate of the future in the hands of a few elected officials, but we're going to give power to the people so they have a say too. And this is a mechanism to give power to the people.
But
So
annexation
well, just let me finish. So
50%.
let me just finish. So I feel really strongly about this, but my question I would like to ask, and I don't know if anybody has the answer tonight or you could find it, what is the threshold for a petition in terms of how many signatures are needed to dissolve a village by the residents? I think it's 5%?
No.
Or
No, it's more than that.
I know to annex anything is either 50% of the people or 50.
No, we're talking about
50
dissolving.
Or 50% of the real property, owners of the real property.
I think for
So there's a
dissolving.
higher threshold for annexation.
Yeah, but I think for dissolving,
You're talking about 2 points. You're talking about the percent to require, to carry a petition.
Right.
You're talking about the percent to approve the annexation or dissolution.
No,
Two different
petition carried by
things.
50% of it.
I don't think, no, it's absolutely
No,
not 50%.
dissolution is not 50%.
I'm
It's
not talking
absolutely not
about
50%. It's a very low bar because, it's a very low bar.
Maybe it's 20%.
It probably is, that's why it was. I'm pretty sure it is, because it is, it's a very low bar. Because truth be told, I mean, there's been many people since we've started this process, you know, who have just told me they want to carry petitions to dissolve the village, and I've said, please, don't do that, give this process a chance, you know, people have spent a lot of time, a lot of energy, let's see if we're capable of trying to do something before you even take that route, and everybody says, I only have to get so many signatures, so I know it's a very,
1,500.
it's a very low bar.
It's not a low bar if you've
No, I
ever
think
gone
it's less than that.
petitioning.
I think it's actually less than that, Sally.
20%, there's 7,000 people.
It's of the last, no, it's the voters.
I would like
Yeah.
to go with what, I mean, the reason it's called the Citizen Empowerment Act, gang, is because it's supposed to
empowering the
empower the citizens. So 20% is a reasonable figure. I hope we never have to use it, but I think it is a high enough bar. It requires enough effort, but it also says to us, do our job.
Okay, so is everybody okay with this, to move forward? Everybody?
Yep.
Okay. Number 8. Joe,
could I-
you're
could I
back
ask-
on.
I'm sorry.
Could I ask a
Sure.
question going back a bit? The part about 1 year from the local law, is that 1 year from the second of the local laws that are adopted? So you have both of them before you start your year running?
The way the language of that amendment was phrased, it would be a local law which A and B, so it would be one local law that would do both things. 1, adopt the plan, and 2, place the matter on a referendum.
All right, so the town passes it in October and the village passes it in March, so when's the 1 year?
It would, yeah, that's worth, yeah, it would,
Don't we have to do it together?
wouldn't you do it as a,
Right.
On this issue will be held
When I read it, it
co-terminously.
said that following the passage of some local law by both governing bodies.
Yeah.
right, but it's, no, I think that's true, and it's,
They have to adopt
Yeah, and Stewart's point is a good one, and if there's the possibility of that happening on two separate nights, it would have to be the later one, and we could write that in. But it seems to me you've generally done all this as a joint board, right?
What if there's,
I'm sorry, Brian.
what if one body passes it, the other refuses, and then there would be a petitioning process, and then the petitioning process succeeds, you would want to go from the second one?
Yeah, so, that's a good point. So we'll say the adoption, we're going back to 5 now.
Okay.
Not later than 1 year after the adoption of the local law by both the town and village boards, whichever is later, or in the event, well, that's a good point. If it's the referendum, or I'm sorry, the petition process, you wouldn't want it to be from the date of the adoption by whatever board did act, because time will already have passed significantly.
I wouldn't start ticking, though, under scenario 1, until the petition's resulted in some kind of a local law.
So we should say that. So we should say,
I don't
or,
think you need to say anything.
Because what starts the clock?
yeah,
What
fair
would
enough.
start the clock is it has to be passed by both.
So the clock is being started, so you don't need to state.
That would do it.
The clock is not.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, good, all
Okay,
right.
so is everybody okay?
That takes care of it.
Do you understand?
Can you just say what the language
Okay.
is? that we're-
So, the new language of 5, that following the passage of such a local law by both governing bodies, there shall be a mandatory referendum on this issue held in both the town and the village of New Paltz, which shall be held not later than 1 year after the adoption of the local law by both the town and village boards, whichever is later.
Yeah, and if it's by the petition process, that doesn't necessarily end up in a local law, right?
Right.
In other words, we get 20%, people get 20%, and they present it to the board and say, put it a referendum, which they have to do
That's what
in 90
7
days
says.
or whatever.
That's what-
So when, if they do it that way, when does the time start?
Well, what 7 says is that if it's done by petition,
Yep.
it would happen in the next following November general election.
And I think that's right.
Okay,
Okay, so is everybody okay? Ariana? Okay?
Yep.
okay.
Okay, so we can move on to 8.
That all provisions of the village law, Article 17, relative to the functions of a coterminous town-village shall apply to the coterminous town-village of New Paltz unless specifically contraindicated within this act.
And may I offer to add, or by the 2 boards?
Explain what,
I think there are some things. I think there are possibly, and we talked earlier, and Jason referenced it, there are some contradictions. Okay? And it seems to me,
Pieces of
Yeah.
17A that you want to
incorporate in. And so if you want to incorporate, you want to give yourself the ability.
You want to have the flexibility to add language that isn't just in village law, Article 17.
It might be in general municipal law.
Sally doesn't want to be bound.
Well,
That's what Sally's saying. By
On-
village law.
let's do it.
On that point, I don't know if you want to say unless specifically counterindicated within this act, because this act is this. Maybe you want to say counteracted by the plan adopted by the board.
that would do it.
Because there's not much in this act that speaks to the specifics you're going to be changing.
I just think that this is a general catch-all provision that directs you to Article 17 of the village law for purposes of proceeding with your operation. I don't think you can play around, because as a town board or a village board, you can pass whatever laws you want.
You think that we're covered with that, and that
I
we can
think so.
take parts of,
You can
General
pass
municipal law
whatever
or-
laws you want as a government body,
Locally.
locally.
okay, all right.
Okay, so.
Well, just one other.
Okay, I'm sorry, Jeff, Brian, and then I'll.
So, looking back at number 7, again, I'm I'm sorry to bring you back.
That's okay. He
But-
went back to number 5.
Well, I thought we did
Yeah.
too, but I'm like thinking
That's
about
okay.
it now.
Don't worry, Brian.
So what it's saying is the petition compels the government entity placement of the referendum questions on the ballot at the following November election. Number one, we don't have 2 questions anymore. We have one
Okay.
plan. And the referendum question at this point is going to what? Compel that the plan, the decided plan that was never final, like didn't ever get a final decision? Or would it compel the governing body to adopt the plan that the other one agreed upon?
No, what about if, okay, you're taking away question, the S, first of all, but I think if the 2 boards come up with a plan, we put it up for a vote, one board votes against it, one board votes, or both boards votes against it, the public has the right to then do a referendum to say we want to have the chance to vote on that plan. We don't want the governments to make the decision for us.
What if we don't come up with a plan, and then we're compelled to put the question on the referendum, and people are voting on a plan that doesn't exist?
No, that's not what that says. Basically, it can go one of 3 ways. If past experience and dissolution will provide. Say the town has a plan and the village doesn't like it. The petitioners in the village can petition the village board compelling it to the town plan proposed, or vice versa. Or if absent a plan, the petitioners can present the plan.
Well, technically, I guess in a sense.
Isn't that right, Joe?
I think, again, remember when this was drafted, there was no concept of adopting a plan. I think what,
Well, I wouldn't say that exactly, but go ahead.
no, I mean, adopting
Yeah.
it prior to the
Right,
referendum
right.
going out, right? So now, it is an interesting point that if what the boards have refused to move forward with is the plan at all, in other words, if they've just refused to move forward, then the citizens have nothing to move, so to speak,
They
right?
can present the plan.
They could present a plan, but I expect that's not what this section was thinking of. Yeah, because
I think,
Because again, it's enabling legislation. If you don't have to move forward at all on anything, on any aspect of
If I want you
this.
to, I can compel you to by both a petition in the town and the village. And
No,
if you
I
have a
think-
plan, I can compel you to put that up.
I-
And if you don't have a plan, I can create one. The petitioners can sign a plan that compels you to put it up.
Sally, this refers to not a plan. You have to put the referendum question.
Well, that's what I
up.
mean.
So what you're doing is, as a citizen, you're saying, hell with both boards, okay? We're going to have one form of government because you've taken 50 years to get this before us. So the question is, the question that we have in here. Are we going to have a co-terminus form of government and operate as a village? That's the question that's put up. And it's either voted up or down. And then the citizens determine what the plan's going to be because the boards couldn't figure it out.
Yeah.
And this has happened already, Sally. That happened in upstate New York. The village just said, we're dissolving. There was no plan in place.
That was Batavia, wasn't it?
No, Seneca Falls.
Seneca Falls.
Oh, Seneca Falls.
They
Jeff
told the
takes-
village, I'm sorry, in Seneca Falls, the village just said, we're done with you guys keeping all of our money, and they upped and just dissolved. So, I mean, that was the plan, we're dissolving, there's the
Right.
plan.
That was
You
the
know, and
plan.
that's
right.
all it is.
And
So-
then the town, and then the
But the problem
town.
with that is that's one entity that control their own fate, but here you have 2 entities, and so if you do one does it by petition, you gotta have some way to put them together to know what the 2 together are gonna do.
What you could do,
Well,
one place where Brian's point is has to be dealt with, is that I think Trustee Kim is correct, that since we don't have 2, we have to deal with what the question is, right? We don't have 2 questions anymore, we have 1. Might I suggest that it say, should either or both governing bodies fail or refuse to vote to move forward, the electors of that municipality may, by means of petition by 20% of the electors in that municipality compel the placement of a referendum question on the formation of a coterminous town village on the ballot at the following, because as Kevin says, let them decide, and Sally has mentioned it too. At that point, let them decide what the referendum's gonna be. That would be their petition. Their petition would be, I want to place this question on the
That's right,
agenda.
that's right.
Okay.
Okay, so is everybody okay?
Good catch.
Good, okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's a
so-
great question.
So now we're back to number 8.
Okay.
And I think my only thing on number
I'm
8.
sorry, Jeff.
On number 8 is, it says Village Law, Article 17. What happens if we become a town? Can a village law still be enacted against if we choose our best form of government after all of our studies is a town, can that still be held?
It's still gonna be coterminous.
Yeah.
No, because we need to act either as a town or a village.
It's
So
still
we-
gonna be
A
coterminous.
coterminous town is just a town,
It's a town.
not a village.
It's still gonna be
Right, but-
coterminous, but you can elect to be governed as a town.
That's what I'm saying, I agree. No, I agree, that's so, but this says Village Law, Article 17.
Okay, but this legislation is for the boundaries of the town to become the village. Only, that's this option, which is what makes it fall under village law.
No, that's not what it says. Remember
No.
Stewart's revision? Whatever the plan says, we're gonna put up. If the plan says operating principally as a town, you can't operate under village law because that's not operating as a town. And if a coterminous town village operating principally as a town is just a town. Unless you
Well-
can change back, which I think is still an open question, we can flip back and forth between town and village, right?
We've been
But
through
I
this
thought that-
100 times,
I know.
Jason.
And it's still not
And
clear.
I think we're beyond whether we're gonna be a town anymore.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. I think that, but wait a minute. So then I misunderstood Section 3 when I asked that, and you explained to me that this enabling legislation is not about annexation,
Right.
but it would assume that even the rural parts of the town become village parts. But that's only for this.
No, Gina, coterminous government in of itself.
I understand that, but this only governs one means of becoming coterminous.
Absolutely.
Okay, so this one means is that all of the town becomes a village according to Section 3, which is why Section 8 says it's bound by Village Law, Article 17. Did I misunderstand?
You didn't.
No, I think that,
But the other articles allow us to do something other than that. Allow a plan to be put in place and the voters to choose us to be.
I understand,
other than
in the
what the other
creation of the
sections-
plan.
Yeah.
Okay. This, I'm just talking about this particular using Article 17. It says Village Law, Article 17, to address what Jeff said about becoming a town. Well, if we used this particular enabling legislation, we would be becoming a village. Wrong, right?
Article 17 of the village law deals with how you operate as a coterminous government, whether you choose
Oh.
to act as a town or
Okay.
a village. That's it.
Okay,
We're safe.
so
Okay, so
that's
okay.
why it's in there.
Okay, so we're
Thank
okay.
you.
Okay, great, thank you. So
It's always good to
I
have
think answers.
multiple lawyers at the table.
So Jeff, that actually addresses what you were talking about. Okay, great, so we're
Susan,
okay
on
with.
number 9.
Yeah. I just wanted, yes, is
No.
everybody okay with that? Okay, Sally, I just want to make sure. Jeff is-
I'm fine with that.
Jeff is okay, Gina's okay, is everybody else okay?
What about Kitty and Ariana?
Kitty's okay.
I
Okay.
guess my biggest question, and maybe
You're
this
more
is
than
actually
okay.
Is this on
answered.
section 8?
Yeah.
Okay.
My question in terms of operating as a coterminus, and I know that we have been told that we can't pick and choose. And I guess my question is, if we're creating home rule legislation, do we want to ask them if we can pick and choose?
I think in some ways, and I think Kevin answered that, Article 17 of village law that defines coterminous government, you have the opportunity to choose whether you want to act as a town or a village. So I think when we put together the plan and we work with CGR to understand the benefits of town government, village government, we might at that point have the ability to sort of do some of that stuff and then,
I think you'll be able, let's say you elect to conduct business as a village, which we intend to do. I think under village law, you'll be able to do whatever you want in terms of your elections and appointed or elected officials as long as it's not inconsistent with village law. So if
Well,
you
that's
want to
what I'm
pass,
saying,
you want
like
to,
the idea of the best version of the
right,
town,
if you
best
want to
of the
pass a
village.
local law to fine tune how you're governed, you
Right.
can do that.
Right.
And at least everything that I've learned from working on this, supposedly, village law gives you more flexibility. So in a
Right.
sense, by doing this and saying we're going to operate under Article 17 of village law, it actually, as we go through this process, we allow ourselves more flexibility actually while we're doing this.
Okay.
Especially with fire districts, fire companies.
Okay, so is everybody okay?
All right.
Okay? Ariana, you okay?
Yeah, I mean, I would, oh, sorry, Sally, don't tell me to come on, this is serious.
You know what, I think in some ways, Ariana, I think this gives us flexibility, but as we go through the process, and as we work on this, which is going to be a very long process, in a sense, you know, at certain points, we can go back to the state if, you know, to say, can we, can't we, or whatever, and next year we can ask for another home rule thing, and next year we can get all scream at each other again, and blah, 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 blah. So I don't think, in a sense, we should look at this as finite, you know, finite, it's just trying to help us to be able to, you know, let the village residents have the right to vote, to try to start to move forward. And we're probably going to still probably have to try to tweak things as we go forward. So I don't think we should be looking at the fact that we're tying our hands in any way whatsoever.
I guess we're all getting tired and have
Well-
forgotten what Kevin Barry said in the beginning. This is our introduction request for home rule. It's got to come back and be voted on again by us once
I didn't
we see
forget.
what they add to it and want to delete it, and we can add and tweak things
But
even then.
Sally, the truth is, they want us to make this as reflective of what we believe in. And if we're going to make tweaks, they can make whatever tweaks they want.
And we
Okay,
can-
we have to accept them, but us going back and making tweaks after they send it back to us is not going, it has to be minor tweaks. So.
Minor
So,
tweaks.
but I know, but Ariana is asking substantive questions, and so Ariana has to feel comfortable,
Okay.
you know, in terms of the fact that this, what we're asking for in here answers her substantive question. And so, and we have to make that decision now that we all feel comfortable moving forward, because the tweaks that we make, if this should even go forward, have to be just like really irrelevant tweaks unless the state makes major tweaks, and that's their prerogative, because it's really ultimately up to them. So anyway, Ariane, do you feel sort of comfortable at this point that I mean, I think it does give us a lot of flexibility, and I think we can, down the road, if there are things we feel, you know, that are better about town law, we could maybe even just do it as a local law once we adopt the government, or we can then go back and ask for mercy again.
I mean, I feel comfortable moving on to section 9, but I
Okay.
don't know that all my questions are answered with section 8.
I would rather.
I don't know if we can answer them at this table based on what the responses I've gotten so far are.
Tell me in a different way what your concern is about Section 8, that you feel that it is limiting our ability to shape the future?
Yeah, I mean, we've talked a lot about, my fear is that this is limiting our ability in general, and that we've talked about whether or not we can pick and choose the best of both worlds and see what kind of new model government we can maybe bring forward. And if we're making these requests of, you know, the Assembly and the Senate, I think we should really make it what we want it to be.
Okay, what I would like to say to that is that during the whole study process, we thought we could, you know, choose from
Right.
town column A, village column
Right.
B, and we have learned that that is not the case. However, what I think I have learned is that the village form of government is far more flexible than the town. So
Right.
I don't think that we are going to get things like instant runoff voting, which I would love to see, in this package. But I think if we become a co-terminus townwide village, that governing body can start to create the ideal government that we want. But my sense is that the steps to create co-terminus are not where we're going to be able to create that vision, because we aren't it yet. And once we become it, which from what I've learned, and I'm really excited to have CGR here so I can truly understand this.
Right.
But if it is a village at the end of all of this, my sense is that a village can be way more creative about the way it governs than a town can.
Okay, and I just want to follow up,
Thank you,
Ariana.
Kitty.
I agree, ditto with everything Kitty said, but in order to get this passed in this session, if you wanted to try to make it where we want to model, because I asked the question, okay, so I've already asked that question up in Albany about doing exactly what you said, and they said, forget about it, it'll never happen, because you're really trying to ask too much and stuff. And so we can get this passed, maybe, maybe not, because again, it's not even a guarantee it's going to get carried. We can, if it gets carried, if it gets passed, we've lifted a boulder. As we go through the process creating the plan, if we decide we really want to create this new model outside the boundaries of what we're allowed to do, then we create that plan, and then next year we go back to the legislature and say, we'd like you to help us adopt this plan. And if it's a great plan with a great model, there's no reason why the governor and this legislature shouldn't want to say, you know what, this is a great plan, this is a model for the rest of the state, now maybe we can get consolidation going through. Sure, we'll help you get it done. So right now, if you try to put that in now, I can guarantee you, we might as well just rip this up now, because it's not going to happen, because I asked the question, and it was basically said that's too heavy of a lift at this, with this time. But this doesn't bound us to not do what you want to do, and then go back and say to them, okay, we're tearing everything up, we came up with a brand-new model, this is what we want you to help us pass. This is just, for the moment, getting us to the ability, again, so if we should come down, decide to do a village government, it's not that crazy and whatever, the roadmap for the village residents to vote will have the opportunity. So it doesn't take away anything that you want to do in any way whatsoever,
Okay.
okay? Okay,
Want me to read nine?
page
Anyone
9.
have a problem with the rest? I mean, just
I'm sorry, excuse me,
boilerplate
Jason?
things.
What?
Can we just ask, if anyone has a problem with the rest of it? There's only three little, two of them are boilerplate.
Yeah, okay, well, Joe, why don't you do,
Want me to read 9?
yeah, please.
That should the result of the referendum be that town and village become coterminous, then the town and village shall establish a joint committee, I think that paren should come out, to commence the process of negotiating and planning all issues of consolidation not clearly dictated by law.
I would like to recommend that it read its second sentence, then the town council and village board shall be a joint board to commence the process of
That's right, I like that
negotiating.
too.
I don't want it in a committee.
I agree. Is everybody okay with that?
So how about that the town and village shall jointly commence?
The-
Well, she wants to
The
say the
town and village boards.
Yeah.
Right,
It's the two boards
Right.
coming together as one board.
that's a good idea,
Shall commence.
right. So take out shall establish joint committees, and just establish joint committees, and it shall commence, right? The process of negotiating.
You have no plan, if you have no plan, the boards don't pass a plan.
Right.
You have a referendum outcome with no plan.
I think this is, I think, Jerry, I think this is relative to, I think this isn't anything,
No, you're missing the point.
Okay.
You passed a referendum provision in the absence of a plan, so you then have no plan. So you have to provide for the plan post facto after the referendum in the contingency where there's no plan. You get what I'm saying?
are you talking about if the
You
citizens?
drafted this provision with the plan last.
No, we.
No, no, we took,
moved the
no,
plan
no,
up.
we moved the,
Wait, you changed it to put the plan first.
Right.
Plan first. The plan is part of the process now, so the boards have to adopt a plan and recommend a plan. And the referendum is held on the plan.
Correct.
Absent passage of the plan by one or the other board, there is no plan, but there's a possibility for a referendum. So what's the plan in the absence of passage of plans by the board?
I think,
What is the plan?
if I can go back,
If, say, a board decides they don't want to make a plan at all, what's the plan? So in this last stage, you have to have a contingency for creating a plan after a referendum, which the boards haven't acted, and then have the boards negotiate forward on the basis of that plan.
I understand. So I believe what Dr. Benjamin is saying is that Section 9 could say something like this. That should the result of the referendum, that in the event the referendum is brought on by whatever section, the 20% of the electors. Refer to that section. Right, section 7. Section 7. And the result of that referendum be that the town and village become coterminous, then the town and village boards shall jointly commence the process of shall jointly adopt a consolidation plan. And then you might have a new section.
Proceed to conclude the invitation.
Right.
I
Can-
understand what Jerry is saying on if it's by petition, but that's not what this is talking about.
I understand.
He's
So,
expanding
This is
it.
talking about should
He's expanding.
right, so what
a
I.
plan be adopted,
Yep.
the two governments begin.
Sorry, you need two contingencies. One contingency with the boards act,
Right,
and one contingency where they don't act but the public acts.
right,
You have no provision for when the
Right.
public acts and the boards don't act.
Right.
So you have to put it in section 9, two alternatives in section.
okay.
Okay.
Yep, and what would happen if the village passes and the town doesn't then? Or the town passes and the village doesn't?
We presumptively have a plan because the people in the other jurisdiction would know what that
Shall
plan was.
negotiate.
That's why they're carrying the
So there'd be a
petition.
plan that the plan would exist, but you have a contingency where there'd be no plan, where no board would have enacted a plan.
Right. So I think it would be that, in the event
Did you say that?
that should the result of the referendum be that the town and village become coterminous, either,
Under section 5 or section 6.
no, but, yeah, I hear what you're saying, we could do that. First, we have to have this,
Because one requires an act and one is in the event there is an act.
right,
Then the town and village board shall establish a committee.
well, no, we were going to just say, I know what
Well,
you're
yeah,
doing, but
town
yeah,
board.
shall jointly negotiate and plan all issues of consolidation not clearly dictated by law. This is what we need to do. I think we all understand each other. I got to clear my head here.
So while you're doing that, okay, everybody, I guess I'll just read section 10 while Joe's doing that. That the town of New Paltz and the village of New Paltz shall officially become coterminous town village of New Paltz on January 1st, 1 year after January 1st, immediately succeeding successful passage of the referendum. So it's basically sort of giving you a year to plan this new government. I think in the law, I think you have potentially 2 years to do it. This is putting 1 year. Am I right?
It's maximum of 2 years.
Maximum 2 years.
of the- in the
So I don't know if you want to,
I like it. the
I
way
mean, in
it
one way, if the people decide that they want it and they vote for it, then I guess the responsibility should be on the two boards to get their act together and do it.
And we have, and if we do the plan the way we should do the plan, it
Yeah,
should be.
talking to,
if
yeah,
we
you're
do
right.
the plan the way we should do the plan.
Right.
There won't be a whole lot left to do.
Well, a lot of this, again, is really the after the fact of joining zoning laws and, and what, the more, this kind of stuff that you're not going to necessarily get into the nitty-gritty of the coterminous plan. If we just decide to join together, then you have to look at all the different planning and zoning laws and start to make them, and that's what you do after the fact, you don't do it before.
Consolidations.
Right.
Yeah, but right now, they're saying 1 year.
And as not clear.
Okay.
I know, so now we're going to do that here.
You're officially coterminous.
Assets, your money, your
Okay.
things like that, so that you're, essentially, your new government is able to carry on the operations in a fiscally sound manner.
Do it by referendum.
Okay, and you can worry about, they give you enough time to worry about the planning and the zoning and all those other things,
Right.
because it doesn't affect your daily operations. This sounds like it's more about daily operations to me, that your debt options would be resolved, your transfer of assets would be resolved. If it were to become a village that the town has liquidated, that kind of a thing. And the January 1st date would then be good because the town has the January year, but the village has the June year. And so it wouldn't conflict with the villages,
Right.
in my opinion.
Okay, Jason, is it on section 10? Okay, so we'll go back in a second. Is everybody okay with section 10? Okay, and I'll just, I'm sorry, excuse me?
Under one set of circumstances, they've already done it, they've already done it. I think we have to separate the from one set of circumstances the board has already adopted and put it on.
I don't,
Singular question?
yeah,
Yes.
Oh.
okay.
Referendum die.
Whatever you think the word is, okay. And then section 11, this act shall take effect immediately, which just means that it becomes law in Albany, but we don't have to do anything with it, and we could rip it up. So now I'd like to go back. Jason has a question.
This is a question for one of our lawyers, Joe or Joe. The reference to the town outside village in a couple sections in terms of voting, in terms of annexation thresholds, petition thresholds. There's no such place as town outside village. There's the municipality of the town, which is 14,000 people, and the municipality of the village, which is 7. Is it going to cause us problems that we're basically, I mean, I don't know how it changes the math or how it would change the outcome, but it would be 2 different elections. And this is the point I was confusingly getting at earlier. Since every resident is also a town resident, shouldn't it be 2 votes, 1 a town vote and 1 a village vote? And if it is the will of the boards that we're going to say, effectively either remove the village's vote at all, or have the village vote and part of the town vote, do we run into problems with that? I mean, we could define it by the B fund, we could define it by certain election districts, but there are no such thing as voters of town outside village. And when you're looking at getting signatures on a petition for consolidation, would it be legally binding to have one a town petition that was signatures only valid from part of the town residents, say outside the village, but not the town residents who live in the village?
I think,
I know it's been addressed before, but I'd like to get on record as we're asking for state legislation to do this from our attorneys about the enfranchisement or disenfranchisement issue.
If you look,
Actually, I'm sorry, I asked the attorneys first, please, when I'd like a legal opinion on it. Anyone have an opinion?
I have an opinion. If you look at the law of annexation.
I'd like a municipal attorney. Is that one
No,
of your
no, I'm
specialties?
just, you asked for an opinion.
I actually asked for Joe or
Okay,
Joe's
I'll
opinion.
wait.
So, thank you.
I'm patient.
I'd like a municipal
Joe,
attorney's
could I
opinion.
defer because
Thank you.
my head is, could I defer to you first?
And obviously, Jason,
He's gonna
this is
defer to
without
Kevin.
any research on this at all,
Sure.
but it raises a good point. If you're talking about the petition section, it's the electors of that municipality, we may be okay there. There's town and village.
When you're looking at the victory of
By
a
means
vote,
of petition and electors in that governmental entity, all of the people in the village who are registered, eligible and registered to vote are electors of the town. Not only of the village.
Right.
So if the town board failed to act, it would seem that the petition could be filed on behalf of 20% of the electors in the governmental entity of the town, or jurisdiction of the town, which would include everybody in the village.
And we're also looking at
No.
defining who is eligible to vote, and that there will only be 1 vote. So you have to, you don't have to, I would assume someone could make a case that this should actually be 2 votes, not 1 vote. A townwide vote, and then a village-only vote. Because they are 2 organizations, 2 governmental entities, and since there's no like incorporated town outside village, though I guess that's one of our paths, is to form 2 villages. But is that, am I being clear? You know what I'm getting at? Or am I splitting hairs? Is it?
Well, what if the village did not act, and 20% of the
Town outside village.
voters in the village, no, because it
Oh,
would
okay.
have to be of that municipality.
Right.
So 20% of the electors in the village would be required to bring on the referendum.
But what if it failed in the town
What if it failed?
outside village, and since we're only counting a portion of town residents in that election,
Or
you're
both.
looking at 20% of town outside village, or 20% of the town as a whole?
Yeah, or,
think it's outside the
or
village.
if it failed,
What's the smallest unit we can play with here? Is it the town or portions of the town? That's what I'm asking, you know?
yeah, right, what if it fails in both? Do you have
But
a
it would have
townwide, if somebody petitions townwide, you have a townwide vote?
Beats me. I'm asking you.
Okay.
I don't know, because this is
But, Joe,
new
Joe-
legislation. I'm not
Joe-
sure that
Joe,
anybody
can I-
knows
Joe-
the answer.
It's a matter of voting rights. It's
Yeah.
because is a matter of are we respecting the town of New Paltz as a whole, and does it change the math? It may not even change
Okay.
the calculus. But I'm trying to imagine like a 14,000 person vote and then a 7,000 person vote would be is if we treat them as separate. But if we're going to do town outside village, that's a 6,000 person vote, and then the village is 7,000 people. So it's, again, it's like the same as a town-wide only vote. So how does that change the calculus? Does it affect the outcome, and is it a decision?
I
Can-
think
can-
you could
okay, please.
probably do it very simply. You could say, they're all town residents.
Right.
One group are town residents who live in the village of New Paltz, and the other group are the town residents who do not live in the
Well,
village.
I got
No.
a different metaphor. How's this metaphor? If we're going to do an opinion poll on the people's favorite ice cream flavor, right? And we poll the town, all 14,000 town residents, and it's chocolate by, a slight margin over strawberry. But then we poll just town outside village, and strawberry comes ahead. It changes the outcome of what we're calling a town vote.
Right.
So if we then have a village vote and vanilla wins, so we're changing the
Okay,
outcome of the vote by defining the question.
can I-
So that's what I'm concerned about.
For the one issue that I think is pretty close to the town-wide vote that it was a bonding vote on the November ballot in 2009, I believe, for the open space bond.
Mhm.
And every town, including village resident, could vote on that. And the money, the $2 million that was approved, can be used to purchase open space within the town or the village. So every single elector, I guess is the term, of the town and the village got one vote on that bond. And I can't see why that formula wouldn't work here.
Okay, I see. Here's why. When I go to vote, right, and I go to vote for a town-wide issue, even as a village resident, I go to vote. Election outcomes are the average sets of numbers, right? You're hitting switch A, B, C, D, whatever, right? So 50% plus 1 wins the day. Now, my opinion on an issue weights the outcome of that average in a town-wide election, which means it may be a very different outcome to any referendum if the village doesn't vote twice. Because I contribute as a town resident. I contribute my weight opinion to that average. But 125 years ago, a subset of the town decided to form our own organization, and that also has a different weighted ratio. So does it change the outcome? I don't.
Okay.
I don't
I'm
know.
gonna
I'm
let
just asking.
Jerry speak, and then I'd like to
The
speak.
law contemplates the territory outside the village voting discreetly for annexation.
The law we're writing.
The law, no, the law now contemplates that. If you want to annex territory, the vote occurs in the territory to be annexed, not the territory doing the annexing.
But this
That's
is
right.
Law- wait,
That's right.
Wait.
This has
So
not
you're
been about
asking-
annexing.
That's right.
Wait, the law, so there is an example of the law polling only that territory outside the village. The law also contemplates polling the territory inside the village for dissolution, and only that territory. Without regard to the people outside the village, you have to accept the consequence of that outcome. If the outcome burdens them at all, they have to accept that consequence. So the law has, your question was, are there examples of votes outside the village and in a town outside the village that have a consequence to the village? And the answer is yes. And are there votes in territory inside the village that have a consequence outside the village? The answer is yes. So when this matter was discussed in the study process, the question was raised: should a person have two votes? One as should Benjamin have two votes? And that is because I reside in the village and I'm a citizen of the town as well. And the discussion was pretty substantial. And I believe the recommendation or understanding was that there should not be two votes. There was a discrete interest in the people outside the village and the people inside the village. How do we define that interest? The tax shift defines that interest. The tax shift, absent intervention of subsidy from the state, would be burden the town and advantage the village. So the people in the village could say, you know, but of course, we've resolved the tax shift issue to my satisfaction. I don't want to open up the whole conversation. But the people inside the village, like Benjamin, who's predatory and offensive to his neighbors outside the village, and we know that from the comments made before this board in my absence. Benjamin would say, screw my neighbors in the, sorry it's getting late, screw my neighbors in the town, I'm gonna vote for this.
The town outside the village.
35% of my taxes. So, we want the people in the town outside, the conclusion was, at least in the meetings I was in, Jason, and I'm not sure they're universally so, we want the people outside the town to say, yes, we want to do this if we can resolve all our concerns and reservations. And we want the people in the village to say, yes, we want to do this. And if the people inside the village, discreet from the people outside the village, don't want to do it, we won't do it. And if the people outside the village, discreet from the people inside the village, don't want to do it, we won't do it. And so then when we went to the state, we said, your law doesn't contemplate this. Your law doesn't let us have these discrete simultaneous majorities to act. So give us a law, give us an opportunity. And that's one of the things that this is supposed to achieve. Now, is that anti-democratic? One person, one vote to me is not anti-democratic.
That's right.
So that's the summary argument that we made, and that's what this draft would do.
Thank you, Jerry. And I also just talking to constitutional lawyers about this question over the past of a year and a half, most constitutional lawyers said one person, one vote, and anything else is unconstitutional. So,
Well, I haven't heard from either of ours. I'd like to hear.
From some
Before we move
people,
on,
no
is there
vote.
any insight given the comments?
I can't
No idea.
answer that.
I don't feel-
haven't looked at it a little.
Yeah, I don't feel qualified tonight to give an opinion on it.
Okay, go ahead.
So there's one question that needs to be answered then, right? And that is, in terms of placing a matter on the referendum by vote of the citizens themselves by petition, right? The question is, are you going to maintain your consistency with residents of the village and then residents of the town outside the village? Or are you going to change the requirement for that and expand your voting group? So that's really the question.
It's the opposite question.
Yeah.
Are you going to restrict your voting group and change how we elect our officials?
no,
Or are you
it's
going to be
not,
consistent?
As it's written now, you are giving the whole town,
Right.
you're
Thank you.
creating the base for the referendum in the whole town,
Right.
and the base for the referendum in the whole village. That's how you have it written now. And it's inconsistent with the
Premise.
referendum simultaneous majorities or two majorities, one in each jurisdiction, by the way, which is in Article 9, Section 2 for other purposes, one simultaneous majority for other purposes.
okay, thank you. So,
So how do we resolve the
Okay, no,
ambiguity?
what?
How do we resolve the ambiguity?
There is no ambiguity.
Well, if you want to leave it the way you can, if you have it, then you can leave it, but it's not consistent.
Right.
Kevin, there is no answer. The state can't give us an answer. Basically, we debated this back and forth, as Jerry said, in committee. I was of Jason's opinion originally. Jerry convinced me I was wrong. It is one vote for everybody,
I'm okay with it.
and this legislation will take care of it.
I understand, but my
But
question,
you can write it if you want to, you can write it, that the referendum requirement for people who live in the village would be 20%
Right.
of those people, and the referendum requirement for outside the village would be 20% of those
that's what
people.
my
And
question
that
is
would be a
answered.
challenge in election law administration. We'd have to identify, insofar as the election districts, and I don't know how the election districts are designed, overlap those boundaries. You'd have an administrative issue, but that's a resolvable.
They do overlap.
Yeah, that's a resolvable matter.
So for purposes of getting this moved to the next step, we should leave it the way it is.
Okay, so is everybody comfortable?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now
Would
you want to
like
go
me
back to
yeah.
show, please.
So what I'm suggesting for section 9 is that we sort of repeat the essential language, but add, with respect to the potential that it went to referendum as a result of the petition, we add that the consideration of all the other details would have to be preceded by the adoption of a plan. So this is what I suggest, section 9. In the event that the result of the referendum shall be that the town and village become co-terminus, and the referendum shall have been pursuant to the process set forth in section 7 above, which is the petition process, the village board and town board shall deliberate and adopt a consolidation plan, and after adoption of said plan, said consolidation plan, jointly proceed to negotiation, planning, and adoption of all necessary issues and legislation not clearly dictated by law. In the event that, in the event that the result of the referendum shall be that the town and village become coterminous pursuant to the process set forth in section 6 above, which is the contemplated, the primary method, the town and village board shall jointly negotiate, plan, and adopt all necessary issues and legislation not clearly dictated by law. In other words, you don't have that additional step because you will have already adopted the plan prior to the referendum.
Is everybody okay with that?
Sure, yeah. So section 9 would now say, in the event the result of the referendum shall be that the town and village become coterminous, and the referendum shall have been pursuant to the process set forth in section 7 above, the village board and town board shall deliberate and adopt a consolidation plan, and shall, after adoption of said consolidation plan, jointly proceed to negotiation, planning, and adoption of all necessary issues and legislation not clearly dictated by law. In the event the result of the referendum shall be that the town and village become coterminous pursuant to the process set forth in section 6 above, the town and village board shall jointly negotiate, plan, and adopt all necessary issues and legislation not clearly dictated by law. There is some repetition there, but it may be worth doing because you're referring to separate sections and because I'm getting tired.
I don't know how you would do it. Or
Yeah,
should
it
do
would take,
otherwise.
it would be too complicated to do it
Yeah.
Did you get that, Ariana? Or-
more brilliantly.
Okay, can you,
I understand it, but.
would you like him to just read it one more time?
A verb before pursuant. In the event the result, and the referendum shall have been pursuant to.
There's a
Yeah.
past
All right.
perfect.
Really?
No.
I didn't know I was doing that.
I can pull some of the people, some of them.
I will give my notes to
Well,
the.
we'll talk after. If it passes, we'll talk after.
Yeah, we're not going to talk long after, I'll tell you that.
But we do have to talk. Okay, so, Ariana, do you feel comfortable? Do you understand? Or
I understand what
Want the
you're saying, I
language.
just want to.
In the event
would you like him to?
Joe,
the result
repeat
of
the
the referendum
language
shall
of,
be that
Joe.
the town and village become coterminous.
Joe, would you repeat the language?
I'm
Would
sorry.
you repeat the language again on number 9, please?
Okay, why don't we do
Well,
that?
no, you might as well get it.
Sure, no, that's good, I don't, that's good, that's good. Okay, you want me to read it again, folks?
Yes, please.
Okay, in the event, the result of the referendum shall be that the town and village board, hold on, we suggested we say pass here, in the event,
the referendum.
Kevin, use your microphone.
okay, in the event the referendum shall pass, here we go, yeah. I was using the language they're using, but it's, you're right, it's too okay. In the event the referendum shall pass pursuant to the process set forth in section 7 above, the village board and town board shall deliberate and adopt a consolidation plan, and shall, after adoption of said consolidation plan, jointly proceed to negotiation, planning, and adoption of all necessary issues and legislation not clearly dictated by law. In the event the referendum shall pass pursuant to the process set forth in section 6 above, the town and village boards shall jointly negotiate, plan, and adopt all necessary issues and legislation not clearly dictated by law.
Thank you.
So,
I'm sorry, excuse me?
that was loud. I said so, but it was very loud. Why would a group of people or residents decide that they want to? They're saying just vote for consolidation, make a plan, whatever it is. That doesn't seem like oh, just do it. I don't care what it is. Put it together. I don't know, I
Because,
can't.
because people get so tired of the government being incapable of doing anything that they just take their actions into their hands and
They'll
say,
just take anything.
what?
They'll just take anything.
Well, I think in the best-case scenario, the idea would be that having forced the hand of their legislative body to consider the issue, they would then be part of a public process that could hopefully develop that plan. I mean, the question's valid, whether anybody would do it, but that's, I think, in its highest form, that's what you'd be hoping for.
Right. I could see doing it if there's a plan developed, one group didn't like it, the other group likes it, the residents say, hey, this seems like a good idea, let's go for it. But to say, well, we don't really have a plan, we know we want something, here, do it.
One of the options here is that one of the boards has in fact
Right,
moved
which makes
forward, so
sense.
maybe the people in the other municipality are on board with that.
Well, I mean, you could quantify it if you wanted, where let's put it to you this way. If we come up with a plan, people like the plan, but we choose not to bring it forward, and they say, hey, I want to bring this forward, could it not be qualified to say if the two boards should choose not to, or one or two of the boards choose not to bring the plan forward, and the public gets 20%, in both whatever, that, that plan can be voted on? So this way, in a sense, you're letting the people have the chance to vote on that plan, and if they vote on the plan or they don't vote on the plan, and therefore it's defined what they're voting on, and at the end, ultimately, if, that just seems to be the better.
Yeah, no, you could. I think what may be, again, enabling legislation, if 20% of the people in the electorate of a municipality got together, I think the idea would be to leave them, just as you left yourselves, the flexibility to make their referendum whatever they please. So whether they've developed their own shadow plan, or they like the plan that the town adopted but not the village one, or they want to write their own question, I think that's the idea. Again, empower the people to write their referendum.
Okay, Ariana has a question.
So, I don't have a question. I'm gonna say it's 11 o'clock. I'm fading fast, and I'm sure the public is fading fast, and we have not allowed them to
No, I
speak
understand
yet.
that, but Ariana, they haven't been able to, the reason they haven't spoken yet is because we have to come up with an agreement that this is what we think we would like to vote on, then the public can speak, then we'll go back and
Well,
take.
we've gone through the whole thing. I'd like to hear what the public
Well, I
has
just want to make sure that everybody, first of all, is okay with the language that Joe did. If everybody's okay with the language Joe did, then I don't think there's any other questions, then we can open it up to the public. We just haven't, he just gave language, we just talked about the language. Brian asked questions about the language.
We were all here, trust me.
Is everybody comfortable with the,
recap.
is everybody comfortable with the language? I'm just trying to bring closure to a board discussion. Okay, is everybody okay with what Joe just brought forward?
Yes.
Okay,
Find out when we vote.
Yes, I'm okay with it.
I just, yes, Sally? Do you want to say something?
I say, we're done. We've all shouldn't be complaining because we belabored this, and now it's their turn to.
I just want to make sure everybody's done asking the questions and everybody's okay. If everybody's okay, now I'm turning it over to Kitty. We'll do public comment. I'm just turning it over to Kitty because I have to go to the bathroom. I'm asking everybody to please just keep it down to about 2 minutes because we do have to, vote on this, and then we have other work that we have to do tonight. No, I'm not kidding, Steve, okay? About 2 minutes. We're asking people to,
You're asking.
okay, you know what? You can all have a half hour each, okay? And at 3 o'clock in the morning, we'll do the rest of it. Here, Kitty. Paid $70,000 into Steve.
Okay, Steve Greenfield, would you like to speak? Who would like to be first? Michael Zierler. And I don't know what happened to that microphone.
Jerry had it.
Okay.
Make sure it works, Mike. I gotta go there.
All right, Michael Zieler, Village of New Paltz, and Town of New Paltz. So I appreciate you all deliberating tonight. I think it was actually very productive. However, I have a number of points I'd like to address in this draft enabling legislation, but there are a couple of things that precede this in terms of process that I'm afraid I can't let you all off the hook. One is this draft enabling legislation was presented to our assemblyman and our state senator by somebody who was not yet contractually allowed to do so, since one of the executives who was authorized to sign the contract hadn't done so, hadn't been presented with the contract, and so taxpayer dollars were expended allowing this attorney to go and speak to our legislators with a proposed draft legislation that she put together based on your comments. I have serious questions about all of that. I also have serious questions about what appears to be that the executive of one municipality signed on behalf of the executive of another municipality. I doubt that that's precedent we want to set in Ulster County or anywhere, but if that is the precedent, then I suppose we should be informing supervisors in the area so that the supervisor of Gardner can sign contracts for the supervisor of Rosendale and so forth. Those things need to be addressed. They can't be swept under the rug. That having been said, if this is the legislation that you are considering sending forth, I think it's also worth noting that the person from CGR who you will be hiring once the mayor signs the contract, and that's my understanding that he probably will, has also raised a number of alternatives given the complexity of trying to go forward with Co-terminus. And I and others for several years now were trying to point out that there were a number of alternatives that might be just as or almost as good in achieving some of the goals that community members would like to achieve to improve efficiency and effectiveness. Some of those may be short of forming one government, and some might be a different form of one government. But again, just to ignore her suggestions at this point, I think, would not be the wisest choice. So having said that, there are some specific issues I'd like to raise here. Appreciate all the work you did tonight, and I think in some respects you clarified it, but given that this was established based on the idea that the plan was going to come post the referendum and not before the referendum, you've jury-rigged a couple of things in here, and I think that the work of the attorneys is excellent, but still I think there are things that should be reconsidered. It isn't clear to me, and there is nothing in this legislation, for instance, that says, as was always previously understood, that there would have to be a majority vote both by village residents and by so-called town residents outside of the village. This legislation doesn't say that. In fact, there is no mechanism in here that actually specifically says how it will be determined that the vote was a yes vote for co-terminus. That language doesn't exist in here, or if it does, I missed it. So I think it's important to not assume, as Trustee Rhodes has said, that it is necessary for it to be a majority of each of these entities, the village and residents outside of the village. That needs to be specified in the language. Secondly, it remains unclear to me exactly what an elector is. If it is indeed a registered voter, then I think in Section 7, the bar is set very low. The number of registered voters in the village is such that 20% of that would be 863 people. That is not an improbable number of petitioners or people to get to sign a petition. And I also think that there's some ambiguity about whether if well, actually, the way you wrote it, you changed governmental entity to municipality. So if it's the town that chooses not to go forward with the plan, then it would be 20% of the entire number of residents in the town or village, whatever the number of electors are. It would obviously be much larger than 863. But still, I think that's a pretty low number, so I'd like you to reconsider the 20% part of Section 7, although I understand why Section 7 is there, but personally I'd rather see it struck completely. In Section 9, you have changed the language so that the town and village boards, if this should pass, are responsible for establishing basically doing all of the work. I think if you intend to accomplish this in 12 months, that's unrealistic, and I think that you will need to establish committees. I appreciate what Councilman Gallucci said, but I actually think that in 12 months you need to address more than just get your fiscal house in order. For instance, if you do not have a common zoning code and you have one planning board operating from 2 zoning codes, you're going to have a serious problem in trying to address issues that come before them. You'll have to draft a new map with new, different zoning districts, and you'll have to establish laws for them. If those aren't done within a year, then you're basically not gonna be able to deal with applicants that come before you for the planning and zoning boards. So I think it's absolutely essential that you engage the public, and that's been an argument that we've been saying, I and others have been saying from the very beginning. This is a very top-down heavy process, and despite the words you use, it has continued to be a very top-down heavy process. And frankly, I have not been a vociferous speaker, nor have I written anything on any social media about the process or the people. I haven't signed several letters, but I have to say that it is disturbing to me that so many people who have spoken from this side of the table, who have, I think, legitimate ideas that need to be addressed by your boards, have been disparaged and intimidated and discouraged from continuing the process. And if you want this to go forward, especially if there is a yes vote, I would encourage you to engage the public early and often. For example, if you do pass a law, if you do pass a local law that can go to referendum, I would encourage you to find a way, both during the process of developing the law and especially after you put it together, to get the public involved through public hearings and through public meetings, so that it's no longer an us versus them, but more people in the community feel invested in this. And I think you'll have an outcome that you'll be much happier with. Thank you for your time.
Next?
I also made the point last night at the village meeting that about the attitude of joint boards, and to my experience, the village board, with regard to public comment and the public. I think, I understand how things went down tonight, but asking people who are not elected, not being paid, to sit in a room until after 11 o'clock before they have a chance to make a comment. I was here at 7:25, and so I just, that seems to. It seems symbolic of the attitude toward the public and public comment. Tonight I heard public comment, which is an institution. It's across all sorts of boards and councils, described as public opinion. It's public comment, and very often when I've made a comment, whether it be at a joint board or at one of the municipalities, it results in a debate, in a rebuttal, and a slam down, and that's not the nature of public comment. You guys have all night. You guys have all year to talk. But when a member of the public comes to make a comment, I think when, I've said before, when I was school board president, I saw Kevin Barry or Susan Zimmett come in the room, I put in a flapjack. Some of the comments were really tough. And my response was always the same. Thank you for your comment. I'd like to see a little bit more of that, and I hope I don't get any response or rebuttal to what I'm saying tonight. The other point is, there was a very, very deep and spirited and long discussion at last evening's village board meeting about process, about some process concerns and process problems. And I take note of the fact that none of my village representatives felt the need to bring those issues up in this public meeting, and there was a lot of strong input from your constituents. There were a couple of hours of discussion. And I think, whether you fully accept the concerns or not, I think they're worth noting and they're worth discussing with your other board. It was just last night, it went on for hours. I didn't hear a word about that tonight. That's sad.
Thank you, Don.
Steve Greenfield, Town of New Paltz. I'm really sorry to have to be even holding this conversation. This is a substantial amount of legislative text here. It's very technical. As you all just discovered, you had to talk about it for nearly 4 hours before you had your questions about it resolved to the point where you were willing to hear additional input. In 2 minutes, I could probably tell you whether I'm happy or sad or whether I thought you had a good conversation or not, but I can't go over anything you might have overlooked. It's not really fair that we came here prepared to address a piece of text that was given out at the beginning of this meeting, and then just to act like it's a burden upon you, if we actually have additional things that you may have overlooked, within the text, and that happens to be the case. I want to backtrack a second. I'm glad that somebody else brought up the process, because that did get abandoned here, and it can't get abandoned here. We have to remember that a version of the legislation we're looking at tonight was already submitted to our two legislators without the board, as we can see here tonight, without anybody having read it. Somehow, the submitter of this legislation felt she had the authority to go do it. And I'm still trying to figure out how she was led to believe that she had that authority, since nobody here read it. So somebody told her she had the authority, and I'd like someone to raise their hand and say, I'm the person who told her she had the authority, because it's 20 after 11, and we still don't know why she went to Albany in the first place. Okay, so now we have two legislators who are already somewhere ahead of the game of where they should actually be, and now you're about to submit them something that in no way resembles what they've already looked at. You haven't voted on it, and there's no way to get a sense of whether the board really feels supportive of this legislation, let alone the public. Obviously, the public knows nothing about what you're doing here tonight. Still knows nothing. This happens to be a small group of traditionally self-empowered citizens that follow this stuff very closely, but there was nothing in the news, nothing posted for anybody else to come here and know that this kind of thing was going to be undertaken. Not to be entirely negative, I want to say this has actually been the best meeting on this topic I've ever seen. This is the most non-personal and substantive conversation that I've seen on any matters pertaining to this since the beginning of this 2 years ago. The most non-fraudulent, honest, clear, trying to understand issues, and I'm actually, in that way, kind of happy that I've been here for 4 hours, because, I probably haven't seen 4 hours of this cumulatively over the last 2 years. So I consider myself fortunate to have been here tonight, and that the migraines that I get from fluorescent lights haven't started to kick in yet. So at least thank you for that. And before I get to the technical matter, there's unfortunately one more thing that needs to be brought up that cannot be absent from this particular discussion about this particular language. Okay? I've seen messages from the Department of State dating back to 2 full years ago, in which you were advised very early on that co-terminus is really weird and difficult and contains all kinds of ambiguities and incomplete legislation, and maybe it's not the way you want to go. Okay? I've seen those emails myself. So you got the advisory that everything that's been happening here for the last 2 years, of you not really knowing what it is you're pursuing. And I heard Gene say maybe 2 months ago when I was here that you put your hands up and said, actually, I'm not really sure yet that co-terminus is the way I want to go. I heard you say that a full 20 months into the process since co-terminus was announced. So clearly, there's been no advancing of the understanding of the 10 of you about how co-terminus works since the day that people at the Department of State first told you that maybe you don't want to go that way. And that's really sad that that's why we're here. And now I'm going to be very specific about why that's sad. Obviously, if you guys still are working on this and uncertain how it's going to resolve itself 24 months into the co-terminus pursuit, then you can be certain that nobody in the public who's going to be called upon to vote has any idea what you're talking about either. And that's a bad formula for getting voter approval. We all know that. If nobody understands what you're talking about, they're not going to vote yes in large numbers. Okay? And herein lies the big problem. And again, me, reference here, as I have every time I speak, that in principle I come to you in favor of consolidation of some kind, maybe not this kind. Okay? And that's why this is important right now. There's $1 million on the table. We get the $1 million, those of us who actually pay property taxes in New Orleans, get this $1 million if the referendum passes, and we don't get the $1 million if it doesn't. Not only that, aside from whether people will be emotionally worn out and not wanting to discuss consolidation again for another 20 years, which has been the pattern every time it gets discussed, the law about that $1 million says that we're not allowed to ask for it again in any form for at least another 4 years. So if what you're trying to do here right now does not pass both the village and this brand new municipality you just invented that's called the town outside the village,
it's gonna be a minimum of 4 years before any of the rest of us who were philosophically pro-consolidation win the right to start working on getting access to that $1 million again. Who knows if it's still gonna be there by then? Who knows if there's gonna be any wind behind the sails to try to make it happen, because people are gonna be worn out and beaten down and say, really, you wanna bring up consolidation again? Didn't it lose by enough last time? So if this doesn't go, if this doesn't win, we've lost the $1 million that we possibly could have gotten if you went with a simpler, easier to understand plan that people could have possibly voted to approve, that didn't involve all this ambiguity, that didn't involve special state legislation, that, let's face it, we still don't know if they're gonna pass, and I suspect that they won't, because you just really changed a lot of stuff here without really eliminating too many of the ambiguities that would make this piece of legislation, if passed, something that could wind up, if the co-terminus thing were to pass and there were an angry citizen who wanted to challenge this legislation, it could end up in court for years, because I think it would take at least a year for even a judge to figure out what this thing is trying to say. Bringing up to that point, there are a couple of things that are still missing from your attempts to adjust the text. Obviously, and I'm glad somebody else brought it up, I sometimes find myself wondering if there are people at home watching on TV that are then texting questions to people sitting at the table so that they could ask the questions, because I had about 15 questions, and now I only have like 3, so a lot of them came to the floor somehow, which is great. I'm glad that happened again, glad that I spent the whole 4 hours. One of the big looming things was gonna be, what would be the plan if this actually got petitioned onto the ballot instead of brought, how would anybody know what they're voting on? Now that question is still unanswered. They wouldn't know what they're voting on, but they would at least be forcing the board to create something after the fact. That's still a pretty weird concept. Obviously, I don't think anybody would vote for something like that. But there's also other things missing from this process, like where's the 60-day public hearing? You know, there are things that are mandated for other ways, if you guys were to put it on the ballot, that are still missing. The public notice, the public hearing process, all that kind of stuff. There doesn't need to be public hearings if it's petitioned on? Really? You know, because we're going to be asked to vote. These 20% petitioners are trying to force me to vote. Don't they have to spend 60 days telling me something? So far they don't. It's not in there. You know, I'm not sure that you're going to achieve widespread public support for the idea of creating a new municipality that's called temporarily the town outside the village. I'm not sure that that's not going to be enough to scuttle your vote right now. I happen to know that I think it would be fair to say that everybody on the town board right now is on the town board because villagers vote in town elections. We all know that the party composition of the town outside the village is radically different than if you incorporate the 90% Democrat village into townwide elections. We have very different political philosophies, and by creating an entity called the town outside the village, you may just in that step alone be setting this up for failure, and then we lose the $1 million for at least 4 years. So you need to very carefully consider whether you want to stick with this town outside the village concept. As far as whether legislation treating this as an existing thing in the case of annexation, well, that's a totally different animal. Obviously, the people who want to annex themselves have to be the people who speak as to whether they want to annex themselves. You can't have people that aren't involved in that having a vote on whether or not they want to offer themselves to some other opportunity. So that's not the same animal here. And so with all due respect to Dean Benjamin, I don't think the fact that that process exists for other kinds of annexations means that it can be transferred to this process, this co-terminus process. It's not analogous. So you shouldn't treat it as analogous in the way you just adjusted your legislation. Let's see, just bear with me for a minute. You know, it took a little bit of notes. Okay, now back to the vote itself. What are you doing that's going to make the vote itself? You actually want this legislation to force you into as much specificity as possible. I've heard all the arguments that you shouldn't, and I appreciate them and I understand where they're coming from. But again, I'm coming from this from a different perspective right now. The likelihood that the vote's going to pass is the only thing I care about. Any diminishment in the requirement of specificity is going to create serious problems in getting the vote to pass. Because let's face it, I'm a townie. If you're not going to tell me exactly how many sidewalks and streetlights I'm going to start paying for that I'm not currently paying for, I can't vote for this. Likewise, if the people in the village aren't being told ahead of time, am I in the special police district, and if so, how many dollars per thousand is it going to cost me personally for being in that district? If you haven't defined the districts and the assessment rates that you plan to put into those districts for those special things, nobody's gonna vote yes, because nobody's gonna vote yes on something and then say a year later, whatever time period it gives you to actually implement this, a year or two later, oh my God, my taxes just doubled. If I had known that 2 years ago, I would never have voted yes. So what you need to do to get the public to start getting behind this very strange and impenetrable concept of a co-terminus townwide village is to actually communicate in this legislation right now that you are going to allow the state, as they do in A through I for other forms of consolidation, that you are going to actually ask the state to force you into a high degree of specificity. Because if you are not forced into a high degree specificity, you will be retaining the option to not provide it before the vote. Not to say that you would, but it means that you're telegraphing to the public that you've chosen to retain the option to not go for maximum specificity. And when you tell us that you're retaining that option, we're going to have confusion and uncertainty about what the outcome is going to be after Section 9 gets implemented and other shoes start dropping that would have caused us to vote no if we had known about it in advance. And if there's anything lingering out there, then I'm going to wonder, would that have caused me to vote no if I had known about it in advance? I'm going to vote no now just to make sure that that doesn't happen. And then I'm going to lose my $1 million for the next 4 years at the bare minimum and probably forever. So since this whole thing from the beginning, we know that the consolidation process in and of itself doesn't save us a lot of money. It's the $1 million that saves us the money. We've all been open about that for the last couple of months. I'm into that $1 million, I really am. I pay property taxes in the town of New Paltz. So if there's a way for me to get that $1 million and have 70% of it applied to reducing my tax load, I totally want that, okay? But since I want that, I don't want you presenting something that's going to fail at the referendum, because then I'll never have access to it again. It won't be my fault, it'll be your fault, because you spent 2 years pursuing something totally weird and arcane that even you yourself still don't understand at this late date. And it doesn't create that kind of groundswell of optimism among the voters that we want to vote this. If you guys don't understand it after all this work, how am I going to understand it by time for election day? How will I be sure that I really understand? So many things you were sure you really understood turned out not to be true. That's why this legislation's here. So there's no confidence out there in the public. You guys are living in your bubble and working on this, and I was in your same position a couple of years ago and related to another issue. And despite the fact that a couple of people here on this side of the table and a couple of people on that side of the table had radically different positions on whether that was a good idea, the fact remains that when you came to me when during the 8 weeks before that election and said to me, what does this cost? And I said to you, what's the assessment on your property? And you told me that, I was able to give you an answer pretty close to the dollar, what it's going to cost you, what it's going to cost you, anybody who asked me. I was able to, and you were then able to make an informed vote. There's no question in my mind that by pursuing this legislation, you are going to be coming to us in the ballot booth one day, whether it's in time for this November, whether it's in time for next November, whenever it's going to be. I'm going to come to you and say, what does this do to my property tax? And you're not going to be able to answer me. And because of that, I'm going to have no choice but to vote no, and so is everybody else. And there goes the $1 million. So what I actually want to do right here in conclusion is to ask everyone here, given the Department of State warnings that go back 2 years already and all the different amendments you had to run up to Albany to get and everything that you're discussing here right now, and the extraordinary likelihood that this isn't going to make it to the floor, up in Albany, because we don't know if both of our legislators are going to carry it. Some of the things you just put in it tonight may make them not want to carry it. Come on. Are we really, I realize that we've been here for 4 hours now, but the looming question in front of me was this 4 hours, as much as I enjoyed it, and it was the most substantive meeting you've ever held, was this really worth the 4 hours you just gave to it when you could have actually been planning a successful other form of consolidation with that time that would be much more likely to be voted on by the public successfully and get us that $1 million?
And before you go and adopt this cobbled together language that you've just created and send it on to our legislators, I want you to really think, is doing that going to get us the $1 million, or is it going to bar the $1 million from us for a minimum of 4 years?
Thank you. More?
Rebecca Rossler, Village of New Paltz. I'm sure many of you already know at last night's village board meeting, a number of people came forth to express concern with something that happened over the weekend. And essentially, I just want to repeat it because it's a different meeting, it could be a different audience. What happened was on Sunday, a number of us, I know all the village and town board members, received an email. And in the email was essentially this legislation presented by Linda Kingsley, who has been retained apparently to represent us on this issue. And the major problem that many of us had was, for one, the contract agreement with her was not signed by both boards. It was signed by the town supervisor and not by a representative from the village board, which is a little concerning for village residents. But also, in the email that was sent out, there was a request for the village and town board members to respond to this legislation by the end of the day, because Linda Kingsley was going to Albany at 5 in the morning, Monday morning, to present this. And from what I understand at last night's village board meeting, the majority of the village board members had not seen the legislation. They had not seen the email, which was sent out Mother's Day morning. Very concerning that there wasn't a response at the end of the day saying there has not been enough response. We have not heard from a majority of either boards giving this person the okay to present this legislation in Albany the next morning. They weren't even going to be awake yet by the time this person is on her way to Albany. But with that, I also want to read from Linda Kingsley's proposal for legal counsel services for the town and village of New Paltz, one particular section. It is called legislation. Although actual lobbying of the legislation would not be part of the legal counsel rule, it seemed apparent at the meeting that your expectations would be for legal counsel to research and draft the legislation and provide some guidance through the process. So in her proposal, she clearly states that lobbying was not going to be a part of her service through this contract, through this proposal. But at the same time, that is exactly what she did Monday morning without the proper signatures from both of our boards, without the majority of the members of our boards actually reading the legislation to where they can actually express their concerns like you did here tonight. Exactly what you did tonight was what you corrected what she brought to Albany Monday morning. And I really have great concerns with it, and obviously from last night's village board meeting and public comment, many members of our community have a lot of problems with that. And I urge both boards from this day forth, please be very concerned about the appropriate behaviors that you conduct yourselves in, and please, open meeting laws exist for a reason. And if any of you have any problem with us coming out for public comment, it is precisely because of that. You need to adhere to open meeting laws, otherwise you are going to continue to have hours and hours of public comment when we come here to address these specific issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Don't everybody jump up at once. Linda asked for mine and Susan's permission. I said no. You have to ask Susan. She'll answer.
I'm sorry, excuse me, I wasn't.
Someone's gonna say I'm the person who said she
So,
I'm sorry, excuse me. When we get to talking about the bill, we'll be able to answer all the questions that were, but we were asked not to respond to public comment, that it's your opportunity to speak.
That doesn't
We-
count when you're asked a direct question.
No. I will answer if I'm asked. We are going to, when we get to the next phase, all those questions will be answered. And so that will be next.
so.
We have all the documentation to back up the accusations that are being made, and there's not a problem. It doesn't matter, no, Steve, I'm saying that we have all the documentation that answers your questions, okay?
I think that the important message I would like to give Michael Zeller and Steve is that if you, I will send you copies of the proposal from CGR, which includes many information sessions to discuss all the possibilities of co-terminus. So that's something that we've been asking for months, and it's in the proposal that we got, and the next thing we should probably do is post it on our website if it ever gets up and running. But I did post this enabling legislation on Facebook, and 350 people saw it, so that's the best we can do for right now.
Okay. So I guess where we're at right now is, does anybody want to discuss or ask questions relative to what was brought up in public comment, or do people just feel comfortable moving forward with voting and then getting to the other things on the agenda, which will answer a lot of the questions that were brought up during public comment? Go ahead, Stuart.
Obviously, there were a lot of comments, but there are a couple, if we're going to act on this tonight, that we should consider, I guess, asking my fellow attorneys, is it necessary to put in here about the 60 days of public hearings and all that, or is that already part of the process and that'll happen?
I think it's presumed that there's nothing in this legislation that would allow you to contravene election law on any of these points, in my opinion, and including any of the processes that would be involved in a referendum typically. I mean, I don't think so. I will say this, I don't think you could address it all tonight. I mean, first of all, it's your decision. If you wanted to address it all tonight, you're not prepared to address it all tonight. I mean, it would require a review of the law that might be implicated, and that's a decision that you have to make.
I agree with Joe, and I just remind everybody, in this draft that you've looked at tonight, there's, well, now it sounds as if there's some momentum to add the idea of first coming up with a plan, then adopting a local law that incorporates the plan. From a public hearing standpoint, certainly there will have to be a required public hearing on the local law, as there is with any local law. There will be a required public hearing on it. I'm not aware of a requirement for a public hearing between the adoption of the local law that goes to referendum and the referendum itself that happens 60 days later. I don't know of a requirement for that, but we could research it. But there certainly will be a public hearing on the local law.
Well, the question was also that if it was brought forth by the public, where would be the public hearings on those?
Again, I would be willing to research that with Joe. I'm not aware of a required public hearing that would precede that kind of petition, that would precede the referendum following the filing of a petition, but there might be a provision for it.
I think there is, and I believe for dissolution even, there has to be, once the petition is presented, okay, the village board must have a hearing prior to the vote.
And that may be true on the question of dissolution, and it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. And I would think that if you by petition forced or compelled the board to come up with a plan, part of the plan that they have to come up with is law, and law requires a public hearing.
I honestly
Don't
think
know
that
this says that.
that is,
This doesn't say that.
No, but I don't think it has to.
I don't think it has to.
I'm sure that there is a clear path for how a citizen referendum has to be handled, and we will find it. What I would like to do is just review the purpose of tonight's meeting. We know that there are two routes to consolidation. Each one excludes 1/2 of our population. So for 4 years now, we have been working on a plan that would enable everybody in our community to vote for a plan. I don't think that there's anything about this legislation, whether it passes or fails, that prevents us from continuing to work with CGR to explore what a new relationship between our two municipalities could look like. If our assemblymen and state senators say, this is the most beautiful piece of legislation we've ever seen, we would be proud to bring it to the floor, we have option A. If they say, we don't understand this, go away, we won't carry it, we still have the route of annexation, we still have the route of dissolution, we still have the route of shared services, we still have all of the other options that are in the proposal from CGR about how to make our two governments more efficient. This is just one more route, and the reason I favor this route is that everybody gets to vote on it. So that's what I have to say.
Can I make a request that it's 11:45 and we keep the expositionary speeches to 0 and just keep with what we actually have to accomplish, what we'd like to accomplish tonight?
You know, Jason,
And if
we
there's
have
not
been
anything
asked
else-
over and over again to actually talk about what it is we think is valuable in this process.
Do you think it's useful to keep talking for 4, 5, 6
Jason,
hours straight?
It may
Jason,
be,
Kitty-
Jason.
Jason Kitty has
She
the
has
floor.
good points to make,
Kitty's got the
Jason.
floor.
I didn't ask you,
Let her
I
make
didn't ask
them.
Susan, I asked it
You know,
in response to her
we
comment.
just had pages full of public comment from our public, and I am trying to respond to some of that.
Of course you are.
Well, and I'm not being sarcastic, I'm actually trying to respond to it. So, and I want people to understand why I will be voting for passing this legislation back to our assemblymen and our state senator.
Maybe you should make the motion to pass it and we can move it along that way and people can
If,
either defend it or not.
Would
Is that a
people,
motion, Kitty?
I just want to keep it moving.
are we
It's not gonna
ready?
get home at some
I think,
point.
in fairness, I think that everybody has the right. The public spoke. We asked the public to speak before we vote. If people want to comment on comments that they've heard or how they feel, I don't think the board should be cut down from the ability to speak and share their opinion. And if anybody wants to leave, because it's too late, feel free to leave.
Let's get there, of course. I'd rather get the business of the public done instead of once again saying the same things over and over.
I haven't heard any repeats tonight.
Kitty just gave a review of the last 2 years. That is a repeat.
No, Kitty gave a review.
No, I
I'm not
gave a
gonna-
review of why we want to add another option for our community. So I will make a motion for the town board that we adopt the draft enabling legislation that was originally drafted by Linda Kingsley, whom we hired at a joint meeting to solve the problem of the missing link in our journey to consolidation.
Do I have a second?
I mean, we did hire her
No, I
at
didn't
a
say the
joint
word,
meeting.
no.
Oh, I heard it was a sniffle. I thought it was a snicker.
No, I didn't say a word. No, no,
Okay.
no.
And so, as amended tonight.
Second for discussion?
Okay.
Anyone on the village board want to make the same motion? Or just do it that way?
I will.
Yeah, verbatim, and then a second?
Yep.
Any second? Sorry, yes, Stuart?
It's a second.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're up to discussion.
Yep.
The only thing that I would say is, yes, co-terminus is a very, very, very difficult process. It's a very strange animal. Quite truthfully, what I've been told from the Department of State since I've been engaged in calling is they keep saying to me, "You're crazy. Why are you doing this? Just dissolve the village. Just have people carry petitions and dissolve the village." So yes, I agree that people think this is difficult and crazy and whatever, but for whatever reason, after a number of years of studies, it was recommended this might be the way to finally bring something together to the community that doesn't dissolve the village, annex or whatever. Yes, it's hard. Yes, it's difficult. It certainly has not been fun to work on. It's been a miserable 18 months working on this, but at the end of the day, it's an attempt to try to bring something that might work for this community. It might or it might not. In terms of my understanding, and I could be wrong, the only options open to us right now outside of this is you can dissolve and get the $1 million, or two towns can consolidate and get the $1 million. I don't see any other way to get the $1 million except for the fact that we were able to amend legislation to make co-terminus potentially available for the $1 million. But I sort of see very limited options in that sense. So I think while this is hard, it's difficult, we don't know what the government looks like. That's why we hired CGR, so we could start to work on what this government should look like under a model of co-terminus. While we go through the process with CGR, we might decide this is all insane, what are we doing? And maybe we should say, fine, let's dissolve the village, let's create another village in the town outside the village, let's annex the infrastructure parts. I mean, this is not the end-all or be-all of anything, it's just trying to move the conversation forward. I think once we bring CGR in, we'll see if this makes sense, if we like the idea, and if we don't, we'll start to pursue whatever other ideas we think we want to pursue. We're just trying to have the conversation to get to an answer, to finally answer the question of, should we be one government or two? If we're one government, how do we do it? If we're two governments, then let's figure out how to have two governments that work. So I think we're just trying to work through, there's so many easier ways to do this. We've chosen not to take the easier way. We shouldn't be criticized for it. We should actually have people at least appreciate the fact that we're trying to strive for an answer on behalf of this community, and we're trying to do the best we can. And again, nothing's been determined. We still have a lot of more work to do. That's why we hired CGR to help us do the work. And after tonight, hopefully, once we put this legislation forward, for better or worse, we still have an option of how we could move forward on co-terminus, and we'll just keep working and we'll do it. And again, the attempt tonight was just to make it fair for both the village and the town outside the village, which is an entity. It's called the B Fund, and we tax on the B Fund. And so, I mean, I guess I'm supporting the legislation.
So I feel very appreciated, actually, by the comments that I heard tonight, and I do feel like this was a very productive meeting. And I unfortunately was not at the last meeting, but I think what was brought up at last night's village board meeting and what was brought up here tonight is important. And had I gotten the emails that went around on Sunday, my number one response would have been that this conversation should be taking place in public. I did not get to them until after Sunday, or after Monday, really, when it was too late. I just saw everything flying back and forth, and I said, this is ridiculous, what are we supposed to do about this? But other than that, I did not have any opportunity to really weigh in, and I was not prepared to discuss this even at last night's meeting, which is why when you asked me how I felt about it, I didn't really have an answer because I wasn't prepared until today. And in looking at the minutes, there was nothing. There was a motion made to proceed with seeking special home rule legislation, and there was an addition to it, and then it ends with saying a vote on this is not necessary. So there was a motion, a second, and then a vote on this is not necessary. So I feel like it really, we did not make a decision as two boards to have this go to Albany, but maybe I'm missing something
I think
from the minutes that I was given.
What is not in the minutes is the fact that the proposal that we got from Linda Kingsley, that's what we based hiring her on.
Right.
And in that proposal, she,
It does stipulate for her to go to Albany,
part of what we were sort of
yes.
surprised by is that she was willing to write this legislation as part of her price. So
It
when,
specifically says she will not lobby.
It
She
does
didn't.
say,
She didn't,
right.
and we'll get to that.
So, but she did say.
That's what she did.
No, she didn't. We'll get to
no,
that.
she said she would draft the legislation, and that's part of the, when we
Advocating
agreed to
legislation
hire
with
her.
legislators is
when we-
lobbying.
Ariana,
Can
so
we-
I'm just trying to
Everybody,
answer
one person at
Ariana's
a time.
question.
Kitty is talking, and you will have the opportunity to speak,
Right.
Jason, okay?
So
Please, Kitty, finish.
we got the proposal from Linda in which she included drafting this legislation and bringing it to the governor's office and to our state representatives.
Right.
So you're right, there is nothing in the minutes that takes that as a motion, because when we agreed to hire her, that was part of the agreement with her.
I'll clarify just a little bit also. When, after she said to us that she thought we had some problems with the legislation, and she came down and she went through that, I don't remember if you were here that night, I mean, I don't think you were, when she went through all the difficulties and stuff.
On the 30th, no, I was not.
Right, okay, so she went through all of that.
That's the minutes that I'm referring to.
Okay, so she went through all of that, and she asked, in essence, for her, she asked about whether or not we would authorize her to do her due diligence, so she could go back and get clarity from the Department of State on whether or not her reading of the laws were what she thought. Because remember, we were told a lot of other things. She was saying, I think something's missing.
Right.
We, said, okay, when she came down to us that night and reviewed everything, she said, do the boards, you don't have to vote. She says, will you direct me to go back up to the state and try to sift through how they want to move and what they want to do in terms of dealing with this legislation, of which we said, yes, okay? Get us clarity so we know what we're doing, okay? So she went up to the Department of State, which was her first thing, to do due diligence, okay? And she went to the Department of State. She then got answers from the Department of State that needed her to go to the governor to get clarity, of which then at that point they said, look, before you go to the governor, based on what the Department of State told us, I think it would be prudent for you to meet with Dr. Benjamin to see if there's anything that anybody's missing, because we weren't a part of the process. So is there something we're missing, because he's the one who's been working with the department, with the governor's office to draft a lot of this legislation, the citizen empowerment, whatever. So she came down to meet with Dr. Benjamin. Then, based on that, they both decided that they needed to then go to the governor's office to then confirm what the plan was from that meeting, was really to go to the governor's office and see if they would be willing to change 17A to incorporate the ability for the village to have the right to vote.
How is that not
Okay,
lobbying?
it's not lobbying, Jason, because it's not lobbying.
Convincing
It's
the governor to change
She
state law
wasn't,
is
she
lobbying.
wasn't, no. She did not go and convince the governor. She went and said to the governor's office, this is what I perceive to be a problem. Do you agree?
Attorney for the town and village of New Paltz.
Okay, as the attorney for the town and village of New Paltz, this is what I perceive to be a problem. Would you be willing to consider changing Article 17A to make it so the village and town could all vote?
Consistent with our model.
Consistent with the model that was, okay.
I've got the due
Okay.
diligence up here, and in her proposal, it says, essential to perform some due diligence with relevant players in this process who, if not brought on board initially, could effectively derail the effort at a later date. These would likely include New York State Department of State, State Comptroller, and Attorney General, as well as the relevant individuals at the state legislature and possibly the governor's office. Additionally, due diligence will include legal research on the plan. I would anticipate various meetings in Albany to be certain that all agree that this process can move forward. And down below it says, although actual lobbying of the legislation would not be part of a legal counsel to the role, it seemed apparent at the meeting that your expectation would be for legal counsel to research and draft the legislation and provide some guidance through the process. So I think for what everybody's saying in terms of lobbying, it is true that it does say that she won't be actually lobbying, but it is also true that she is saying that she would be meeting with these individuals. So
And just bring specific legislative language to persuade them to vote yes and
No,
introduce it to the session.
that's not
That's what
she
she
I
did,
know what you're
That
saying.
is-
I know what
that-
you're saying,
That's
but I'm
what
just
she
reading
did.
from
That's
the
not
proposal.
what she did.
I know, exactly.
That's
I'm
not what she
saying
did, Jason, so let me.
All right,
Okay,
it is
Jason,
a timeout, and I'm going to ask either for a point of order. We are way off the topic.
I don't think it's off
my
topic to
turn to
address
speak.
public
Okay.
comments,
It's going to be
concerns.
my turn.
And it's my concern as well.
Okay. Okay, Aaron, you want to finish?
I mean, I just really, you know, because I did not feel like it was, I mean, and part of why I didn't weigh in was also because I was not at the last meeting. I didn't know at the time what transpired, so I didn't want to say, no, I don't agree with this legislation, or please don't go in the next 24 hours to Albany because I don't have time to read this legislation because I didn't know what everybody else here had agreed to. But I think we were going to talk about process tonight, and this is part of that.
Okay, so before,
So
if
I
I
know
can
that
just,
this is not part of the motion that is on the
Okay,
table
go ahead.
necessarily, but I don't really feel comfortable voting on this
Could
tonight
you,
either.
could you, because I missed that meeting too, Ariana, could you discuss, so that everybody's aware of what the protocol was for how you would interface with Linda Kingsley? Could you discuss that so everybody's aware of that? How was she to communicate with the town and the village? That was at that meeting.
No,
In the minutes, it was agreed to that she would email each one of, she would email the
okay,
secretary, she would email our clerk and the clerk of the village, and then that would be disseminated out
Okay.
to all the board members.
It was decided that if and when Ms. Kingsley comes down to me with any official, both clerks would be notified. They will in turn notify the respective boards.
I'm going to just go back, to finishing up what you were asking, Ariana, okay? So I just want to finish the thought process. When she went to the governor to do her due diligence after the meeting with the Department of State to clarify, what they said, which was basically backing up what she said. So again, the meeting was with the governor's office to understand if there was a way they'd be willing to change 17A in order to allow the town outside the village and the village to vote, okay? The governor's office basically said to her that they're not going to change Article 17A at this point because it deals with, 17A deals with every town and village in the state of New York, and to open up that Pandora's box at this point, they didn't want to do because the governor had enough trouble doing 17A to start with in terms of the Association of Towns,
And NICOM.
NICOM fighting back because they obviously want to keep towns and villages because that's who pays them. So they said that the governor had enough trouble getting 17A passed to start with. He wasn't going to open that up. And what they said is what we would like you to do is go to the two legislators, see if they'd be willing to carry, not lobby, ask if they would be willing to carry, to ask them to, if they'd be willing to carry, do home rule, okay? And
Just
so,
specific
wait, just-
legislation,
no,
not just
wait.
any law. This
Can you
law.
put, Jason, they
Tell
would.
the story accurately.
I'm
I don't wanna-
trying to tell the story accurately, okay?
Thank you.
If you
I appreciate
disagree with me, then when I get done, let's say, Susan, you're totally wrong on everything you say, okay?
Don't
But I'm
call-
speaking right now.
Wait. Don't call her a liar, Jason.
I'm
You've
saying
called
she's leaving
plenty of
things out.
people liars.
Yeah, when I
Enough.
catch them lying.
Enough.
Unfortunately, it happens a lot around here.
Oh, and not to you. You don't lie. You don't lie.
Jason, you've missed a lot of meetings and a
I've
lot of
watched the meetings and I
discussion.
read the minutes.
So please,
Okay.
let's
Fully
just
caught up.
all,
And I just want to
Keep
say
it
very, very
on the
carefully,
table.
as somebody who's registered as a lobbyist, okay, I know very clearly what lobbying is and what lobbying isn't, okay? And so, I know Steve, okay, but there's real clear, definitive, what a lobbyist is and what a lobbyist isn't, okay? She was told by the governor's office that you should go back right now, ask for home rule legislation that's specific to New Paltz and New Paltz only, okay? And just deal with New Paltz. And the way they got the citizen empowerment sort of done in a way and stuff was because a lot of it was for New Paltz, okay? So she was told to go speak to them, okay? She called up, as soon as the meeting was done, I called Langdon to ask him to talk to her. Dr. Benjamin said he would go down and talk to Kevin Cahill, okay? I spoke to Langdon, Dr. Benjamin spoke to Kevin Cahill. Langdon asked me to have Linda call him. Linda called him. He said to her, I have no problem doing this for New Paltz. Draft up legislation that you think you're looking for to solve the problem of letting the village residents vote. So they asked her to draft something. That's not lobbying. She just drafted it on our behalf, which we authorized her to basically do her due diligence. She drafted this stuff up, and we will get into all of the emails and the open meetings and all that as we move forward. I have enough documentation from all the lawyers to show that she worked within the proper scope of whatever, and she was authorized to do it, and I could share that now if you want. Okay, so she was told to draft something. She had a meeting on Monday just to bring into the two legislators a sample legislation of what she thought we were going to be asking for to see if they would have any problem with the concept, okay? So she met with them, and so what she did was, before she was going to the meeting, she sent an email out asking, are you okay with this legislation? Now, technically, it was supposed to go to myself and Jason, which it did, and we were supposed to approve it or not approve it and tell her, go ahead, this is okay. I took the email that I got, sent it out to all of the board members. I think I must have sent it out to everybody, but I sent, okay, I sent it to everybody, to Kevin, to everybody, the town and the village. And all I said was, please read the following and reply back to me by the end of today. Now, I understand it was Saturday night, it was Sunday morning, it was Mother's Day. Trust me, I didn't have a very good Mother's Day because of this, okay? But all she did was say, please just respond back if you have any problems. She wasn't taking it, asking them to pass it, asking them to do, we had a vote tonight. We had to decide whether we want or not for them to take this on. So she wrote and said, does anybody have any problems? Just get back to me. I just wrote, as soon as I got it, I said, please read the following, reply back to me by the end of today. Wasn't taking a vote. It wasn't doing anything. It was just sort of saying, this is the language she wants to bring. Reply back. When Kevin responded, Kitty responded, and so she went the next day, she brought forward the legislation, and basically we're here tonight for the purposes of deciding what legislation we want to, go ahead.
Finish that by saying I was very distressed by the accusations that we had been in violation of the open meetings law. So I called Robert Freeman's office and I spoke to Camille Jobin Davis today. And I, described the emails that had gone back and forth. And at the end of the day, asking, distributing information and asking for a reply does not constitute an action or a violation of open meetings law. But she said, even in the worst case scenario, if you had voted and, voted to do something, the remedy would be to hold a public discussion. And that's what a court would make you do. And since we already knew we were going to have our public discussion tonight, I think we do have to figure out how we're going to handle communication, because we have requested that we get copies of things well in advance of meetings. And so Susan sent us all the legislation, and apparently it's the word "please reply" that set off alarms with people. So, in the future, I guess we should, send out emails that have information in them and say, for information only.
You know what, I have an email, I'm sorry, were you done, Kitty?
Yes.
I have an email from Bob Freeman directly saying it was a violation of the open meetings law, unequivocally.
Right, but.
And the other thing is this: for the town and village boards to send up a request, or send for the request for home rule legislation to be considered, it needs the vote. We're maybe going to take tonight, maybe not, the one that we're talking about earlier. Absent that vote, no legislation can be sent to Albany. You have to have the public discussion vote first, according to Bob Freeman, and then send it to Albany. That vote didn't happen. Now, Sunday morning, and that's not the end of the world. Sunday morning, when the legislative language was sent to me and to Susan, saying, please confirm this language, I'm bringing it to Albany tomorrow to get Cahill and Bonisic on board. She said, please confirm and let me know. Now, she was asking two people's permission, mine and Susan's. I said no, which means Susan is the one who authorized her to go to Albany. And Susan sent it out to people getting input, whatnot. It was a violation of the open meetings law, according to the man who makes the determination in Albany. Now, what we do about that is our own business.
Well,
but let's not dodge the fact that something
Jason, I don't
screwy
know
happened over the
how-
weekend.
I didn't see your letter to Mr. Freeman, so I don't know how you framed that.
question.
I'll forward it.
frame.
I'll forward it when I
Okay.
find it.
But you forwarded me his response, but I didn't see how you framed the question to him. And when I framed the question to someone else in his office, I got a different answer.
I'm trusting Bob,
So-
but you can trust who you like.
I'm trusting that I actually asked the question based on the emails.
And just to add a little bit here, there's some opinions from the Committee on Open Government. I'd like to read from one. Lastly, the majority of the members of the board engage in instant email or communicate in a chat room in which the communications...
I'm sorry, excuse me for a second. Ariana asked a specific question. Kevin's responding. I'd really like her to hear Kevin's response. Okay, sorry.
Lastly, if a majority of the members of a board engage in instant email or communicate in a chat room in which the communications are equivalent to a conversation, it is likely that a court could determine that communications of that nature would run afoul of the open meetings law. In essence, the majority in that case would be conducting a meeting without the public's knowledge and without the ability of the public to observe the performance of public officials as required by the open meetings law, section 100. In contrast, if email communications are made via a listserv or other means through which the members receive them at different times, and there is no instantaneous or simultaneous communication, that circumstance would be equivalent to the transmission of inter-office memoranda. In that kind of situation, the recipients open their mail at different times, and in my view, the open meetings law would not be implicated.
Which is irrelevant to my comment.
Now,
It might be something somebody else
may I
says.
speak to the, I would
Excuse me,
like to
excuse me.
speak
It's
to
Sally's
the
turn.
motion that is on the table. We can discuss what we all view, or some of us view differently about process. I, for one, got it. I read it. I knew we were going to discuss it tonight. I'm very proud of the discussion that we had tonight. I didn't respond. Okay? As far as open meetings laws are concerned, and I'll just briefly address that, I think the public certainly was in on the trail, at least the emails I saw, and they all had an opportunity to respond. Now, be that as it may, I would like the record to show, at least, and other people can join me, my sincere thanks to Joe Ariel and Joe Moriella for being with us this evening and helping bring clarity. And I would love the two boards to agree to write a letter of thanks to Dr. Benjamin and to Peter Fairweather for being here tonight to answer questions and help us through this. I happen to agree with Steve Greenfield. Don't get shocked, Steve. This is the most productive meeting I believe we've ever had on this topic. I think we came at it objectively, and we have come up with a way that provides, at least for me, the most important aspect of the whole issue of consolidation, and that is, it is not my decision, it is not the town board's decision, it is the community's decision, and I want every community member to have the right to vote on this issue. And I think, given the glitches in the law, and I know there are many, and I don't think any of us even realized how many there were, we've at least developed a process by which everybody is going to end up with the right to vote on the plan that we developed together. And so for that, I thank my colleagues for a very good discussion, and I hope we can move forward.
I just have one question, and I don't know how familiar our attorneys are with the legislative process. If we do not vote to pass this tonight, then the legislative session ends in a month, and so we would have to hold another meeting at next Thursday, and then that gives our legislators, okay.
I'm only just going to interrupt, because you can all vote it down tonight. It's fine, because we have a process to move forward, and that's, the town inside the village will have the opportunity to vote if we bring this forward. We have to make a decision tonight, unfortunately, because as of today, if Senator Bonasek doesn't hand it in tomorrow, we were told that they don't think they'll have the opportunity to hand it in because there's only a certain amount of legislation after today's deadline. Up until today, they could put in unlimited legislation. unlimited. You know, they can just hand it in. After today, they're now limited in the amount of legislation they can put in. They've got requests from other communities for their own legislation they want added. So if we don't get back to Senator Bonasek tomorrow, then there's other legislation he will be handing in on behalf of other communities. And so he won't be able to hand this in, and so he doesn't hand it in, and we lose this opportunity, and we move forward.
What did you mean by?
I did call the
I'm
question.
sorry.
Yeah, but I want people to feel comfortable before they have to vote,
You have
okay?
to vote on a call to question.
And I
Go
also,
on,
we're right in
number two.
discussion, and I want people to feel comfortable before they vote.
What did you mean by vote from the town outside the village? You have another way of, you said we have another way of going.
Oh, I'm just saying, no. In other words, to do
Okay.
co-terminus government right now, if we did nothing, okay, right now, we can continue to plan co-terminus government.
Right.
And if we come up with a plan, the way it works is the two boards vote to allow the
Okay.
town outside the village to vote on whether or not they want to be annexed into the village.
Yes, I
And so
understand
therefore,
that.
it's only the town outside the village who could vote. So we still have the opportunity to move forward.
Yeah.
We're just trying tonight to make it so.
No, I thought you were saying something else.
Okay, so,
It
yeah.
bothered me for a second.
Okay, that's
But-
okay. So anyway, I'm just sort of saying in a way, I'm sorry, Kitty, but we were just told by Senator Bonasek that, you know, if we can do this tonight, get it to him first thing in the morning. If not, then chances are we won't have the opportunity to introduce this, and then we'll
Till
just.
next year.
Well, till next year or whatever, so,
Right.
okay, so, we'll decide. I just wanted, before we do that.
Oh,
I'm
that's
sorry,
a
go
good
ahead,
point. To next year or to next legislative session? Till the
Next,
session
next,
starts
next year.
back up.
No, it's basically, today was the last day to
Before summer
basically
break.
hand in whatever you want.
Uh-huh.
After tomorrow, it's very limited what they're allowed to
Right,
hand in.
yes.
So therefore, we will not get any legislation passed on behalf of New Paltz as a home rule until next January when the legislative session starts again.
Not till the fall. Is that?
Not the fall, no, the session ends June 20th, and they don't come back till next January unless they do a special session, but they're not going to do a special
Right.
session for home rule. So, okay, let's do it.
When I read this proposed legislation, I had a real big problem with it, mostly because they were putting the plan and the input from the public after, at the wrong end of the process. So tonight, I think we rectified that by putting the plan up ahead, so the people can be involved in the process, which they should be, and hopefully there'll be all kinds of hearings and input, and that will be good. So that, combined with the fact that the problems I had with some of the language, which I'm satisfied with now, and knowing that the final version of this will have to come back to the two boards to be approved, so it's not our last bite at the apple here. So that's why I'm going to vote in favor of it.
That is a good point, because again, this is just getting the ball rolling, then the legislation comes back, if it should get introduced by the senator and the assemblyman, and then it comes back to us, and then we have to review it and then vote on whether or not we move forward. So this is just giving us the opportunity to come back and vote a second time.
Right. I mean, my issue on it is that we sat here tonight and we definitely did some great revisions on it, and I think we've come to a much better place, but we've spent 4 hours on it, and now we've done a bunch of revisions, and is it in a good place to move forward? If we did move forward, is the intention of voting this November? Is that everyone? Is that I'm not asking. I'm doing a rhetorical question. I'm just saying, is everyone's intention to vote this November? Because if it's not, then realistically we could spend the summer working with our people who are going to help us with CGR and our attorney and everyone else, and come to a plan, and then have this where it needs to be, and then after we have a plan, send it up to Albany, get the verification, and by the time next year rolls around, you have a vote within 2 years.
If I can just.
Well, actually, Susan, I mean, can we all speak? I mean,
No.
there's no good decisions are made in New Paltz outside of a bar after midnight. So I mean, you know,
Right.
So,
I-
I think I'd like to say, everyone make a comment. I don't know if, I mean, I know we're in discussion, but I haven't spoken. Jason has not spoken. I have not heard from Jean. I mean, I've heard from you multiple times. I mean, you were speaking. Did you have something else to say?
Yeah, I was gonna say just the idea that we keep saying that this isn't gonna tie our hands to anything, but so what if we ask them to pass this and they do pass this, and then we decide to go with something else and we ask them to pass that? Are they gonna just be willing to put up whatever we want over and over again? Or, because as Brian was saying, that coming up with this plan, if we work out our plan, maybe we can come up with legislation that is actually all of what we want, as opposed to this right now, which really the only goal here is to allow the village to vote, which obviously I want, but I think we could come up with something more comprehensive, considering all the work that we did tonight.
I mean, if I can.
With something more comprehensive.
Right, but we keep saying, what if we go down a different path?
This doesn't preclude that.
I know, but are they going to want to pass and put forward whatever we put in front of them?
They don't, this provides the widest margin for us. As I understood what Kevin and Joe said, this provides us with the widest margin to come up with whatever plan we want. And we have home rule, which gives us the flexibility of coming up with whatever plan we want to present to the voters. Without this home rule bill, we don't have that. And it doesn't matter what plan we come up with, the voters being able all to vote on the plan is no longer an option. That's the trick.
Right, but if we do the home rule and we get it finished by next year, and then it's passed and we already have a plan, then we can still do that. And
No.
then everyone gets to vote. It just,
Because part of what kind of plan you're going to come up with is whether everybody gets to vote or not.
But the big obstacle here is that there are very few forms of government that the citizen empowerment grant will pay us to implement. So it is true, we could probably come up with a really majestic form of government, and we could hope that the state legislature would approve it. But outside of co-terminus, dissolution, annexation, and becoming a city, which is, we can talk about it again, but we were assured that our county and our governor and our state would block it. If we want that $1 million, our options are pretty limited. And so it's not so much that our vision, it couldn't be bigger. It can be, but they won't pay us for it to be bigger.
Jeff, I think Jeff wanted to say something, and then Kevin, and then I don't know if Jason wanted to say something.
And I want to
And then I want to say something, but go ahead, Jeff.
Go ahead, Abe, you had something?
No,
You
no,
had
no.
something? Okay.
No, Jeff, you want to
I mean, I
speak?
think, Ariane, and just because I don't want us to go back to responding, one is none of us here can speak for our senators or our assemblymen, so we have no idea what their temperament is. If anyone read the Middletown Record, I think Mr. Cahill's temperament has already been read loud and clear. Apparently, he's not happy with our supervisor, but I'm sure that's not the first time, and I'm sure it won't be the last time. So, I'm sure she's used to heated conversations with him, so it's nothing, it's, right.
I know how he feels about me.
There
so
you
I'm
go.
surprised.
So, I'm also very concerned that we made a lot of substantial changes to what we were just really given. I did not get a chance to read this till this afternoon. We made a lot of substantial changes, and that's with 4 lawyers. 2 of them, well, all 4 of them are getting paid, but 2 of them are getting paid a lot more than the other 2, and a doctor.
Careful.
I'm talking about the ones that actually were elected. They're barely getting paid, so they're actually losing money at this. You guys are actually getting.
I understand.
Thank you. So I am wondering if, given another run at this, what else would we change on it? I'm not really too pleased. I don't want anyone to think that anyone on any of these boards is trying to make a statement whatsoever that the village should not have a vote or the town should not have a vote. That's never been questioned. This has never been questioned at all, that this is something that we believe everyone should vote on, but that we do have potentially what looks like in here is a section that can disenfranchise some voters. There are still 2 questions, again, that Joe and Joe have both said they would have to do some more research on to get back to us. My comfort level in this, again, it's a long process, and my comfort level in this is not at a point where I don't believe at this point I'm not comfortable for this being carried to the Senate floor and saying this represents our community. To some of the public comments, we have a shot at this $10 million. Let's not mess it up. For some reason, my votes have been both for certain parts of where we've been working on consolidation. They have been a dissenting vote where it did not support parts of consolidation. So I too am not for or against it. I have voted both ways on it. And tonight, I just cannot support something I've merely had in my hands for a few hours. I don't fully understand 2 of the sections particularly, and I think if our attorneys had some more time to sleep on it, which is, well, thank you everyone for staying till Friday. And I think also there's a lot to be said too. We spent a lot of time sitting here talking. There's a lot of public questions talking about whether it was open meeting, whether it wasn't. I think regardless of whether it was or was not, in 6-7 years on this board, we've never had that discussion before. So I think the issue is that perception is reality. And if the perception going out to the community already is that there is some type of subterfuge going on, or that there is not being shared fully with the public, then we have a perception problem, and that would need to be addressed also. For some reason, our public does not feel fully engaged in this. I don't feel fully engaged in this. And if it was the server that was not allowing emails to come to me, I apologize. But there certainly were emails that I did not get, and I know were sent to other members. I find that troubling. There's been conversations had that I know I have not been included in, and I find that troubling. So I would like to see this being more open because our public's asking for it, and I wish we could wait one more week on this, because I think there's some other issues on this that our attorneys with a little bit more rest and a little bit more time and research could certainly find out a little bit more. So, and again, I want to thank everyone in the public for staying. I cannot think of another time we stayed till midnight, let alone a budget vote. So I appreciate everyone understanding how serious this really is.
Kevin, Jason, would you like to say something?
I called a question for the village board. Please raise your hand. It trumps everything else. Village trustees, I called the question. Just raise your hand if you'd like to close debate and vote. I think you, yeah, that's why I want to get your attention.
Well, he's asking for one.
I'm asking for one. Call the question to vote to end debate and vote for us right now.
I will.
Second that. So just raise your hand for Rosanna if you would like to end debate and vote right now.
You don't want to vote?
Susan, you're holding up the vote. We would have moved on or voted by now. Please raise your hand if you'd like to end debate and vote on the issue right now. No? All right. That's all I needed. It would have been done beforehand if you just let it go.
Kevin, did you want to say something?
Well, I think that some of the comments made by the public make a lot of sense. We don't have all the answers to all the questions, and one of the reasons why we hired the professionals is to give us some of the answers to questions that we posed, and for them to give us information about things we didn't even know about. We're not all experts. We're elected by members of the community to do our best, and we're certainly doing that. What bothers me is, in the process of trying to do our best, we have members of the public that, if they don't agree with us, attack us personally. I had one board member sitting here who I don't always agree with, was characterized as being corrupt. And this is what's disseminated in our community. And so that's troubling to me. We should treat our elected officials with some degree of respect, especially if they're working hard on our behalf. So that's my biggest problem with what happened over the last few days. But quite frankly, this is just another step in the process of trying to get us to a point where we can make a decision as boards and then pass along to the community the opportunity to decide whether or not what we propose or don't propose makes sense. So I don't want to obstruct the process. I don't want to impair the process. I want to move the process along. It's another day in the 50 years of trying to get this to the public, so let's get it to the public as soon as we can. So I'm in favor of passing this enabling legislation that is designed to allow village residents to have a vote with residents outside the village on this important issue in the future, period.
Is there anybody, Jean, anybody else want to say something? Okay, then what, oh, Jean, you can say something?
Yeah. I would be in favor of passing this enabling legislation, and that would be because apparently, despite people thinking that perhaps I'm confused on the issue, which I'm not, I do not know if co-terminus is the way I want to go. But then again, 4 years ago, I was the only one who voted against applying for dissolution, merger, and consolidation. And what I wanted to study was the shared services, which is funny because now shared services as a really great way to have increased efficiency and save money is like one of the options on the table, okay? But it's all right. It's also all right that in order to keep the process moving, because I am not the one who gets to make the decision. These boards don't get to make the decision. The public gets to make the decision. And I do feel that from the beginning, the goal of the committees, particularly the grant study committee, was inclusion. And so I know we can go about it where the village would be left out, and we can go about it where the town outside the village will be left out. And yet, all of the work that, and I'm only using Sally and Kitty because they sat from the very, very beginning on the committee. I'm using them as an example. It would be a shame to leave out nearly 50% of our population in New Paltz in a vote on something of such importance. So it doesn't matter what my personal opinion is. And I just want to point out that the CGR services and the services for Linda Kingsley were approved on April 8th in our meeting by 6 out of 10 board members, okay? Because there were 6 board members here out of the town and the village. And I hope Michael Zeeler watches this on Saturday. And then on April 30th, since so much is coming up about Linda's contract, but on April 30th, a motion was made authorizing Supervisor Zimmett to sign the contracts with CGR and attorney Linda Kingsley on behalf of both boards. And that motion was approved by 3 out of 5 members of the village board. And that occurred on April 30th, and that was prior to that meeting. And I'm just saying that it's in the minutes of the joint meetings.
It was also illegal.
Okay.
It was illegal.
Okay, that's okay. You finished? Are you finished talking?
I am temporarily.
Okay. Before we do the vote, I just want to, and we will get to when we get into communication, we will get into the dynamics of the emails and whatever, and I have to read something from Linda Kingsley that needs to be in the record, and we have to clarify if we are moving forward, how we're moving forward based on what happened this weekend. But because of all the emails that transpired, and Linda, on Monday morning, said that she would not go to Albany and carry out the request to meet with the legislators if she was not authorized legally to do this. And so she wanted a letter from the attorney of the town and the attorney of the village saying that, yes, she was authorized based on looking back at the minutes and everything that transpired at the meetings, that she was acting in accordance with the direction of the town and the village board, not one person, but the town and the village board in terms of the direction. So for the purposes of the record, I want to add the email, the letter from Joe, basically telling Linda, after it's a complete review of everything that happened, the minutes and everything, basically saying that Linda was properly authorized to carry out the duties of doing the due diligence and meeting with the legislators. This is from Joe Ariel on behalf of the village board. There is one more because Linda wanted more clarity. He had sent something. He wanted more clarity. Joe sent another one. Oh, shoot, I'm sorry. It's somewhere in here, but somehow it got mistaken. So I'll give you the second one. These are two letters that were also sent to Senator Bonasek and Cahill based on the direction of the board that Linda was authorized to be doing this. So I just want everybody to feel very comfortable that in no way are we doing something that's perceived as legal or anything that was done was illegal. It was all cleared before she even walked through the door that everything that she did was authorized by the two boards and that she should proceed on our behalf. So I think that's just really important. I will comment. Go ahead.
Can I just comment briefly on that?
Sure.
I do think it's fair.
Yeah, but he's.
On a topic, we're now into
No, time out. We're not. Sally, what we're just doing is making sure that certain people on the boards feel comfortable that they're not voting for something that might have been done improperly. That's all.
I'm happy to hold my comment.
No,
I just want to make it. I mean,
Go ahead.
okay. I do think it's fair to say, Joe and I did confer on this, and I do think it's fair since the authorization email that I sent has been made public, and that's probably appropriate under the circumstances. I do want to speak to the contract issue. And I did, this is a communication that I gave to the entire board, the village board, I should say, so I'm very comfortable saying it again here. The question of whether or not the will of the board, the village board, had been expressed sufficiently for Linda to be authorized to act, which to my view, after doing all the legal research I did, was a question of whether or not she could claim to have been empowered to act. The conclusion I came to was yes. After substantial legal research, because of the vote of the board expressing their will that happened. I do think, however, that there is a separate and distinct question as to whether or not the contract was properly executed. And there can be, and I know this is going to sound like, I mean, it is, it's legalese, it's lawyer talk, but it's real. There can be a difference between whether or not someone's authorized in a general sense and whether they would be, for instance, authorized to collect their fee for doing their job, and whether or not they are in a binding contract. There can be different repercussions, which frankly, if I was Ms. Kingsley, would have concerned me more than it should have concerned the board. But that's her problem. So I do want to just say on the record, I think the mayor, in order to ratify that contract, is the officer authorized and responsible to sign it on behalf of the village board. So I just want that on the record. Now, having said that, again, this is all information that I've exchanged to the board. I also think that having expressed their view by a vote of 3 out of 5, the mayor would have had no option but to sign it. But I do take exception to the notion of anyone signing on behalf of the village other than the mayor. So I just want that on the record. It does not change my opinion that under the circumstances, Ms. Kingsley on Monday morning may have been authorized to go forward, and given the exigencies, I thought it was the appropriate legal opinion to render. So I just want that
And I want
balanced
to
opinion on the
clarify
record.
that for the record, at the recommendation of the village attorney, the board directed the mayor last night to sign the contract.
And I want to make clear, too, understand that our job, and I don't want to speak for Joe, but as village council, I rendered the opinion on authorization based on the issue, from my view, of whether or not the village had exposure based on the action that had happened. So I come at that from a different point of view. So anyway, I'm comfortable with the opinion that's on the record that was circulated tonight, but I do want it to be clear, that there were other aspects of that consideration, which I think have been resolved, frankly, at this point.
Based on what was done tonight, how comfortable do you feel with sending this legislation out? And you don't have, if you don't feel comfortable answering, you don't have to answer.
Yeah, I'll answer it the only way I think the attorney to a board can, which is to say, this is a policy decision. So all I will say is that I think this document is legally sufficient to be submitted. I mean, it's all I can say. It's your decision. I don't think there's anything in here that you cannot do, and the question of whether you should do it is a policy decision for you. It wouldn't be fair. I mean, first of all, my opinion wouldn't matter, but I don't think I can give it beyond that.
Kevin, did you?
No, I think you should raise his fee now by $50 because of what he just said. I mean, it was very, very, very well said. Very well said.
Oh, well, then I'd like to say the same.
But Joe, we're going to pay you 100.
I'd like to say, before you ask me the question, my response would be exactly the same as Joe's.
I had no intention of asking you the question. Okay, is there anybody with, okay, let's just do the vote and let's just get the pain over. So anyway, Jason had asked on behalf of the town boards, village boards, so I guess if you want to do your vote first, it's up to you.
Didn't get a second.
Oh, he didn't get a second, okay, I would like to
Does
move.
someone want to introduce the bill, because I'm not going to.
Okay, so,
Yeah, the motion is for the vacant.
Okay, so I'll vote no, which means all four of you have to vote yes. That's probably the easiest way to do it.
This requires a supermajority.
Yeah, all four of you
because
have
it's
to vote
home
yes.
rule.
because, just so you understand, because it's home rule, and because on the town board, if I voted, on the town,
Yeah,
okay.
if one of you breaks, it doesn't
Okay,
go all.
just so you understand, okay? Okay, just so you do understand, because it's home rule, on the town board, because I'm voting yes, we don't need a supermajority, we just need 3 on the town board, because I'm voting yes. Because the executive is voting no, for home rule, it needs the 4 of you, otherwise,
Brian doesn't look
it doesn't go anywhere.
Brian could vote.
I'm yes.
I'm yes.
This is just the worst.
Hey, it's down to 2 of you.
I
Whichever
like-
breaks first,
I
that's all the pressure on the other one.
want to do this. Just doing it at 12:30 at night when we haven't had time to review it once more, it just feels wrong to me.
And that's a no.
I just also really feel like, something like what Brian caught in section 7, if we even had, a day to sleep on it and think about it more.
Well, we don't.
We did.
I
We had it
know.
all weekend. That's what
We had it all weekend and that was the
It doesn't,
discussion we
it
had
doesn't,
here
you know what,
tonight.
you know what,
It's now or never.
the reality is, you know what, sometimes being in this position is not pleasant, sometimes things are difficult, and sometimes you just gotta do what you have to do, so if you want, I'm just
It's
saying.
been 4 years.
Achievement of the year.
I'm just saying, you know what, it is what it is, we have to make a decision tonight, and we'll just live with the consequences.
I got some change. You want to flip a coin?
We'll deal with the consequences, so
No,
just,
that's not how I want to do it.
Can we send it out anyway and beg Bonasec's office to do it if I
We
vote no?
get a chance to
No.
revise this when it comes back. Don't forget. You will not probably
Let's
still
just
be
see how the town
here.
board votes.
Yeah,
and
let's
then
do
do
that.
it.
Let's vote.
Oh, I know how you
And then you
guys.
guys, let's vote as a town board.
okay.
We're gonna vote as a town board.
Wait a minute, they've called the roll on it, they
But
started
they're
their
waiting.
roll on the vote. So can't you
Yeah.
just complete your vote? It's 12:40 at night, please. It's 12:40.
Yea or nay?
Yes, but only because we're gonna be able to get it back and look at it again.
Good.
Yes.
Okay, motion so carried. On behalf of the town board, I would like to move this legislation
We already
on.
have.
I think I moved.
Oh, kidding, oh, I'm sorry, okay, so, Kevin,
Aye.
Jeff,
I feel great about
Kitty,
it. I feel.
Jean?
Aye.
Aye, motion so carried for the town board. Okay.
Where's the
Um,
motion to adjourn? Can I do that?
Second?
No, we're not, we can't adjourn, we have other things to do.
What bills?
No, I'm sorry, we, honestly, we can't adjourn. We have,
quit.
Well,
Okay.
I'm not
Well,
gonna.
we just motioned and seconded
you
to
can't,
adjourn.
we, there are some serious things we have to do because we can't move forward if we don't do them.
Can we do it in 10 minutes?
Yeah, let's do it. How about we mix things around? I'd like to approve the minutes of it.
I haven't, no, I don't want
You
to do it
cannot
tonight.
override
Hold
a
on.
motion to adjourn. It's
Okay, no, it's not, but,
Good.
we were supposed to approve, we were supposed to approve Linda's bill, and we were supposed to talk about communication, about how we're gonna move forward, because Linda,
If she has a contract, why are you?
We don't have to approve it, but it's done.
It's been moved and seconded.
No,
What?
There's a motion to adjourn on the floor that's been moved, and I second.
All in favor, for the village? All it takes is one of us to adjourn, one board.
What, you want to amend it to be 10 minutes?
We have, yes, you guys can adjourn.
So give him 10 minutes?
I'll accept the amendment.
All right. All in favor? All in favor?
What was it?
Motion to adjourn in 10 minutes.
Contract.
What do
We don't have to
do in 10
approve it.
minutes?
They have like some
Fine.
contracts.
Okay, okay, so her contract is.
All in favor, sorry. Aye.
What did you just vote on?
So go in 10 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes.
Joe,
No grandstanding.
Countdown begins.
we have
Not grand,
approved her
understand.
contract.
Joe, can I open the meetings with time?
All right, come on, gang. We've approved her contract. Her contract calls for 4 payments. Okay? We don't need to approve payment.
I mean, I think you always need to approve payment.
All right, I'll move to
In the warrant.
No, no,
When
but
we
this
pay the
is-
bill, we approve it in the warrant.
bills
We
and
don't need to-
claims.
I don't need to approve an email to say pay me, just put it on a warrant, okay?
Well, I didn't know if that's what you're doing. I mean, if she's presented an invoice.
Well, no,
it
she had
gets-
actually asked, but maybe because of what, the action you took last night, she had actually asked us to put this contract back on the agenda to make sure that, you know, but, okay, the fact of the matter is that you last night authorized Jason to sign it, and Jason supposedly is signing it, then I guess there's no problem with her contract. Okay, so we're
Bills and
fine,
claims.
okay, so we're fine with that.
We just wasted 2.5 minutes.
Okay,
No,
Bill,
it
that's
wasn't-
done.
we-
Okay, the next thing is communication, and I have to read this from Linda. I just want everybody to know, and I haven't had a chance because there's so much to do. I've been trying to make copies of all the emails that transpired Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
I'll
So,
send you the PDF.
okay, so everybody can sort of see all the emails, and I will enter it into the record. I do have to read the correspondence from our, I also just want to enter into the record, Councilman Logan had said that the below was an email sent to the mayor, supervisor, non-elected members of a community, not forwarded to town board members, is agreed on, goes on and on and on, I'm not going to even read it. I just want to enter into the minutes the copy of the email he was questioning, where his name is right here, J.T. Logan, sent to all my board members plus Joe Moriello, so he did get it. And here's
Actually,
a
no, that's
copy.
not the email I was
It's
requesting to get.
specifically, it is, because I looked to make sure it was the
No,
email
it didn't
before I
have the
did it.
bottom. It
Okay,
didn't have the-
anyway.
That's actually not the, no, if you're gonna make an accusation, that's actually
Okay.
not the email.
I have your request.
The email is at the bottom of
Oh,
it.
Okay.
so
There's
you're
an-
keeping us all
Okay,
here.
anyway, so
There's
what
an
I need to do.
attachment that is not on that
Okay.
email that was sent to me,
Okay.
and it was comments directed to Jason West, Sue Zimmett, and Jerry actually it was to Jerry Benjamin.
That's what that is?
No. it's not.
Okay, that's what it is, but okay.
so-
Anyway, now I need to just really, because we have to figure out how
Is
we're
it-
going to move.
is there an action we're taking on communication? I don't.
Possibly, yes, okay, so what I need to do
agreed
is,
that Linda Kingsley would send everything to everybody, but then she got deluged with 5 million emails from everybody, so.
I need to read this, okay? I was
We-
asked, please.
Just read it.
You guys are giving me 10 minutes, okay? I have something Linda asked me to read tonight in order for her to continue to move forward with us, okay? There are 2 emails I will not even spend the time reading because I don't have, but it has to do with Linda's reaction to what took place on Sunday with all the emails that going back and forth. And I will just say that the last, it says, I don't mean to be difficult, but while I've been a part of many acrimonious governmental situations, I've never had one where I was hounded 37 emails in one night, threatened and insulted like this before. Okay, so she did send an email, and I'd like to give this into the record. She wrote a letter and said, Susan, as you know, I received email communication today from both the town and village attorneys confirming the validity of my contract, including the provisions that said I would attend meetings relative to proposed legislation, distinct from lobbying an introduced bill. Sorry, for that reason, and because I felt I had an ethical obligation to follow through with the meetings I had already committed to, I attended the already scheduled meetings in Albany today. However, the occurrences of this weekend, including 37 emails from board and non-board members in one day, making allegations of illegality and ethical violations on my part, giving me orders to, quote, stand down, as well as taking the position that I would not be paid for the extensive work performed to both boards, behest during the month of April, caused me to feel the need to articulate certain steps that need to be taken in order to allow me to comfortably continue under my contract. I understand that there will be a joint board meeting this week. At that meeting, it is necessary that the two boards reaffirm the validity of my contract and confirm that while the contract was not executed by the boards until the end of April, I began work at the behest of the boards immediately upon notification that the contract had been awarded. Therefore, in fairness to me, as I have put in considerable amount of work to date, the board needs to acknowledge that I will be paid for the work performed as of the beginning of April, and in fact, recognize the invoice already submitted of the sum of $4,120 for the work in the month of April. First, I billed for 1/5 of the contract amount, presuming the majority of the work would be performed over a 5-month period. Further, the board needs to come to some sort of an understanding that I am not to be the recipient of emails by either board members or members of the public disputing the actions of the board, and more importantly, that I am not to receive threatening emails or emails making unwarranted allegations of illegal or unethical conduct. Further, please have the boards confirm that my communications and copies of my outside communication will be to the 2 chief executives of each governed body or another designee specified by a majority of the board, who will be responsible for distributing information to the respective boards. I have never before had to lay out such parameters for a consulting project. However, an inordinate amount of time and energy is being utilized dealing with these issues. If this is not satisfactory to the majority of both boards, then I would respectfully request that we agree to terminate the contract, paying me for the work performed to date. To date. And then did she end respectfully? Okay. Then I would respectfully request that we agree to terminate the contract, paying me for the work performed to date. Respectfully, Linda Kingsley. So here's a copy of Linda's emails. Again, like I said, she received 37 emails on Mother's Day. I received 20, so Linda got 17 emails that were sent to her that a bunch of us weren't even copied on, that she found incredibly threatening, and was pretty upset on Sunday night.
Well, she should have been, and all accusations were warranted.
Well,
You want to take up the time
thank
at
you,
1 in the
thank you.
morning
No.
to do this right now, Susan?
no, you know what, Jason? She asked that I read this tonight so we could decide how we're going to continue. So we'll put a process in place tonight, okay? And how we're going to move forward, and then we'll all abide by it. Well, some of us will abide by it, I'm sure. So anyway, what I would like to say on behalf of the town is that Linda writes to me, and she sends it to Rosanna, and Rosanna sends it out on behalf of the town board. And that's what I would like to do in terms of communications between Linda and the town board.
So
How the
that
village.
Rosanna sends it out to members of the town.
I get it, and Rosanna gets it, but Rosanna is responsible for sending it out to all the board members as soon as she gets it.
But that's what we had set up, though.
That's in her contract.
That's
That's
what
what
I
she's
would
supposed to
like
be
to
doing right now.
suggest and reaffirm on behalf of the town board.
Second.
Any discussion on behalf of the town?
board should do the same.
Let's make your motion.
Did you vote though?
All in favor?
That the mayor receive the correspondence.
Wait, all in favor? Okay. I know, I'm trying to do that. They're just not letting me.
I don't think,
Okay,
I mean, for the village board, I don't think, I think it should come through the clerk, and I think all of us should have a say in what goes to the attorney. That's how I would prefer it.
It's in the contract, what we're going to do. It goes to the clerk sends it. That's what's in
Right,
Linda's
and
contract. So
correspondence going
We already
out.
voted on
so,
this.
okay, and so you're all, okay, so that's okay. And then I guess what we should be, I would like to tell Linda that if she receives unwarranted emails from anybody outside of the board, that she should just delete them automatically so she doesn't end up feeling like she's abused. Is everybody okay with that?
Brian or Ariana, do you know the time that you made your motion?
It's just about to happen.
No, but there's people from the outside who are responding to her, and I want her to know she can delete
I'm
them.
going to move the acceptance of the minutes of April 30th on behalf of the village. Only?
I didn't have time to look at
I'm
them.
moving for everybody. You want me to move them for everybody?
More than one set of minutes.
No, we did all the minutes
Okay.
except, yes, you guys didn't, we did.
Did you, so you approved all of the joint board
We
village meeting?
approved everything
Okay.
except, weren't we good? Yes.
Except for what, Sally?
The 30th.
Okay, what I would like to do on behalf of the
Now,
town
understand, we have to vote.
is,
I
Oh, go ahead.
abstained because I wasn't present.
Right.
Aye.
okay,
Abstain for the same reason.
okay, on behalf of the
Jason
town
has to
board, I'd like
abstain.
us to do it next Thursday because I have not had time to even look at the minutes while I was trying to do everything else.
They're all fine, but I'm happy to wait.
Well, we'll do it next
Only the
Thursday.
three of us can vote, so I'm happy too, though, so if you want to. No, we can't, all three of us have to pass.
Well, I'm not willing to vote on them because I didn't have a chance to read them because I was reading 30 emails.
Only the three of us can pass.
Okay, so we'll do that next Thursday. Do we have a motion to adjourn? Oh, no, I'm sorry, we have to do the warrant for the town. So we can, if you want to do a motion to adjourn the town, the village portion of this
The
meeting.
village is adjourned in 10 seconds automatically anyway.
Okay. Good night, all.
Okay, would the town like to pass the warrant? Oh, we didn't talk about the village, we didn't talk about the videotaping, which you're already getting billed for, so it's all BS.
That fire contract stuff I got in email the other day was different numbers than what I approved.
Thank you, guys.
I don't want that. Yeah, boss, I didn't think yours, did I? Did I give you the budget?
Yeah.
Thank you. My budget.
She wants to give you a stipend.
I know.
I only have one.
Yes, you can, please, yeah. No, but you already did. I'd like you to say something.
Actually,
Okay.
go on here that I want.
No, you know what, Bob?
And Susan did answer the question on, they changed it.
Holy hell about the $1 million
What are we talking
and
about?
how we couldn't
Are we
get the $1
talking about,
million
just give me 30
and how
seconds.
it was
What-
impossible we could get the $1 million, and then tonight.
You can, if you want to,
I don't want to lose the $1 million.
Sally,
Sally, we're still meeting.
we're still meeting, the TV's still on. You're okay.
Good.
You're out.
I'm glad.